Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The afternoon light filtered through the tobacco-stained curtains of 221B Baker Street, casting golden honeycomb patterns across the worn Persian carpet. Outside, London's endless symphony played softly. Carriage wheels against cobblestones, distant calls of street vendors, the gentle hiss of gas lamps being lit as evening approached. Within the cluttered sanctuary of the sitting room, Sherlock Holmes held a telegram between long, nimble fingers, the paper carrying a faint scent of sea salt beneath the customary ink. His brow furrowed ever so slightly as his grey eyes moved across the message, once, twice, and then a third time. Curious, I thought, how the crimson ink of the return address seemed oddly appropriate for its contents. It was late autumn in London, that gentle time when the city wraps itself in fog like a comfortable shawl, when chimneys breathe dragon's breath into the cooling air, and when the Thames whispers secrets to the embankments. I, Dr. John Watson, had been content documenting our most recent case, a trivial matter involving a missing canary and an unexpected inheritance, when I noticed my friend's unusual silence. Holmes had been in one of his contemplative moods all morning, drifting between his chemical experiments and his violin, neither seeming to satisfy whatever intellectual itch plagued him. Such restlessness often preceded his descent into darker habits, and I had been preparing myself for the melancholy that frequently followed the conclusion of a case. But now, something in his posture, the straightening of his usually languid spine, the slight tilt of his head, told me that something had captured his formidable attention. "Watson," he said at last, his voice soft, yet vibrant with interest, "what do you know of Whitby?" I set my pen down, watching as a drop of ink blossomed on the page like a tiny midnight flower. Whitby? The seaside town in Yorkshire? Not a great deal, I'm afraid. Fishing village, is it not? Known for its abbey ruins and, if memory serves, some connection to whaling in former days. Holmes nodded, the late afternoon light catching the sharp angles of his face as he moved to stand by the window. Indeed, also known for its jet jewellery, its literary connections, and apparently, as of this week, for a series of most peculiar deaths. He handed me the telegram, and I felt the fine quality of the paper between my fingers. The message was brief but undeniably intriguing. 3 deaths in fortnight, bodies drained, strange marks on necks, locals speak of unholy presence. Your expertise required urgently, accommodations arranged, Rev. Thomas Matthews, St. Mary's Church, Whitby. Good heavens, I murmured, the words hanging in the quiet room. Outside, the first drops of evening rain began to tap against the window panes, nature's own Morse code sending inscrutable messages. Holmes had moved to his bookshelf, where his long fingers danced over leather spines until they found their target, a geological survey of the Yorkshire coast. He laid it open on his desk, disturbing a small mountain of correspondence that cascaded to the floor like autumn leaves. He paid them no mind. Bodies drained, Watson. A curious choice of words. Wouldn't you agree? His voice remained soft, almost melodic, but I recognized the keen edge of excitement beneath it, and strange marks on necks, most specific, most evocative. "You suspect foul play, naturally," I said, already mentally cataloguing what I might need to pack for a journey north. Holmes and I had developed an unspoken rhythm over the years. When he tilted his head just so, when his eyes gained that particular gleam, I knew we would soon be leaving London behind. "I suspect," Holmes replied, "that we are being invited to investigate something that has confounded local authorities to such an extent that a man of God has resorted to contacting a man of science." His lips curved into the ghost of a smile. "And I further suspect that the good Reverend has been somewhat economical with details, perhaps fearing that the full nature of events would strain credulity." The clock on the mantelpiece ticked steadily, counting heartbeats of silence as Holmes studied the map of Whitby and its surroundings. My mind wandered to the telegram's unsettling words: bodies drained, strange marks, unholy presence. The language seemed more suited to one of those Gothic novels so popular with the lending libraries than to a telegram requesting detective services. Mrs. Hudson's soft knock at the door pulled me from my thoughts. She entered bearing a tray of tea, the porcelain cups rattling gently against their saucers, the scent of Darjeeling rising in a fragrant cloud. "You'll be wanting dinner early, I expect," she said, placing the tray on the one clear corner of Holmes's desk. "If you're to catch the evening train." Holmes looked up with a raised eyebrow. "My dear Mrs. Hudson, your powers of deduction improve by the day. What gave us away this time?" She arranged the cups with practiced efficiency. "It doesn't take a detective to recognize that look in your eye, Mr. Holmes. Besides, the telegram boy mentioned it was from Yorkshire, and you've immediately gone to your maps. The evening express to York leaves at 7:30, which gives you just enough time for a proper meal before departing." Holmes chuckled, the sound warming the room more effectively than the small fire crackling in the grate. "Watson, we must be vigilant. Mrs. Hudson will soon put us both out of employment." Our landlady's cheeks coloured slightly at the compliment as she poured the tea. "I'll have your things packed and a hamper prepared for the journey. The nights are getting cold. You'll want your heavier coats." With that she departed, leaving behind the comforting domestic scent of tea and fresh scones. Holmes sipped his tea thoughtfully, his gaze returning to the map. "Whitby," he mused, "perched on the edge of the North Sea like a sentinel, ancient, isolated despite the railway connection, a place where old beliefs might linger longer than in our smoke-choked metropolis." "You sound almost poetic, Holmes," I observed, adding a spoonful of sugar to my cup. The tea's warmth spread through my fingers, a welcome contrast to the growing chill of the evening. "The poetic and the scientific are not as distant as many believe, my friend. Both require observation, pattern recognition, and a willingness to see beyond the obvious." He traced a finger along the coastline depicted on the map. "This peninsula, Watson. See how it juts into the sea, embraced by the harbour on one side and exposed to the full fury of the North Sea on the other. The abbey ruins stand atop the east cliff, gazing down upon the town like a skeletal sentinel. A perfect stage for mysterious occurrences. Wouldn't you agree?" I had to admit there was something compelling about the setting, as he described it. The dying light outside our windows, the gentle percussion of rain, and Holmes's soft voice combined to create a strangely hypnotic effect. "What do you make of the Reverend's mention of an unholy presence?" I asked, setting my empty cup down. Rather dramatic language for a man of the cloth. Holmes steepled his fingers beneath his chin, his gaze distant. Therein lies much of the intrigue, Watson. A clergyman is trained to comfort his flock, to dispel superstition, to bring rational explanation to the seemingly inexplicable. For such a man to invoke the unholy suggests either a theatrical temperament, not uncommon among those who make their living through oratory, or a genuine belief that something beyond the ordinary is at work. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. Either possibility promises an interesting investigation. The rain intensified, drumming against the windows with greater urgency, as if nature itself were eager for us to depart. Holmes rose and moved to his bedroom, from which I soon heard the sounds of drawers opening and closing. I followed his example, climbing the 17 steps to my own quarters to prepare for our journey. In my room, I pulled my weathered travelling bag from beneath the bed and began to select essentials. The familiar routine was comforting. Folded shirts and undergarments, spare collars, my medical kit with its carefully arranged instruments and medicines. From my desk, I took a fresh notebook, anticipating that this case might one day find its way into my published accounts, though perhaps with details altered to protect the sensibilities of my readers. The Strand magazine had certain standards, after all, and talk of drained bodies and marks upon necks might be deemed too sensational, even for fiction. Through my window, I could see the gas lamps of Baker Street flickering to life, each one a small island of golden light in the gathering dusk. London was settling into its evening rhythm, unaware that Sherlock Holmes had been roused from his ennui by a mystery worthy of his talents. I felt the familiar stirring of excitement that always preceded our adventures, coupled with a curious undercurrent of unease I could not quite identify. When I returned downstairs, Holmes was already dressed for travel, his tall figure silhouetted against the sitting-room window. He had changed into a charcoal grey suit, practical for the journey, yet still bearing the unmistakable mark of his fastidious nature. His travelling coat, a caped ulster in a shade of midnight blue so deep it appeared almost black, lay draped over his armchair, while his deerstalker hat and gloves waited upon the side table. "Ah, Watson, excellent timing," he said, turning from the window. "Mrs. Hudson has outdone herself with the dinner preparations. We shall not go hungry on our journey, that much is certain." Indeed, our landlady had arranged a small feast upon the dining table, cold roast beef with horseradish, several thick slices of game pie, freshly baked bread, a wedge of sharp cheddar, and apple tarts still warm from the oven. 2 glasses of claret completed the setting. "She worries about you not eating properly during cases," I said, taking my seat. "As do I, for that matter." Holmes smiled as he joined me at the table. "Between your medical concerns and her maternal ones, I am well supervised, Watson, though I maintain that digestion merely diverts blood from the brain when it is most needed." We ate in companionable silence, broken only by the occasional comment about practical matters for our journey. Holmes was already retreating into that focused state that characterized him during cases, physically present, yet mentally assembling the sparse facts available to him, constructing and discarding theories with the disciplined precision that made him without peer in his field. As we finished our meal, the mantel clock chimed 6:30, its soft bronze notes rippling through the room. Holmes rose, draining his claret glass. "The game is afoot, Watson," he said, his voice quiet but resonant with anticipation. "We should be in Whitby by tomorrow morning, assuming the trains run to schedule. I've wired ahead to confirm our accommodations with Reverend Matthews. He will meet us at the station." He moved to his desk and opened a small drawer, from which he extracted a slender case. Opening it revealed a hypodermic syringe nested in velvet. My heart sank. "Holmes?" I began, the familiar objection rising to my lips. But he closed the case without removing the syringe and returned it to the drawer. "Not this time, old friend. This case requires clarity, not artificial stimulation. Whatever we find in Whitby, I suspect it will provide all the cerebral excitement I require." Relief washed over me. Holmes's dependency on cocaine had been a source of ongoing concern, a brilliant mind's attempt to escape the tedium of existence when not engaged in worthy puzzles. That he was setting it aside voluntarily was a promising sign indeed. Mrs. Hudson entered, as if summoned by some unseen signal, bearing our travelling bags. "Hansom is waiting, gentlemen. I've packed your warmest nightshirts and extra socks. The Yorkshire coast is no place to catch a chill." Her matter-of-fact tone belied the motherly concern beneath it. Holmes took his bag with a gentle smile. "Mrs. Hudson, you are the silent guardian of Baker Street. We shall return with tales of haunted Yorkshire to enliven your evenings." She huffed softly, adjusting his scarf with practised hands. "Just return in one piece, Mr. Holmes, and do try to bring back Dr. Watson without any new injuries. The poor man collects scars in your company like some collect postage stamps." I chuckled, touching my shoulder where an Afghan bullet had found its mark years before. "I shall endeavour to remain intact, Mrs. Hudson." We descended the 17 steps to the street, where a hansom cab waited, its lamps glowing amber against the rain-slicked cobblestones. The driver, hunched beneath a waxed cape, acknowledged us with a nod. The horse stamped impatiently, its breath forming ghostly clouds in the cool evening air. Holmes paused at the threshold, turning his face upward to allow the rain to caress his features. For a moment, framed in the doorway of 221B Baker Street, with London's gaslit panorama spread behind him, he appeared almost otherworldly. A slender figure, poised between the familiar comforts of home and the unknown mysteries that called to him from the darkness beyond. "Curious weather for early autumn," he murmured. "The rain carries a hint of salt. The North Sea reaches for us already, Watson." With that, he strode to the cab and swung himself inside with characteristic grace. I followed, settling onto the leather seat opposite him as the driver secured our bags. With a gentle tap of the crop, our conveyance lurched forward, hooves clattering against wet stone as we joined the flow of London's evening traffic. Inside the cab, the sounds of the city were muffled to a gentle murmur. The rhythmic sway and the patter of rain created a cocoon of tranquility that belied the unusual nature of our mission. Holmes had fallen silent again, his keen profile outlined against the window, occasionally illuminated by passing street lamps that cast fleeting golden highlights across his aquiline features. "What do you make of it all, Holmes?" I asked softly, not wishing to disturb his contemplation but curious about his preliminary thoughts. He didn't turn from the window, but I saw his reflection smile faintly. "I make nothing of it yet, Watson. That is the first rule of scientific inquiry. Gather data before forming hypotheses. We have a telegram with provocative yet vague language. We have a clergyman sufficiently concerned to seek secular assistance, and we have a location with a rich history of folklore and maritime tragedy. Beyond that, he made a dismissive gesture with one elegant hand. Conjecture without sufficient data is a house built upon sand. Yet, you seem intrigued beyond the usual, I observed. Now he did turn to face me, his grey eyes catching the light. Perhaps it is the season, Watson. As autumn deepens and the veil between worlds grows thin, or so the Celtic traditions would have us believe, even a rational mind might permit a momentary flirtation with the enigmatic. The cab turned onto Marylebone Road, the broader thoroughfare allowing our driver to increase pace slightly. Through the windows I glimpsed the varied tapestry of London life, a flower seller with her remaining blooms, a lamplighter moving from post to post like a modern Prometheus, couples hurrying with linked arms beneath shared umbrellas, and solitary figures hunched against the weather, each bound for destinations unknown. I confess, Holmes continued after a moment, that Yorkshire holds a certain fascination for me. Its moors and coastlines have witnessed centuries of human drama, from Viking raids to monastic devotions, from whaling expeditions to smugglers' intrigues. The landscape itself seems to inspire a particular strain of folklore, raw, unvarnished tales without the veneer of sophistication that London's ghost stories acquire. "You've studied regional folklore, then?" I asked, somewhat surprised. Holmes typically dismissed such matters as irrelevant to his scientific methods. He chuckled softly. "Know your enemy, Watson. Superstition is often the greatest obstacle to rational investigation. To dispel it effectively, one must understand its roots and appeal." His expression grew thoughtful. "Though I will admit that some folkloric traditions contain kernels of observational truth, wrapped though they may be in layers of misinterpretation and embellishment." Our conversation lapsed into comfortable silence as the cab navigated through London's evening crowds. The rain continued its gentle percussion on the roof, a natural metronome marking the passage of time. As we approached King's Cross Station, the gaslights grew more numerous, pushing back the gathering darkness with spheres of amber illumination. The station itself was a cathedral of modern engineering, its great arched roof soaring above platforms busy with evening travellers. Steam from the waiting locomotives rose in phantom columns, mingling with the higher air currents before disappearing into the rafters. The scents of coal smoke, wet, wool, and hot. Metal created an aromatic symphony unique to railway travel. Our driver delivered us to the entrance with a tip of his hat, accepting Holmes's payment with a murmured thanks before merging back into the flow of traffic. We gathered our bags and moved into the station's sheltering embrace. The change from rain to dry air marked by the sudden absence of moisture against our faces. Holmes consulted the large clock that presided over the main concourse. 20 minutes until departure, sufficient time to secure our compartment and perhaps obtain something to read for the journey. He headed toward the ticket office with purposeful strides, and I followed in his wake, noting how even in this crowded public space, people instinctively made way for his tall figure and determined gait. At the counter, he procured our tickets with efficient courtesy, then led us to the platform where our train waited, its locomotive breathing steam like some great mythological beast preparing for flight. We found our first-class compartment, a luxury Holmes insisted upon for overnight journeys, and settled our bags on the overhead racks. The compartment was a model of Victorian comfort in miniature, Padded seats upholstered in deep burgundy, polished wood panelling, brass reading lamps, and spotless lace antimacassars on the headrests. The window was beaded with raindrops that caught and refracted the platform lights into tiny prisms. "I shall obtain some reading material," Holmes said, checking his pocket watch. "Preferences, Watson?" "Something light?" I replied. "Perhaps The Strand, if they have it." With a nod, he departed for the station's newsstand. Left alone, I arranged our travelling rugs and adjusted the heating control, ensuring our night journey would be comfortable. Through the window, I watched the ballet of departure preparations, porters loading luggage, conductors checking tickets, last-minute passengers hurrying along the platform, their faces animated with the particular anxiety of nearly missing a train. Holmes returned minutes before departure, bearing an assortment of newspapers and magazines. He handed me The Strand with a knowing smile. It contained my most recently published account of his cases, along with a Yorkshire regional paper. "Local perspective," he explained, settling into his seat as the whistle blew its first warning. "Always valuable when entering unfamiliar territory." The final boarding call echoed through the station, followed by the slamming of carriage doors all along the train. Whistles shrilled, guards waved their flags, and with a hiss of steam and the metallic groan of coupling chains taking strain, the locomotive began to pull away from the platform. London slid past our window in a procession of lights. First, the station lamps, then the buildings flanking the tracks, and finally, the outskirts of the great metropolis. As the city fell behind us and the darkness of the countryside enveloped the train, I felt the familiar sense of transition that accompanies all significant journeys, the casting off of the known, the movement toward mystery. Holmes had unfolded the Times and was perusing its pages with practiced efficiency, occasionally making small noises of interest or disapproval at its contents. The rhythm of the train, the steady click-clack of wheels against rails, the gentle swaying of our compartment, combined with the warmth and the soft glow of the reading lamps to create a cocoon of tranquility. Outside our window, England rushed by unseen, cloaked in night and autumn mist. Occasionally, distant lights from farms or villages would appear, and then vanish like brief glimpses into other lives, other stories. And somewhere ahead in the darkness lay Whitby, with its abbey ruins silhouetted against the night sky, its harbour waters reflecting the moon, and its recent dead bearing strange marks upon their necks. I opened my magazine, but my thoughts were already racing ahead to Yorkshire, to the mystery that awaited us there. Holmes, I noticed, had set aside his newspaper and was gazing out into the darkness, his expression contemplative. The telegram lay on the seat beside him, its crimson address visible even in the subdued light. "Rest, Watson," he said softly, without turning from the window. "Tomorrow we enter unfamiliar waters, where science and superstition swirl together like currents in a tide pool. We shall need clear minds to separate truth from folklore." I nodded, setting aside my reading. As the train carried us northward through the night, I pulled the travelling rug up to my chest and allowed the rhythm of the rails to lull me toward sleep. The last thing I saw before closing my eyes was Holmes's profile against the window, sharp and alert, keeping watch as we journeyed toward the shadows of Whitby. I awoke to the gentle pressure of Holmes's hand upon my shoulder. The rhythmic sway of our compartment had lulled me into a deeper sleep than intended, and for a moment I blinked in confusion at the grey light filtering through the window. "We approach York, Watson," Holmes said softly, his voice melding with the steady percussion of wheels against rails. "The dawn is breaking, though reluctantly. It seems the sun itself hesitates to fully illuminate Yorkshire today." I straightened in my seat, brushing away the cobwebs of sleep as I peered through the window. The landscape outside had transformed during my slumber. London's urban sprawl had given way to the gentle undulations of the northern countryside. Fields stretched away from the railway line, their autumn stubble glowing faintly amber in the tentative morning light. Mist clung to the hollows and traced the meandering paths of invisible streams, creating an ethereal tapestry that seemed to hover between earth and sky. "What time is it?" I asked, stifling a yawn as I reached for my pocket watch. "6:30, Holmes replied, already immaculately groomed despite the overnight journey. His collar was crisp, his tie perfectly knotted, and not a hair out of place. He had the remarkable ability to emerge from travel looking as fresh as if he had just stepped from his Baker Street quarters. "We shall change trains at York for the coastal line to Whitby. There is time for breakfast at the station, if you wish." The mention of breakfast awakened my appetite. Mrs. Hudson's excellent dinner now seemed a distant memory. "That would be most welcome," I admitted, making a cursory attempt to smooth my rumpled appearance. Holmes's lips curved into a slight smile as he observed my efforts. "You'll find hot water in the washroom at the end of the carriage, Watson. I took the liberty of laying out your shaving kit while you slept." I thanked him, and made my way down the gently swaying corridor to refresh myself. The washroom was unoccupied, and I was grateful for the opportunity to restore some semblance of dignity before arriving at York. The hot water was a blessing against my sleep-creased face, and the familiar ritual of shaving helped to ground me in the new day. When I returned to our compartment, Holmes was reading yesterday's Yorkshire Post with the focused attention he brought to all potential sources of information. "Interesting," he murmured, folding the paper precisely as I took my seat. "There is no mention of the deaths that brought us here. Yet, there is a curious increase in reports of missing livestock along the coastal farms. Sheep and cattle found exsanguinated, with no obvious predator identified." Exsanguinated. I echoed the clinical term hanging in the air between us as the train began to slow for its approach to York Station. "Drained of blood, Watson," Holmes clarified unnecessarily, his gaze distant. "A detail that echoes our telegram's description of human victims. Most intriguing." The train eased into York Station with a series of gentle sighs, steam billowing past our window to obscure the platform momentarily, before dissipating into the cool morning air. Holmes gathered our newspapers and stowed them in his valise, then reached for our travelling bags. "We have 40 minutes before our connecting train," he said, checking his pocket watch. "Sufficient time for a proper English breakfast to fortify us for what awaits in Whitby." We disembarked into the bustling activity of York Station. Despite the early hour, porters wheeled laden trolleys across the platforms, ticket inspectors checked the credentials of bleary-eyed passengers, and vendors called out their offerings of hot tea and fresh baked goods. The great arched ceiling of the station trapped the sounds, creating an echo chamber of human commerce and travel that rose and fell like waves upon a shore. Holmes led the way to the station's dining room with unerring instinct, navigating the crowd with the same precision he applied to all physical movements. The dining room was a haven of relative calm, with white-clothed tables attended by efficient waiters in black jackets. The scent of coffee, bacon, and fresh bread created an aromatic welcome that made my stomach rumble in anticipation. We were shown to a table near a window overlooking the platform where our Whitby train would eventually depart. A waiter appeared almost instantly to take our order. Eggs, bacon, toast, and strong tea for us both, with Holmes adding grilled tomatoes and I opting for sausages. As we waited for our breakfast, Holmes gazed out at the platform, his sharp profile outlined against the window. "Observe the gentleman in the tweed coat by the bookstall, Watson," he said without turning. "What do you make of him?" I followed his gaze to a tall, slender man browsing the latest periodicals. He was expensively, if conservatively dressed, his bearing aristocratic, yet somehow detached from his surroundings. "A gentleman of means," I ventured, applying Holmes's methods as best I could. Not accustomed to early rising, judging by the shadows beneath his eyes. Perhaps a lawyer or academic, given his careful examination of the printed material. Holmes nodded approvingly. "Good, Watson. And his destination?" I hesitated, less certain of this deduction. "London, perhaps. He seems to be waiting for the southbound express." "Whitby?" Holmes corrected gently. "Note the coastal map protruding from his coat pocket, and the distinctive red clay on his boots, characteristic of the Cleveland Hills near Whitby. He has recently been there, and is returning. A man of means, as you observed, yet troubled. See how he glances at his pocket watch every few minutes, not with the impatience of one eager to depart, but with the anxiety of one who fears what awaits at his destination." Our breakfast arrived, temporarily halting Holmes's observations. The food was excellent, the tea strong and restorative. We ate in companionable silence for a few minutes, the simple pleasure of a good meal after travel working its magic on body and spirit. "Do you anticipate this being a complex case?" I asked eventually, buttering another piece of toast. Holmes dabbed his lips with his napkin before responding. "All signs point to complexity, though perhaps not in the usual sense. The deaths themselves may prove straightforward. Murder most foul, with a distinctive methodology. But the context, Watson, the web of local belief and superstition that has already formed around these events, that is where our true challenge lies." He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to ensure privacy. "Consider our telegram. A clergyman, a man presumably grounded in Christian doctrine and rational theology, invoking the unholy. This suggests a community already in the grip of fear, where logic has begun to give way to more primitive explanations." "You believe the deaths have a perfectly rational explanation, then?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. In all our years together, Holmes had never once encountered a case that defied scientific principles, however unusual or macabre its presentation. "All phenomena have rational explanations, Watson, whether we possess the knowledge to discern them or not. The universe operates according to natural laws, not supernatural whims." He checked his watch. "We should proceed to our platform. The Whitby train is less frequent than the main lines, and I would not wish to miss it." We settled our bill and made our way to the correct platform, where a smaller locomotive waited to carry passengers to the coastal towns. Our fellow travellers were fewer here. A smattering of commercial travellers with sample cases, a clergyman absorbed in his breviary, 2 elderly ladies engaged in whispered conversation, and the gentleman Holmes had observed earlier, now seated alone in a first-class compartment, his gaze fixed, unseeing, upon the platform. Holmes secured a compartment for us, and we settled in for the final leg of our journey. As the train pulled away from York, the landscape began to change perceptibly. The gentle farmland gave way to more dramatic topography, rolling hills that gradually grew more pronounced, heather-clad moors stretching to distant horizons, ancient stone walls tracing boundaries established centuries ago. "The North York Moors," Holmes commented, gesturing toward the window. "One of England's most ancient landscapes, shaped by human hands since Neolithic times. Beneath the tourist's picture of wild beauty lies a palimpsest of human history. Bronze Age burial mounds, Roman roads, medieval abbeys, and the scars of industrial extraction. Nothing is truly untouched, Watson, however pristine it may appear." The train wound its way northeast, occasionally passing through small stations where few passengers embarked or disembarked. The morning mist had mostly burned away, but the sky remained overcast, casting a pewter light over the landscape that suited its austere beauty. Sheep dotted the hillsides like scattered clouds, occasionally raising their heads to watch our mechanical progress with indifferent eyes. As we approached the coast, the character of the journey shifted again. The train began a gradual descent toward sea level, the moors giving way to more sheltered valleys. Glimpses of the North Sea appeared between hills, slate-grey beneath the clouded sky, its surface ruffled by an unseen wind. "We are near our destination," Holmes observed, folding away the geological survey he had been consulting. "Whitby lies at the mouth of the River Esk, a natural harbour that has served mariners since before recorded history. The town itself is divided by the river, the west side containing the more modern development, the east side home to the ancient town, the parish church, and the abbey ruins." I had been half dozing, lulled by the train's rhythm and the passing scenery, but I roused myself at Holmes's words. "You've researched the town thoroughly." "Knowledge is never wasted, Watson. Geography shapes human settlement, which in turn influences behavior, including criminal behavior." He tapped the geological survey. "The East Cliff, upon which the abbey stands, is composed of shale and sandstone, subject to coastal erosion. Parts of the churchyard have literally fallen into the sea over centuries, disturbing the rest of the dead in a most literal sense. Such a history cannot help but influence local folklore." The train rounded a final bend, and suddenly Whitby lay before us, nestled in its river valley with the sea beyond. From this elevated approach, we could see the entire town spread out like a model, the river dividing it neatly, bridges connecting the two halves, boats bobbing in the harbour, and atop the East Cliff, the stark silhouette of the abbey ruins, its broken arches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. "Magnificent," I murmured, genuinely impressed by the dramatic setting. "Indeed," Holmes agreed, "one can understand why the abbey was placed thus. Visible from great distances both by land and sea, a beacon of faith and power. The strategic value alone would have been considerable." The train began its final descent into Whitby, passing through a cutting that temporarily obscured our view before emerging onto a stretch of track that ran parallel to the harbour. Fishing boats of various sizes were moored along the quayside, their masts creating a forest of vertical lines against the horizontal expanse of the harbour. Seagulls wheeled and cried above them, their mournful calls audible even through the closed windows of our compartment. We pulled into Whitby Station, a modest affair compared to London's grand terminals, but neat and efficient. As the train came to a complete stop with a final exhalation of steam, Holmes gathered our belongings. "Remember, Watson," he said quietly, "we must approach this case as we would any other, with open minds but scientific rigour. Whatever superstition has gained here, we shall apply reason as our antidote." We stepped onto the platform where a small group awaited arriving passengers. Holmes's height and distinctive appearance made us immediately identifiable, and a middle-aged man in clerical attire separated himself from the others and approached us with an extended hand. "Mr. Holmes? Dr. Watson? I am Reverend Matthews. Thank you for coming so promptly." His handshake was firm, though I noted a slight tremor belying his composed exterior. He was a man of medium height and solid build, with a weathered face that spoke of a life lived in coastal elements. His eyes, however, were what commanded attention, pale blue and presently shadowed with worry. "Reverend," Holmes acknowledged with a slight bow, "your telegram was most intriguing. We came at once." Matthews glanced around the platform, then lowered his voice. "Not here, if you please. I've arranged accommodations for you at the Angel Inn, comfortable rooms with a view of the harbour. We can speak freely there." He led us from the station to where a horse and trap waited. As we loaded our bags, I noticed the gentleman from the train, the one Holmes had observed in York, being greeted by a sombre-faced manservant beside a handsome black brougham. The gentleman cast a glance in our direction, his expression unreadable, before entering his carriage and departing. "The Angel is one of our oldest inns," Matthews explained, as our own conveyance set off, the horses' hooves clopping pleasantly against the cobblestones. "Parts of the building date back to Tudor times, though you needn't worry. The accommodations have been modernized for comfort." We wound through streets that grew progressively narrower and more winding as we entered the older part of town. The buildings pressed close on either side, many with overhanging upper stories that nearly met above the street, creating tunnel-like passages that opened occasionally to reveal glimpses of the harbour or the abbey on the cliff above. "The town has a remarkable atmosphere," I commented, taking in the mix of architectural styles that testified to Whitby's long history. "Atmosphere, yes," Matthews agreed with a wan smile. "That's one way to describe it. Whitby has always had its peculiarities. The isolation, the maritime heritage, the ruins overlooking us like a memento mori. They breed a certain character in both place and people. But lately—" He trailed off, his gaze drawn upward to where the abbey stood, sentinel. "Lately, there has been something else, a pall upon the town that goes beyond our usual autumn melancholy." Holmes listened without comment, his keen eyes cataloguing every detail of our surroundings, the narrow shop fronts with their displays of jet jewellery, the alleyways leading down to the harbour, the mix of locals and visitors navigating the cobbled streets. I knew from experience that he was building a mental map, not merely of the physical town, but of its human geography. The trap turned onto a broader street that ran along the harbour side. Fishing boats were tied up alongside the quay, where men worked at mending nets or unloading catches. The air was thick with the scent of salt, tar, and fish, not unpleasant to my nose, but pungent and undeniably maritime. "The Angel Inn," announced Reverend Matthews as we drew up before a half-timbered building with mullioned windows, and a weathered sign depicting a rather martial-looking heavenly messenger. One of Whitby's most historic establishments, and discreet enough for our purposes. We disembarked, and a stable boy appeared to take charge of the horse and trap. The innkeeper, evidently expecting us, emerged to greet the Reverend by name, and to welcome us to Whitby, with a deference that suggested Holmes's reputation had preceded us. Our rooms were on the second floor, overlooking the harbour. They were indeed comfortable, with solid oak furniture, freshly laundered linens, and windows that, when opened, admitted the crisp sea air and the muted sounds of harbour life. A connecting door allowed easy communication between our chambers while maintaining privacy. "I'll leave you gentlemen to freshen up," Matthews said, consulting his pocket watch. "Perhaps we might reconvene in the private parlour downstairs in, say, half an hour? The innkeeper has been instructed to provide whatever refreshments you require." After the Reverend departed, Holmes moved immediately to the window, surveying the harbour and the opposite shore, where the west cliff rose, dotted with more modern villas and hotels catering to the town's growing popularity as a seaside resort. "Initial impressions, Watson?" he asked, without turning. I set my medical bag on the bed and joined him at the window. The Reverend is genuinely disturbed, not merely acting out of superstition or hysteria. There's a medical aspect to his concern that goes beyond religious interpretation. As for the town itself, I paused, trying to articulate a feeling that had been growing since our arrival. There is a certain watchfulness about the place. Did you notice how the locals observed our arrival? Not with the curiosity usually accorded to visitors, but with something more evaluative. Holmes nodded approvingly. "Well observed. We are being assessed, Watson, not merely as strangers, but as potential allies or threat in whatever drama is unfolding here." He gestured toward the harbour, where gulls circled and cried above the returning fishing boats. "Note the fishing fleet. Several boats remain out despite the gathering weather. Unusual, unless the catch elsewhere is particularly rewarding, or unless they harbour suspicions about returning to port." I was about to question this deduction when a knock at the door announced a maid with hot water for washing. We took turns refreshing ourselves, and I changed my collar and cuffs, wanting to present a professional appearance for our first formal discussion of the case. Holmes, naturally, required no such adjustments to look impeccable. He spent the intervening time organizing his pocketbook of reference materials and tools that he deemed might be useful. His magnifying lens, specimen envelopes, a small measuring tape, and other implements of scientific investigation. When we descended to the private parlour, we found Reverend Matthews already waiting, a pot of tea and a plate of scones arranged on the table before him. The parlour was a comfortable room panelled in dark wood, with a window overlooking a small courtyard at the rear of the inn. A fire burned in the grate, taking the edge off the coastal chill that permeated even indoors. "Gentlemen," Matthews greeted us, rising, "please be seated. I've taken the liberty of ordering refreshments." We settled into armchairs drawn up before the fire, and I was grateful for its warmth after our journey. The Reverend poured tea with a steady hand, but I noticed the shadows beneath his eyes spoke of recent sleepless nights. "Now, Reverend," Holmes began, accepting his cup, "pray tell us more about these deaths that have so disturbed your parish. Your telegram was necessarily brief, but most provocative in its language." Matthews stirred his tea slowly, gathering his thoughts. 3 deaths within a fortnight, Mr. Holmes, all individuals in good health, prior to their demise. All found in similar circumstances. In their beds, pallid beyond normal death paleness, with no apparent cause save for small puncture wounds upon their necks. The victims, Holmes prompted. Tell us about them. The first was Miss Eleanor Thorne, a spinster of 45 years, who lived alone in a cottage near the churchyard. A respectable lady, quiet but well regarded. She was found by her charwoman, who arrived one morning to discover Miss Thorne dead in her bed, the window open despite the autumn chill. The second, Thomas Hardy, no relation to the author, Matthews added with a wan smile. A fisherman, robust and healthy at 60 years of age, found by his wife when she returned from visiting their daughter. Again, death in bed, extreme pallor, the same curious marks upon the neck. And the third victim. The Reverend's hand trembled slightly as he set down his cup. A child, Mr. Holmes, young Michael Pearson, just 9 years old, son of the lighthouse keeper, found at dawn by his father, who had been tending the light all night. The boy's bedroom window was open, though his father insisted it had been closed when he checked before going on duty. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. And the local authorities, their conclusion. Bafflement, Matthews replied with a sigh. The police constable is competent enough for everyday matters, but this has left him at a loss. The doctor who examined the bodies could offer no definitive cause of death beyond the obvious extreme blood loss, though he could not account for how such blood loss occurred from such small wounds, nor where the blood itself had gone, for there was remarkably little found on the bedclothes. Blood loss, Holmes repeated thoughtfully. Not merely the appearance of anemia, but actual depletion of blood volume. So the doctor concluded. He was most perplexed, as there was no evidence of hemorrhage or any pool of blood where it might have drained. I interjected at this point, my medical interest piqued. Was there any attempt at a post-mortem examination? Matthews shook his head. The first 2 victims were buried before the pattern became apparent. By the time the boy died, there was considerable resistance from the family to such a procedure. You must understand, Dr. Watson, that local beliefs have begun to take hold. Whispers in the marketplace, rumours in the public houses. The word vampire has been uttered, though never in my hearing officially. Holmes's expression remained neutral, but I knew him well enough to detect the slight tightening around his eyes that indicated focused interest. Tell me, Reverend, have there been any unusual arrivals in Whitby recently? New residents, perhaps, or distinctive visitors? Matthews hesitated. There are always visitors to Whitby, especially since Mr. Bram Stoker's recent novel brought a certain macabre tourism to our abbey ruins. But if you're asking about someone who might be connected to these deaths... He lowered his voice further, though we were quite alone in the parlour. There is a gentleman who has taken residence in Carfax Lodge on the West Cliff. A foreigner, East European by his accent, calls himself Count Dracula. At this, I nearly spilled my tea in surprise. Holmes, however, merely raised an eyebrow. Indeed, a curious coincidence of name with Mr. Stoker's fictional character. This Count, what do you know of him? Precious little, Matthews admitted. He keeps to himself, employs only a single manservant who handles all his affairs in town. He is seldom seen during daylight hours, a habit attributed to the continental preference for evening social calls. He arrived approximately 3 weeks ago, shortly before the first death. By what conveyance did he arrive? Holmes asked a question whose significance eluded me at the time. By sea, I believe. There was a strange ship that docked during a most unseasonable storm, the Demeter, out of Varna. The harbour master reported unusual circumstances. The captain was found dead, tied to the wheel. The crew was missing entirely, with only the logbook to suggest a gradually dwindling complement over the course of the voyage. Among the cargo were numerous crates of what was listed as native soil, an odd import, you must agree. Holmes nodded slowly, his eyes distant with thought. Most odd indeed. And this Count Dracula was a passenger on this vessel? Not officially, Matthews said, but he appeared in Whitby immediately after its arrival and took possession of several of these soil crates. The connection seems suggestive. Quite so, Holmes agreed. Reverend Matthews, you have provided us with an excellent starting point for our investigation. I believe Dr. Watson and I will take a walk about the town this afternoon to acquaint ourselves with the geography and perhaps pay our respects at the churchyard where this Miss Thorne lived nearby. Would you be so kind as to join us for dinner this evening? I'm certain further questions will arise as we progress. Of course, Matthews said, rising. I have duties to attend to at the church, but I shall return at 7 o'clock. The dining room here is excellent, simple fare, but well prepared. After the Reverend had departed, Holmes sat in silence for several minutes, his gaze fixed on the fire, his expression inscrutable. I knew better than to interrupt his thinking, so I helped myself to a scone and waited. Curious, he said at last. Most curious. A ship arriving under mysterious circumstances, with a depleted crew and a dead captain. A foreign nobleman taking residence immediately thereafter. And then deaths with a very specific presentation, already stirring folkloric explanations among the populace. You don't seriously entertain the vampire theory? I asked, unable to keep a note of incredulity from my voice. Holmes's lips curved in a slight smile. I entertain all theories until they are disproven by evidence, Watson. That is the essence of scientific inquiry. But no, I do not believe we are dealing with a supernatural predator. I do, however, believe we may be dealing with someone who wishes others to believe in such a creature, which is an altogether different and more rational proposition. He rose and moved to the window, where the afternoon light was already beginning to fade as autumn clouds thickened overhead. Come, Watson, let us acquaint ourselves with Whitby, while daylight permits. I am particularly interested in visiting the churchyard and the abbey ruins before dusk falls completely. I joined him at the window, where the view encompassed a portion of the harbour, and, beyond it, the steep steps leading up to the east cliff where the parish church and abbey stood. From this vantage, they seemed to loom over the town like watchful guardians, or perhaps, given the current circumstances, like harbingers of some ancient dread returned to haunt the living. The game is afoot, Watson, Holmes said softly, his voice almost lost beneath the cry of gulls and the distant rumble of waves against the harbour wall. And I suspect it shall prove to be one of our most unusual hunts. The afternoon air carried a bracing chill as Holmes and I stepped out of the Angel Inn and into Whitby's narrow streets. A fine mist had begun to drift in from the sea, softening the outlines of buildings and lending an ethereal quality to the town. Above us, seagulls wheeled and called, their mournful cries echoing between the closely set buildings. "We shall begin at St. Mary's Church and the adjacent churchyard," Holmes announced, setting a brisk pace that I matched with practiced ease. Miss Thorne's cottage lies nearby, and I wish to examine the surrounding area before approaching the dwelling itself. We followed Church Street as it wound upward from the harbour, passing shops selling Whitby jet jewellery, maritime curios, and the everyday necessities of a coastal town. The cobblestones were worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, and I found myself wondering how many others had walked this same path, how many stories these ancient stones could tell if only they possessed the voice. "Observe, Watson," Holmes murmured as we ascended, "how the buildings crowd together, their upper stories almost meeting above the street. In medieval times, this arrangement provided shelter from the elements and maximized limited space within the town walls. But it also creates abundant shadows, even at midday. Note how quickly the light changes as we pass from open stretches to these tunnel-like passages." I nodded, understanding his implication. Ample opportunity for someone to move about, unseen. "Precisely," Holmes agreed, his breath forming small clouds in the cool air. A town designed before the advent of modern illumination naturally harbours pockets of darkness. What once offered protection from weather and invaders now provides concealment for those who might wish to avoid detection. As we continued our climb, the street narrowed further, forcing us to walk single file in places. The mist thickened around us, lending a ghostly aspect to even the most commonplace sights. A cart laden with fish barrels, a woman carrying a basket of bread, a cat watching us from a window ledge with inscrutable golden eyes. "Here we are," Holmes said at last, as we reached the famous 199 steps that led to St. Mary's Church and the Abbey ruins beyond. These steps have been the main approach to the church since the medieval period. Note the benches set at intervals, originally installed to allow pallbearers to rest while carrying coffins up to the churchyard. The steps stretched before us, disappearing into the mist that shrouded the cliff top. We began our ascent, our footfalls creating hollow echoes that seemed to hang in the damp air. The exertion warmed me, despite the chill, and I found myself removing my gloves and unbuttoning my coat as we climbed. Holmes, as usual, showed no signs of physical strain, moving with the same fluid economy that characterized all his movements. His keen eyes missed nothing, not the worn spots on certain steps where countless feet had trod, nor the particular pattern of lichen growing on the northern side of the stone banisters. "People reveal themselves in their habits, Watson," he observed as we paused at one of the benches. "These steps have been climbed by generations of Whitby residents, and they have created paths within paths. See how some steps show more wear on the right side, others on the left. People establish patterns, even in something as simple as choosing where to place their feet." From our elevated position, we could see the rooftops of Whitby spread below us, with the harbour beyond, where fishing boats bobbed gently on the tide. The mist lent the scene a dreamlike quality, as if we were looking upon a town not quite anchored to reality. We resumed our climb and soon reached the plateau where St. Mary's Church stood, its weathered stone facade bearing testament to centuries of coastal storms. The churchyard surrounded it, ancient gravestones leaning at odd angles, many of their inscriptions worn away by time and salt air. "This churchyard has been in use since the Norman conquest," Holmes said, his voice appropriately subdued as we entered through the lichen-covered gate. Some of the older sections have collapsed into the sea over centuries of coastal erosion. A powerful metaphor for mortality, is it not? Even our final resting places are not truly final. We walked among the graves, our footsteps muffled by the damp grass. The headstones stood like silent sentinels, their inscriptions telling brief stories of lives long past. Beloved wives, dutiful husbands, cherished children taken too soon. The mist curled around these monuments, occasionally thinning to allow weak sunlight to illuminate a name or date, before closing again, like a gentle curtain. Miss Thorne's cottage should be visible from here, Holmes said, moving toward the eastern boundary of the churchyard. Ah, yes, there. He pointed to a small stone dwelling nestled just beyond the churchyard wall. It was a modest structure of local stone, with a slate roof and small windows that gleamed dully in the muted afternoon light. Smoke rose from its chimney, curling into the mist. "Someone has taken up residence already," I asked, surprised that a dwelling where death had so recently occurred would find a new tenant so quickly. Holmes shook his head. "More likely a caretaker or relative, seeing to the property while the estate is settled. Let us introduce ourselves." We made our way out of the churchyard and along a narrow path that led to the cottage's wooden gate. A small garden, now falling into autumn dormancy, fronted the dwelling. Holmes lifted the iron knocker and brought it down twice, the sound sharp in the hushed atmosphere. After a moment, the door opened to reveal a woman of perhaps 60 years, with a careworn face and hands reddened by work and weather. She regarded us with undisguised suspicion. "Yes? What is it you want?" Her voice carried the distinctive cadence of the Yorkshire coast. Holmes removed his hat with a courteous nod. "Good afternoon, madam. I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. We are assisting Reverend Matthews in some inquiries regarding the late Miss Thorne. Might we have a word?" The woman's expression softened marginally at the mention of the Reverend. "The London detective, is it? The Reverend mentioned you might be coming." She stepped back, opening the door wider. "I'm Mrs. Hodgson. I was Miss Thorne's charwoman these past 15 years. I'm just keeping things in order until her niece decides what's to be done with the place." We entered a small sitting room, warmed by a coal fire in the grate. The furnishings were simple, but of good quality. A horsehair sofa, 2 armchairs, a small writing desk beneath the window that looked out toward the church. Every surface gleamed with polish, and the faint scent of beeswax and lavender hung in the air. "Please, sit," Mrs. Hodgson offered, gesturing to the chairs. "I've just made tea, if you'd care for some." We accepted gratefully, and soon were warming our hands on cups of strong Yorkshire tea. Holmes, I knew, was allowing the woman to settle into comfort before beginning his questioning in earnest. He commented on the neatness of the cottage, the quality of the tea, the view of the church. Small talk that nonetheless revealed his powers of observation and encouraged Mrs. Hodgson to view him as a sympathetic ear. "Mrs. Hodgson," he said at length, "I understand it was you who discovered Miss Thorne's body. A terrible shock, I'm sure." The woman's hands tightened around her teacup. "Worst day of my life, sir, and that's the truth. I've seen death before. My husband, my parents, a child taken by fever, but this—" She shuddered. "This was not like any death I've known." "In what way?" Holmes asked gently. "She was so white, sir. Not just the paleness of death, which I know well enough, but white as the chalk cliffs down the coast. And her expression. Mrs. Hodgson paused, struggling for words. It wasn't peaceful, like most who pass in their sleep. There was fear in it, sir. Fear frozen on her face. And the room itself? Holmes prompted. Was anything disturbed or out of place? The window was open, Mrs. Hodgson said promptly. That's what I noticed straight away. Miss Thorne was most particular about closing and latching her windows at night, especially as the weather turned colder. She suffered from rheumatics, you see, and dreaded draughts. But that morning the window was wide open and the curtains billowed in the breeze. Did you observe anything else unusual about the room? Mrs. Hodgson frowned in concentration. There were dead leaves on the floor beneath the window. I remember thinking it odd, as we'd swept the garden path clean the day before, and there's no tree close enough to drop leaves directly through her window. Holmes nodded encouragingly. Most observant. What of Miss Thorne herself? Besides the pallor you mentioned, was there anything else noteworthy about her appearance? The charwoman hesitated, her weathered face troubled. There were marks on her neck, sir, small punctures, like— She broke off, making a warding gesture that belonged more to superstition than to her otherwise practical demeanour. The doctor said they were likely insect bites. But I've lived by the coast all my life and never seen any insect leave marks like those. And these marks, I interjected, my medical interest piqued. Can you describe them more specifically? Their size, arrangement, any surrounding discoloration? 2 small punctures, doctor, about so far apart. Mrs. Hodgson indicated a distance of perhaps an inch with her fingers, with a bit of bruising around them, like. And her nightgown had a small bloodstain just there, though the amount seemed too little, considering how— She swallowed hard. Considering how bloodless she looked overall. Holmes set his empty cup aside and leaned forward, his expression intent but kind. Mrs. Hodgson, in the days before her death, did Miss Thorne mention any unusual occurrences, unexpected visitors, strange noises, or disturbances of any kind? The charwoman considered this, absently smoothing her apron. She did mention hearing scratching at her window one night. She thought it might be a branch, though, as I said, there's no tree close enough, and— She hesitated again, clearly uncertain whether to continue. Please, any detail, however seemingly trivial, could be important, Holmes encouraged. Well, she mentioned dreaming of red eyes watching her from the darkness. Said it was probably just her imagination. What, with all the ghost stories the tourists are so keen on these days? But it troubled her enough that she spoke of it several times. Holmes and I exchanged glances. Dreams of red eyes aligned suspiciously well with folklore surrounding certain nocturnal predators, whether human or otherwise. One last question, if you would, Holmes said. Did Miss Thorne receive any unusual correspondence or deliveries in the weeks before her death? Or perhaps mention meeting anyone new? Mrs. Hodgson shook her head. Miss Thorne lived quietly, sir. Her social circle was small. The Reverend, the doctor when her rheumatics troubled her, her niece who visits from York occasionally, and a few ladies from the church sewing circle. She wasn't one for new acquaintances. She paused, then added, though now you mention it, she did receive a letter about a fortnight before she died. Foreign stamp, it had. She seemed puzzled by it, and said she knew no one abroad. Holmes's eyes sharpened with interest. Do you know what became of this letter? I believe she kept her correspondence in the desk drawer, Mrs. Hodgson replied, gesturing to the small writing desk. The niece has been through most of her papers, but you're welcome to look if you think it might help. With the charwoman's permission, Holmes crossed to the writing desk and carefully opened the central drawer. It contained the usual accoutrements of correspondence: pen, ink, blotting paper, sealing wax, along with a small stack of letters bound with faded ribbon. "May I?" Holmes asked, receiving a nod in reply. He untied the ribbon and began to examine the letters one by one, his deft fingers handling the paper with the delicacy of a curator. Most appeared to be from the niece in York, or local communications regarding church matters. But toward the bottom of the stack, Holmes paused, holding up an envelope of heavier stock with foreign stamps. "The postmark is Klausenburg," he murmured, extracting the letter carefully. "In Transylvania." The letter itself was brief, written in an elegant hand on heavy cream paper. "My dear Miss Thorne, though we have not had the pleasure of meeting, I write to inform you that I shall soon be taking residence near your charming town of Whitby. As a scholar of ecclesiastical architecture, with particular interest in abbey ruins, I would be most grateful for any local knowledge you might be willing to share. I have taken the liberty of including a small token of appreciation from my homeland, a pressed flower from the Carpathian Mountains, which I'm told resembles your English bluebells, though it possesses a nocturnal fragrance unknown to your species. I shall call upon you at your convenience once I am settled. Your most humble servant, Count Dracula." The letter contained no pressed flower, but a small envelope was attached to it with a wax seal bearing an unfamiliar coat of arms. "The flower is missing," Holmes observed, examining the empty envelope. "Either Miss Thorne removed it, or someone else did, after her death." Mrs. Hodgson frowned. "She never mentioned any flower to me, and I tidy this desk weekly. I would have noticed such a thing." Holmes carefully refolded the letter, and, with the charwoman's permission, placed it in his own pocket. "This may be significant," he said. "Now, if you would be so kind, might we see the bedroom where Miss Thorne was found?" Mrs. Hodgson led us up a narrow staircase to a small bedroom at the rear of the cottage. Despite the intervening weeks and the charwoman's evident thoroughness with cleaning, the room retained a certain stillness, as if it were holding its breath. The bed was neatly made with a patchwork quilt, the pillows plumped and waiting for an occupant who would never return. A small bedside table held a candlestick, a prayer book, and a pair of wire-rimmed spectacles folded precisely. The window, now firmly closed, offered a view of the abbey ruins on the cliff top, their broken arches stark against the grey sky. Holmes moved to the window and examined it carefully, his magnifying glass travelling over the frame and sill. "Interesting," he murmured, more to himself than to us. "No signs of forced entry, yet distinct scratch marks on the exterior sill. From inside, they would not be visible, unless one were specifically looking for them." He turned his attention to the floor beneath the window. Though now spotless, Holmes's keen eyes detected something of interest. He knelt, using his lens to examine a nearly invisible residue in the cracks between the floorboards. "Soil," he announced, scraping a minute sample into one of the small envelopes he carried for collecting evidence. "Foreign to this dwelling, I would wager, and possibly to Whitby itself." Rising, Holmes next examined the bed, paying particular attention to the area where the pillows lay. With Mrs. Hodgson's reluctant permission, he lifted the uppermost pillow and studied the linen beneath. A very faint stain, he noted, almost completely washed out, but still discernible to the trained eye, consistent with the blood from neck wounds described by our good Mrs. Hodgson. I moved closer to observe what Holmes had found. Indeed, there was a pale rusty mark, barely visible against the white linen. "The quantity is minimal," I observed. "If Miss Thorne truly died from blood loss, as the symptoms suggest, the majority of the blood must have gone elsewhere." Holmes nodded, his expression thoughtful. "The mystery deepens, Watson, or perhaps—" He left the thought unfinished, instead turning to Mrs. Hodgson with a warm smile. "You have been most helpful, madam. Your powers of observation give you great credit." The charwoman blushed slightly at the compliment. "I only wish I could have done something to prevent what happened to her. She was a good lady, Miss Thorne, quiet but kind. She didn't deserve such an end." "Few do," Holmes said softly. "Rest assured, we shall do our utmost to understand what occurred here, and to prevent it from happening to others." We took our leave of Mrs. Hodgson and the cottage, stepping back into the misty afternoon. The sun was sinking toward the western horizon, its light diffused to a soft glow through the thickening fog. The abbey ruins on the cliff top were now merely a suggestion of darker shapes against the greying sky. "What do you make of it, Holmes?" I asked, as we made our way back toward the churchyard. Holmes was silent for a moment, his breath forming small clouds that joined the mist around us. "We have a letter establishing a connection between Count Dracula and Miss Thorne, a connection she never lived to actualize. We have evidence of scratching at the window, consistent with someone or something attempting to gain entry. We have soil that appears out of place, and bloodstains inadequate to explain the complete exsanguination described by both Mrs. Hodgson and Reverend Matthews. And the pressed flower mentioned in the letter. Conspicuous by its absence, Holmes replied. I suspect it may have played a more significant role than mere pleasantry. Many flowering plants have properties beyond the merely decorative, some medicinal, others— He paused, choosing his words carefully. Others are less benign. We had reached the churchyard again, where the ancient gravestones stood in silent rows, their edges softened by moss and lichen. The mist had thickened further, reducing visibility to a few yards and lending an ethereal quality to our surroundings. Sounds were muffled, the distant cry of gulls, the soft whisper of the sea against the harbour walls far below, the occasional mournful tone of a ship's bell. "We should return to the inn before darkness falls completely," Holmes said, glancing at the rapidly dimming sky. "I wish to examine this soil sample more thoroughly, and to consider what we've learned thus far. Tomorrow we shall visit the other victims' residences, and perhaps pay a call to the local constabulary." As we began our descent of the 199 steps, I found myself glancing back over my shoulder more than once, unable to shake the sensation of being watched. The mist swirled around us, occasionally forming shapes that the imagination, if given free rein, might interpret as figures standing among the gravestones, observing our departure with patient, ancient eyes. Holmes, I noted, kept his gaze resolutely forward, his mind undoubtedly processing the facts we had gathered, sorting them into patterns that would eventually reveal the truth behind Miss Thorne's unnatural death. His rational approach was comforting in the face of circumstances that seemed designed to evoke humanity's most primitive fears. The steps were slick with moisture, requiring careful navigation in the fading light. We descended in silence, each lost in our own thoughts, the mist closing around us like a living entity, guiding us back toward the relative warmth and light of the town below. Evening had fully descended by the time Holmes and I returned to the Angel Inn, the mist thickening into a proper fog that transformed familiar objects into mysterious silhouettes. Gas lamps along the harbour front created halos of amber light, their reflections trembling in the dark water below. The sounds of Whitby seemed muffled. Distant voices from taverns, the creak of boats against their moorings, the soft lapping of waves against stone. We found Reverend Matthews waiting for us in the inn's dining room, a cosy space warmed by a hearth fire and illuminated by the gentle glow of oil lamps. The aroma of roasting meat and baking bread created a welcoming atmosphere that stood in stark contrast to the damp chill we'd left outside. "Gentlemen," the Reverend greeted us, rising from his seat at a corner table. "I trust your investigations have begun productively." Holmes removed his gloves and coat, handing them to a waiting attendant. "Indeed, Reverend. We've made a preliminary examination of Miss Thorne's cottage and had a most enlightening conversation with her charwoman." Once seated, with glasses of warming port before us, and orders placed for the evening's dinner, Holmes shared what we had learned, producing the letter from Count Dracula as his conclusion. "Most disturbing," Matthews murmured, studying the elegant script. Miss Thorne never mentioned receiving such correspondence, though I visited her regularly in my pastoral duties. She was a devout parishioner, and often sought spiritual guidance. "Did she express any particular anxieties in the days before her death?" Holmes inquired, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. The Reverend hesitated, his brow furrowing in recollection. "She did mention experiencing troubling dreams. I attributed them to her reading material. She had recently borrowed a volume of ghost stories from the circulating library, and I gently suggested she might choose something less stimulating before bedtime." "These dreams," Holmes prompted. "Did she describe them?" "Only vaguely. Something about red eyes watching her from the darkness, and a sense of being unable to move or cry out. Common elements in what the psychological journals now term night terrors, as I understand it." Holmes nodded slowly. "Common elements indeed, and yet potentially significant in light of subsequent events. Tell me, Reverend, what do you know of Count Dracula? Have you made his acquaintance since his arrival in Whitby?" Matthews shook his head. "He has not attended services at St. Mary's, nor has he called upon me as new residents sometimes do. What little I know comes from gossip among my parishioners, that he is foreign, wealthy, and keeps unusual hours. Some have reported seeing lights in his residence well past midnight, yet he is rarely observed during daylight hours." Conversation paused as the innkeeper's wife brought our dinner. A hearty offering of roast beef with Yorkshire pudding, root vegetables glazed in honey, and freshly baked bread, still steaming when broken open. We ate in companionable silence for a time, the excellent fare and comfortable surroundings temporarily displacing the sombre nature of our investigations. "I propose," Holmes said as we finished our meal, "that Watson and I visit the Abbey ruins tomorrow morning. It appears to be a focal point of local interest, and Miss Thorne's cottage offers a direct view of it. Perhaps there is some connection yet to be discovered." "A sensible plan," the Reverend agreed. "The ruins are quite extensive, and have a fascinating history. Originally a 7th century monastery founded by St. Hild, later rebuilt by the Normans, then partially destroyed during Henry the Theban's dissolution. What stands today is primarily the Norman Abbey Church, though foundations of earlier structures remain visible." "You are well versed in its history," I observed. Matthews smiled modestly. "As the parish priest, I'm often called upon to provide historical context for visitors. Tourism has increased notably since Mr. Stoker set portions of his novel here. I confess I find the connection between fiction and our ancient sacred site somewhat uncomfortable." "Understandable," Holmes said, signalling for coffee to be brought. "Fiction often simplifies complex historical realities for dramatic effect. Yet, I wonder if Mr. Stoker's choice of setting was entirely arbitrary. Locations accumulate stories precisely because something about them captures the imagination, whether it be their physical characteristics, their historical associations, or some more ineffable quality." The remainder of our evening passed in pleasant conversation about Whitby's history and folklore, with the Reverend proving a knowledgeable and articulate guide to local traditions. By mutual agreement, we avoided further discussion of the recent deaths, allowing ourselves this interval of normalcy before resuming our investigation in the morning. After the Reverend took his leave, Holmes and I retired to our rooms. Through the window, I could see the harbour's lights reflected in the black water, occasionally obscured as thicker bands of fog drifted past. From somewhere in the distance came the mournful tone of a foghorn, warning ships of the treacherous coastline. "What do you make of it all, Holmes?" I asked, settling into the comfortable armchair beside the small fireplace where coals glowed softly. Holmes was examining the soil sample he had collected from Miss Thorne's bedroom, using a small pocket microscope he had unpacked from his valise. "Fascinating," he murmured, adjusting the focus. "This soil contains elements entirely foreign to Yorkshire geology, a distinctive reddish clay with unusual mineral inclusions. I would wager it originates from Eastern Europe, possibly the Carpathian region mentioned in the Count's letter." "You suspect a direct connection between the Count and Miss Thorne's death, then?" "I suspect nothing yet, Watson. I observe, I collect data, and I defer judgment until sufficient evidence accumulates to support a conclusion." He set aside the microscope and stretched his long limbs, moving to stand by the window. "But yes, the coincidence of the Count's arrival and the commencement of these unusual deaths certainly warrants scrutiny." "The folklore surrounding vampires," I began hesitantly, feeling somewhat foolish even raising the topic, "includes the belief that they cannot enter a dwelling unless invited. Could the letter and its missing flower have been some form of gaining permission?" Holmes turned from the window, regarding me with a raised eyebrow. "An interesting theory, Watson, though I prefer not to frame our investigation in supernatural terms. However, viewing the matter through a psychological lens, there is merit to your observation. A predator, human, not supernatural, might indeed use such a pretext to establish initial contact with intended victims." I nodded, relieved that Holmes had not dismissed my thought entirely. "And the flower? You mentioned it might have properties beyond the decorative." "Many plants from the Carpathian region have potent medicinal, or toxic, qualities. Some produce soporific effects when inhaled. Others can induce hallucinations or extreme suggestibility. Without examining the specimen, I can only speculate, but it's a line of inquiry worth pursuing." With that thought lingering between us, we retired for the night. Despite the comfortable bed and the soothing sound of distant waves, my sleep was fitful, interrupted by dreams in which red eyes watched from shadows and abbey ruins transformed into skeletal fingers reaching for the moon. Morning arrived with surprising clarity after the previous day's mist. Sunlight streamed through our windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like miniature constellations. The harbour below was a tapestry of activity. Fishing boats setting out or returning, merchants arranging their wares, children weaving through the crowds on various errands. After a hearty breakfast of kippers, eggs, and toast, Holmes and I set out for the Abbey ruins. The day was crisp but pleasant, with high clouds scudding across a blue sky. The overnight fog had retreated, leaving the air washed clean and carrying the tangy scent of the North Sea. We ascended the 199 steps once more, this time without the obscuring mist of the previous afternoon. From this elevation, Whitby revealed itself as a town of remarkable beauty. Red-tiled roofs cascading down to the harbour, the river-esque winding between the east and west sides of the town. Fishing boats and pleasure craft bobbing on the blue water, and beyond, the vast expanse of the North Sea stretching to the horizon. A strategic location, Holmes observed, as we paused to admire the view. Sheltered, harbour, elevated position for defence and observation, access to both river and sea for transport and sustenance. It's little wonder humans have settled here since ancient times. The churchyard of St. Mary's appeared less sombre in the morning light, though the weathered gravestones still held their silent stories of lives long past. We passed through it respectfully, nodding to an elderly caretaker who was clearing fallen leaves from the pathways. Beyond the church lay the Abbey ruins, their weathered stones the colour of honey in the autumn sunlight. What remained of the great Norman church stood outlined against the sky, soaring arched windows now empty of glass, walls partially collapsed, the remnants of the choir and nave open to the elements. Despite its dilapidated state, there was a profound dignity to the structure, a sense of enduring presence that transcended its physical deterioration. "Magnificent," I murmured as we approached the main entrance, now merely an arch leading into open air rather than an enclosed space. "Indeed," Holmes agreed, "one can easily understand why it features so prominently in local folklore. Such places naturally accumulate stories. They appeal to the human tendency to assign meaning to that which impresses us with its scale or antiquity." We had obtained permission from the caretaker to explore the ruins, and now entered the former nave, our footsteps echoing softly against the stone floor, worn smooth by centuries of use and subsequent decades of tourism. Birds nested in the upper reaches of the walls, their calls reverberating in the open space where once monastic chants had risen. "Let us be methodical," Holmes suggested. "We'll circle the perimeter first, then explore the central area. Keep your eyes open for anything unusual. Recent disturbances to the stonework, objects that don't belong, signs of human activity beyond the usual tourist pathways." We began our circuit, Holmes occasionally kneeling to examine a particular stone or collect a sample of mortar between ancient blocks. I found myself drawn to the craftsmanship still visible in the weathered carvings. Faces of saints, mythical beasts, and intricate botanical designs that had survived centuries of coastal storms. "Watson," Holmes called softly from a secluded corner where part of a wall had collapsed, creating a sheltered alcove obscured from casual observation. "What do you make of this?" I joined him, and found he was indicating what appeared to be a recent excavation, a shallow pit approximately 3 feet square, with the soil piled neatly beside it. The earth was dark and rich, unlike the thin, sandy soil typical of the surrounding area. "Someone has been digging," I observed. "Recently too. judging by the lack of weathering on the soil pile. Holmes knelt and extracted a small sample of the earth, placing it in one of his specimen envelopes. Not merely digging, Watson, replacing. This soil has been removed, and then a different soil put in its place. See how the colour and texture differ from what we observe elsewhere in the ruins. He was right. The soil in the pit was darker, with a reddish hue that seemed out of place in the coastal environment of Whitby. Similar to what you found in Miss Thorne's cottage, I asked, recalling the sample he had collected the previous day. Precisely. I shall need to conduct a more thorough analysis, but preliminary observation suggests they share the same origin. Holmes continued his examination of the area, using his magnifying glass to study the edges of the pit. There are traces here of a wooden container, a box or crate, having rested on the soil. See these indentations. Consistent with the corners of a rectangular object of considerable weight. As we continued our exploration, we discovered two more similar excavations, each carefully hidden from casual observation behind fallen masonry, or in shadowed corners of the ruins. All contained the same distinctive soil, and all showed evidence of having temporarily housed rectangular containers. I believe we're looking at what were essentially temporary storage locations, Holmes theorized, as we completed our circuit of the Abbey. The soil itself wasn't the primary objective, but rather creating appropriate resting places for whatever was contained in the boxes or crates. But why go to such trouble, I wondered. Why not simply store the containers in a warehouse or private residence? An excellent question, Watson. The answer may lie in the specific properties of this location. The Abbey stands on consecrated ground that has remained sacred for over a millennium, despite the building's partial destruction during the Reformation. For certain activities, such a location might have significant implications. I was about to inquire further when our attention was drawn to a new arrival. A tall, slender man in academic attire was making his way carefully through the ruins, a notebook in hand and a measuring tape draped around his neck. His grey hair and beard were neatly trimmed, and wire-rimmed spectacles perched upon his aquiline nose. "Ah, fellow enthusiasts," he called upon noticing us. "Good morning to you, gentlemen. Dr. Edward Bransby, local historian and amateur archaeologist." He extended a hand, which Holmes shook cordially. Sherlock Holmes and my colleague, Dr. Watson, were visitors to Whitby, taking in its historical sites. Recognition flickered in Bransby's eyes. "The detective? Most fascinating. I've read Dr. Watson's accounts of your cases with great interest. What brings you to our humble seaside town? Not a professional matter, I hope." "A bit of both," Holmes replied smoothly, "combining a needed rest with some informal inquiries. Your Abbey ruins are quite remarkable. You're documenting them, I observe." Bransby brightened at Holmes's interest. "Indeed, I'm preparing a monograph on the architectural evolution of the Abbey, with particular attention to the integration of Saxon elements within the Norman reconstruction. The site has a fascinating history stretching back to the Synod of Whitby in 664 AD. I understand the ruins have attracted increased attention since Mr. Stoker featured them in his novel, I remarked. A shadow of annoyance crossed Bransby's scholarly features. "Ah, yes, Dracula. While I appreciate anything that draws attention to our historical treasures, I confess I find the sensationalist association somewhat reductive. The Abbey's actual history is far richer than any Gothic fantasy." "No doubt," Holmes agreed. though fiction often serves as a gateway to genuine historical interest. Tell me, Dr. Bransby, in your studies here, have you observed any recent disturbances to the site? Any unusual activities or visitors? The historian adjusted his spectacles thoughtfully. As a matter of fact, yes. There has been a foreign nobleman, a count from Eastern Europe, I believe, who has visited several times, always near dusk. He claimed a scholarly interest in ecclesiastical architecture, but his questions focused more on the abbey's burial practices and the consecration rituals for the ground itself. Most specific inquiries for someone professing a general architectural interest. Did he identify himself by name? Holmes asked casually, though I detected the heightened alertness in his posture. Dracula, oddly enough. Rather on the nose, given the recent literary associations, don't you think? I initially wondered if he might be perpetrating some elaborate jest, but his knowledge of Transylvanian history and Eastern Orthodox practices seemed quite genuine. Most interesting, Holmes murmured. And these visits, when did they occur? The first was perhaps a month ago, shortly after his arrival in Whitby. He has returned several times since, always alone, always as daylight wanes. The last occasion was just 3 days ago. Holmes and Bransby continued their conversation, delving into the Abbey's history and the various archaeological investigations conducted over the years. I found myself drifting slightly away, drawn to the magnificent east window, now just an empty stone frame through which the blue sky was visible. Standing before it, I could imagine how it must have appeared in its prime, with jewel-toned glass filtering light into the sacred space. A movement at the edge of my vision drew my attention. Near the perimeter wall, a large raven had landed on a broken column. Its feathers gleamed iridescent black in the sunlight, and its head tilted as it regarded me with an unsettling intelligence. Ravens were common enough in coastal regions, yet something about this particular bird raised the hairs on the back of my neck. Perhaps the unwavering quality of its gaze, or the absolute stillness with which it perched. As I watched, the raven spread its wings, an impressive span, and launched itself into the air with a harsh cry that echoed among the stones. It circled once, above the ruins, then flew directly toward the west cliff, where I knew Carfax Lodge stood among the newer residential developments. "Watson?" Holmes's voice broke into my reverie. "Dr. Bransby has kindly offered to show us some of the less accessible portions of the ruins, areas not typically open to visitors." I rejoined them, pushing thoughts of the raven aside as merely an atmospheric detail of no real significance. Yet, as we followed Bransby, through a low archway into what had once been the monastery's living quarters, I found myself glancing back more than once, half expecting to see those glossy black feathers, and that too knowing gaze. The historian led us through a maze of partial walls and crumbling arches, pointing out features of architectural interest and sharing anecdotes from the Abbey's long history. Holmes listened attentively, occasionally asking questions that revealed his own considerable knowledge of medieval construction techniques. We eventually came to a small, enclosed chamber that had survived more intact than most of the ruins, a room with 4 walls still standing, and even portions of its vaulted ceiling remaining in place. The air within was noticeably cooler than the autumn sunlight outside, and our voices took on a hollow quality as we entered. This was likely a storage room for valuable manuscripts or religious artifacts, Bransby explained. The thickness of the walls and the single entrance made it more secure than other areas. Note the niches in the walls, probably for oil lamps to provide illumination without risking fire to the contents. Holmes moved slowly around the perimeter, his keen eyes examining every detail of the ancient stonework. When he reached the far wall, he paused, running his fingers lightly over the mortar between two large blocks. "This section has been recently disturbed," he said. "The mortar here is of a different composition than the surrounding areas, still in the process of fully setting, I would estimate within the past 2 weeks." Bransby hurried over, his academic interest piqued. "You're quite right. I hadn't noticed on my previous visits. Someone has removed and then replaced these stones. But why? And who would dare interfere with a protected historical site?" "Questions worth pursuing," Holmes agreed, "though perhaps best addressed by daylight. The afternoon advances, and I believe Dr. Watson and I have an appointment back in the town." We had no such appointment, as Holmes well knew, but I recognized his tactic. He had discovered something significant and wished to discuss it privately before revealing his thoughts. We thanked Dr. Bransby for his expertise and guidance, promising to contact him if further historical context was needed for our research. As we made our way back through the Abbey grounds toward the churchyard, Holmes maintained a casual demeanour, commenting on the architecture and the excellent condition of certain carvings. Only when we had descended, halfway down the 199 steps, well out of earshot of anyone at the ruins, did he speak of what he had found. "Those stones were concealing a small cavity, Watson, recently created, recently accessed, and within it I glimpsed something most instructive. Fragments of a wooden crate bearing shipping marks from Varna, the very port from which our mysterious Count's vessel departed." "You believe he's hiding something within the Abbey ruins?" I asked, keeping my voice low despite the absence of other pedestrians on the steps. "Not hiding, transitioning. The Abbey provides a temporary sanctuary for something that requires specific conditions. The consecrated ground, the imported soil, the darkness of the enclosed spaces, all suggest particular requirements being met." Holmes's expression was thoughtful as we continued our descent. "The question remains, what precisely is being stored, and why does it require such specific conditions?" The harbour came into view as we rounded the last bend in the steps, its waters now reflecting the afternoon sun in dazzling patterns. Fishing boats were returning with their day's catch, and the air carried the mingled scents of salt, fish, and coal smoke from the small steamers that plied the coastal trade. "I believe," Holmes said as we reached the bottom of the steps, "it is time we made inquiries about the ship that brought our Count to Whitby. The harbour master should have records of the Demeter's arrival and its unusual circumstances. After that, perhaps a visit to the local constabulary regarding the other victims." As we turned toward the harbour office, I found myself glancing back at the Abbey ruins silhouetted against the sky. In the clear light of day, they appeared as what they were, the weathered remains of human architectural ambition, beautiful in their decay. Yet I could not shake the sensation that within those ancient stones something watched and waited, something that understood patience as only creatures of great age can understand it. Holmes, striding purposefully ahead, remained focused on the tangible elements of our investigation. The soil samples, the disturbed stonework, the shipping crates with their foreign markings. His rational approach was, as always, my anchor, amid the swirling currents of imagination that Whitby's atmospheric quality seemed designed to provoke. "Come, Watson," he called, having noticed my hesitation. "The tide turns, and so must our investigation." I hurried to catch up, leaving the looming presence of the Abbey behind us, for the moment. The harbour master's office was a study in maritime efficiency. Charts of the coastline adorned the walls. Logbooks were stacked in chronological order on sturdy shelves, and the scent of pipe tobacco mingled with that of salt-cured wood and manila rope. The harbour master himself, a Mr. Grayson, matched his domain perfectly. Weather-beaten, no nonsense, and possessed of the particular economy of movement that characterizes those who have spent decades working in confined spaces that might suddenly tilt in any direction. "The Demeter, you say?" Grayson confirmed, adjusting his spectacles as he consulted the harbour log. "Aye, that was a queer business, right enough. Came in during that unseasonable storm 3 weeks past. Never seen anything quite like it in 30 years tending this harbour." "In what way was it unusual?" Holmes inquired, his tone conversational, yet precise. Grayson ran a calloused finger down the page before him. "Where to begin? The vessel approached in a manner most erratic, listing heavily, sails in disarray, no proper signals shown. We feared she'd founder on the rocks, but somehow she navigated the harbour entrance, though no hand was visible at the wheel." "No visible crew at all?" I asked, finding it difficult to imagine a ship manoeuvring without human guidance. "None on deck, at any rate. When the pilot boat reached her, they found a ghastly sight. The captain lashed to the wheel, quite dead and in a state of—" He hesitated, seemingly searching for appropriate terminology. Preservation is not the word, for he was indeed deceased, yet corruption had not advanced as one might expect. The logbook was clutched in his hand, his knuckles white even in death, as if he wished to ensure it would be found. Holmes leaned forward slightly. "And this logbook, what did it contain?" "A most disturbing account. The Demeter departed Varna with a full crew of 7 plus the captain. The early entries were commonplace enough. Weather conditions, course adjustments, that sort of thing. But as the voyage progressed, the tone changed. The captain wrote of crew members disappearing one by one, of a presence sensed rather than seen aboard the vessel, of a pervasive fear that seemed to drain the very life from his men. Were the bodies of the missing crew ever recovered? Grayson shook his head. That's just it. No bodies, save for the captain's. The crew simply vanished. The final entry in the logbook was nearly illegible, written in what appeared to be the captain's last moments. Something about it being in the cargo hold, about failing in his duty to destroy what he was transporting, though he had come to understand its nature too late. "Most intriguing," Holmes murmured, "and the cargo itself. Listed as personal effects and native soil samples, belonging to a nobleman relocating to England. Several large crates, quite heavy according to the dock workers who unloaded them. They were claimed almost immediately by a solicitor representing the owner, a Count Dracula, who had apparently already arranged accommodations at Carfax Lodge on the West Cliff." "Did you happen to observe any of these crates personally?" Holmes asked. "Indeed I did. Unusual construction, solid oak with metal reinforcement, sealed with what looked like church wax bearing an ornate crest. One was damaged during unloading, revealing earth within. Rich, reddish soil unlike our Yorkshire clay. Seemed a peculiar thing to transport across Europe. When I mentioned as much to the solicitor, he explained it was for the Count's experimental garden, Apparently, certain plants from his homeland require their native soil to thrive. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. A plausible explanation. Tell me, has there been any further unusual maritime activity since the Demeter's arrival? Other vessels behaving erratically, perhaps, or arriving under strange circumstances? Nothing so dramatic, Grayson replied. Though I will say this. Several fishing boats have reported peculiar experiences while at sea after dark. Lights where no lights should be, sudden areas of mist that seem to move against the wind, and an unusual absence of seabirds in certain areas where they typically gather. Superstitious nonsense, most likely, but it has some of the older fishermen muttering about bad omens. We thanked the harbour master for his time and information, promising to return if further maritime details became relevant to our inquiries. As we stepped back onto the quayside, the afternoon was waning, the sunlight taking on the golden quality particular to autumn days as they drew toward evening. "The cargo holds the key, Watson," Holmes said as we walked along the harbour, where fishermen were unloading their day's catch and merchants were beginning to close their shops. These crates of soil, transported at such expense and risk across Europe, must serve some vital purpose beyond mere gardening experiments. Could the soil itself contain something of value? I suggested. Perhaps gemstones or some other small, precious items concealed within it? Holmes considered this. A possibility, though it would be an unnecessarily elaborate means of smuggling. And it fails to account for the specific conditions we observed at the Abbey ruins, the careful placement of the soil in consecrated ground, the temporary nature of the storage. No, there is something more ritualistic at work here, something that aligns with the folklore surrounding our supposed vampire. We had reached the local police station, a modest building near the town hall. The constable on duty, a sturdy Yorkshire man named Barker, greeted us with the cautious respect rural law enforcement typically accords to metropolitan police, a mixture of professional courtesy and territorial wariness. Upon learning Holmes's identity, however, his demeanour warmed considerably. "Mr. Holmes. Well, this is an honour, sir. I've read about your cases in the Strand. Dr. Watson's accounts make for gripping reading on long night shifts." Holmes acknowledged the compliment with a slight bow. "We're assisting Reverend Matthews in looking into the recent unusual deaths. I understand you were involved in the investigations." "Such as they were," Barker admitted with evident frustration. 3 deaths with no clear cause beyond these peculiar neck wounds. The doctor called them puncture marks, possibly insect bites. But I've lived in Whitby all my life and never seen any insect leave marks like those. "May we examine your reports on the incidents?" Holmes asked. Barker hesitated only briefly before retrieving 3 slim folders from a cabinet. Not much to see, I'm afraid. With no obvious evidence of criminal activity, there was little for me to document beyond the basic circumstances. We seated ourselves at a small desk while Barker attended to a townsman who had entered with some minor complaint about a neighbour's wayward livestock. The police reports were indeed sparse, but Holmes's experienced eye gleaned details that might have seemed insignificant to others. "Note, Watson," he murmured, "that in each case an open window was reported, regardless of the weather conditions. The second victim, Hardy the fisherman, was known to be meticulous about securing his cottage before retiring, according to his wife's statement. Yet his window was found unlatched and open the night of his death." "Suggesting entry from outside," I agreed, though how the intruder reached second-story windows without leaving traces remains puzzling. Equally noteworthy is the timing. All 3 deaths occurred during the dark of the moon, when night illumination would be at its minimum. Holmes tapped the 3rd report thoughtfully, and all victims were described as having a peaceful expression, despite the evident blood loss, suggesting they offered no resistance. Our review of the reports was interrupted by the arrival of a newcomer to the police station, a man whose appearance immediately commanded attention. He was of medium height, but substantial build, with a domed forehead, a pointed beard now going grey, and piercing eyes behind gold-rimmed spectacles. His clothing was formal, but slightly rumpled, as if he had been travelling for some time, and he carried a large leather medical bag that he gripped with particular care. "I seek the local authorities," he announced in a distinctive accent that placed his origins somewhere in the Netherlands or northern Germanic regions. "I am Professor Abraham Van Helsing, Doctor of Medicine, Philosophy and Literature from the University of Amsterdam. I have come regarding the recent deaths in your community." Constable Barker looked up from his desk with evident surprise. "Another investigator?" "We've already got Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson looking into the matter, Professor." Van Helsing's keen gaze immediately found us, and I observed a flash of recognition followed by what appeared to be profound relief. "Mr. Holmes, this is most fortunate. I had not known you were already engaged in this case." Holmes rose and extended his hand. "Professor Van Helsing, your reputation precedes you. Your monograph on rare blood disorders was most illuminating, and your work on obscure European folk remedies demonstrates an admirable balance between scientific rigour and cultural context." The professor clasped Holmes's hand warmly. "And your methods of deduction have influenced my own approach to medical diagnosis, Mr. Holmes. When traditional symptoms are absent or misleading, one must observe the peripheral evidence with particular attention. It was evident that the 2 men shared a mutual professional respect, though I had never heard Holmes mention Van Helsing before. The professor greeted me with equal warmth when Holmes introduced us, his handshake firm, despite the weariness evident in his posture. "You have travelled directly from Amsterdam?" Holmes inquired. "From London, most recently," Van Helsing replied. "But yes, I departed Amsterdam 3 days ago upon receiving a most disturbing letter from a colleague. He described deaths in Whitby bearing the hallmarks of a particular condition I have studied extensively. I fear I may have arrived too late to prevent tragedy, but perhaps not too late to prevent further loss of life." Constable Barker, seeming somewhat overwhelmed by the sudden convergence of experts in his small station, suggested we might be more comfortable continuing our discussion elsewhere. The Angel Inn was proposed, and soon we were settled in its private parlour once more, with a fire burning cheerfully in the grate and a pot of strong tea before us. Van Helsing removed his spectacles and polished them with a handkerchief, a gesture that seemed to help him gather his thoughts. "Gentlemen, I must speak plainly, though what I have to say will strain credulity. I believe the deaths in Whitby are the work of a Nosferatu, what English folklore would term a vampire. Not the romantic figure of modern fiction, but the genuine article, a predatory entity that sustains itself on the blood of the living and spreads its condition like a contagion." I confess I barely suppressed an incredulous laugh, but Holmes's expression remained thoughtfully neutral. "You speak of this as a medical condition rather than a supernatural phenomenon, Professor. Pray, elaborate." Van Helsing nodded appreciatively at Holmes's perceptiveness. "Indeed. While folklore has embellished and mythologized the condition, at its core lies a genuine pathology, rare and little understood by modern medicine, but subject to empirical observation nonetheless. The Nosferatu demonstrates specific physiological anomalies: extreme sensitivity to sunlight, altered metabolism requiring hemoglobin consumption, and cellular regenerative capabilities far beyond normal human capacity. "And you believe such a being is responsible for the Whitby deaths?" Holmes asked, his tone neither accepting nor dismissive. "I am certain of it," Van Helsing replied gravely. "The pattern is unmistakable to one who has encountered it before. The puncture wounds, the extreme exsanguination without apparent blood at the scene, the reported peaceful expressions of the victims, suggesting they offered no resistance. And now, learning of the arrival of the Demeter under such circumstances, with a dead captain and missing crew, it confirms my worst fears." "You know of Count Dracula?" I asked, surprised. "By reputation and through extensive research into his family's history. The Dracula line has been associated with unusual longevity and periodic disappearances, followed by descendants who bear remarkable resemblances to their ancestors. I have tracked similar patterns across Eastern Europe for nearly 2 decades, following a trail of inexplicable deaths and folklore remarkably consistent in its core details despite cultural variations in the telling." Holmes leaned forward, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. "Professor, while I maintain a skepticism toward supernatural explanations, I cannot dismiss empirical evidence simply because it points toward extraordinary conclusions. You speak of having encountered this condition before. What can you tell us about combating it?" Van Helsing's expression darkened. "It is a formidable adversary, Mr. Holmes. The Nosferatu possesses strength and sensory acuity far beyond human norms. It can command certain creatures of the night: wolves, bats, rats, and some insects. It can manipulate weather conditions to a limited degree, particularly fog and storms. Its powers are diminished during daylight hours, though contrary to popular belief, sunlight is not immediately fatal, merely debilitating." "And its vulnerabilities?" I prompted. "They align somewhat with folklore, though not precisely. The Nosferatu cannot cross running water except at slack tide. It is repelled by certain sacred symbols and substances, not through supernatural means, but due to psychosomatic conditioning dating back centuries. Garlic contains compounds that interfere with its enhanced olfactory capabilities. And yes, a wooden stake through the heart will destroy it, though this is simply because severe trauma to the heart is one of the few injuries its regenerative abilities cannot overcome." Holmes nodded slowly, absorbing this information with the same careful attention he might give to any expert testimony. "And you believe Count Dracula has come to Whitby with specific intent, not merely as a random hunting ground?" "There is nothing random in the Count's actions, Mr. Holmes. He is a strategist of remarkable skill, with patience cultivated over what may be centuries of existence. Whitby offers him specific advantages: proximity to London, where anonymity would be easier to maintain, a coastal location providing multiple avenues of escape if necessary, and a population already steeped in maritime superstitions, making them simultaneously more likely to recognize the danger and more likely to be dismissed if they speak of it." Our conversation was interrupted by a discreet knock at the parlour door. The innkeeper entered, bearing a small silver tray with a telegram for Holmes. My friend opened it, his expression revealing nothing as he read its contents. "It appears our investigation widens," he said, passing the telegram to me. "A wire from Mycroft. There have been similar deaths reported in London. 2 young women found in Hampstead, bearing identical marks to those described in Whitby. The most recent was discovered only yesterday." Van Helsing's face grew grave. "Then we have confirmation of my fears. The Count has already established a secondary location in London. Whitby was merely his port of entry, a place to regain his strength after the sea voyage, which weakens his kind, and to create initial minions to serve him in his broader campaign." "Minions?" I echoed, the word sounding almost comically melodramatic, despite the serious context. "Those who fall victim to the Nosferatu, but are not completely drained, may rise again as lesser vampires, bound to the will of their creator," Van Helsing explained. "They lack the full powers of a master vampire, but possess enough of the condition to serve as effective agents. I suspect our Count has been creating such servants here in Whitby, who may then travel to London or elsewhere to extend his influence." Holmes refolded the telegram thoughtfully. "This theory would explain the pattern of the Whitby deaths. Not merely random predation, but strategic conversion of specific individuals who might serve particular purposes. Miss Thorne lived beside the churchyard and would have intimate knowledge of local burial practices and locations. Hardy the fisherman would understand the coastline and its hiding places, and the lighthouse keeper's son would know the patterns of ships arriving and departing, as well as having access to a structure that could serve as a signalling point to vessels offshore," Van Helsing completed. "Yes, each victim appears to offer specific utility." As evening approached, the parlour grew darker, the firelight casting long shadows across the walls. The innkeeper brought lamps, and with their warm glow came a sense of temporary sanctuary from the matters we discussed. Outside, we could hear the first raindrops of an approaching storm pattering against the windows, and distant thunder rumbled beyond the headland. "We must form a plan," Holmes said decisively. "If your assessment is correct, Professor, we face an adversary of unusual capabilities, but not one beyond the reach of methodical investigation and counteraction. I propose we begin with surveillance of Carfax Lodge tonight, to confirm the Count's presence and observe his movements." Van Helsing shook his head. "Too dangerous to approach directly, Mr. Holmes. The Nosferatu possesses senses far keener than our own. We would be detected long before we gained useful intelligence. Instead, I suggest we secure potential victims who may be at risk, particularly those with specific knowledge or access that might serve the Count's purposes." "A sensible precaution," Holmes agreed. "But we cannot simply place the entire town under protection. We must take more direct action to locate and neutralize the threat at its source. First, we must be properly equipped," Van Helsing insisted, patting his medical bag. "I have brought certain essentials, sacred wafers, garlic, crucifixes, and wooden stakes fashioned from ashwood, which folklore and my own experience suggest is particularly effective. Before confronting the Count directly, we should secure these items in our respective accommodations and on our persons." The practical discussion of what amounted to vampire hunting equipment struck me as surreal, yet the gravity with which both Holmes and Van Helsing approached the matter prevented any sense of absurdity from taking hold. These were men of science and reason, however different their specialties, and neither would entertain such extraordinary measures without compelling evidence. "There is another matter to consider," I ventured. "If some victims rise as these, lesser vampires, bound to the Count, then Miss Thorne, Hardy, and the lighthouse keeper's son may already have been transformed. Should we not examine their graves to confirm whether they remain occupied? Van Helsing regarded me with approval. An excellent point, Dr. Watson. The Nosferatu typically rises 3 days after burial, once the transformation is complete. Given the timing, all 3 victims would have had ample time to undergo this process. The churchyard would be deserted at this hour, Holmes observed, glancing at the darkened windows, where rain now streamed in rivulets, illuminated by occasional flashes of lightning. Though the weather is hardly ideal for exhumation. On the contrary, Van Helsing countered, the storm provides excellent cover for our activities. The rain will mask sounds, and few would venture out on such a night without pressing cause. Thus it was decided. We would equip ourselves with Van Helsing's protective items, then proceed to St. Mary's Churchyard to examine the graves of the 3 victims. Holmes sent a boy from the inn with a message for Reverend Matthews, requesting his discreet assistance in locating the precise burial sites. As we prepared to venture into the stormy night, I found myself reflecting on the extraordinary turn our investigation had taken. We had arrived in Whitby expecting to find a human culprit, perhaps a deranged individual inspired by Stoker's novel, or a killer with a macabre methodology designed to evoke supernatural explanations. Instead, we were now seriously considering the existence of a condition that, while perhaps not supernatural in the strictest sense, certainly transcended conventional medical understanding. Holmes, ever observant, noted my thoughtful expression as I checked my revolver. "Having doubts, Watson?" "Not doubts precisely," I replied. "Rather, I'm reconciling myself to expanding the boundaries of what I consider possible. As a medical man, I'm trained to seek rational explanations for physical phenomena. But what if what we face simply exists beyond current medical knowledge? After all, there was a time when microorganisms were unknown, yet they existed nonetheless, causing diseases attributed to supernatural causes." Holmes nodded approvingly. "Well reasoned. The universe does not conform itself to the limitations of human understanding. Rather, human understanding must continuously expand to encompass the universe as it actually exists. If we encounter phenomena that challenge our preconceptions, the fault lies not with the phenomena, but with the preconceptions." Van Helsing, overhearing our exchange as he distributed small cloth pouches containing garlic and other protective items, smiled faintly. "You both demonstrate the ideal scientific mindset, open to evidence yet grounded in methodology. It is precisely this balance that makes you valuable allies in the current situation." As we donned our coats and prepared to step into the storm, a flash of lightning illuminated the harbour through the inn's windows. For a brief moment, I thought I glimpsed a tall figure standing motionless on the opposite shore, facing in our direction, a silhouette darker than the surrounding darkness. Then thunder crashed overhead, and when my eyes readjusted, there was nothing to be seen but the rain lashing the deserted quayside. "Shall we proceed, gentlemen?" Holmes said, adjusting his collar against the coming deluge. "The game is afoot, and tonight it seems the quarry is unlike any we have hunted before." With that, we stepped out into the storm, the wind immediately tugging at our coats and the rain soaking us within moments. Above, the abbey ruins were occasionally visible when lightning flashed, their broken arches reaching toward the turbulent sky, like the fingers of a skeletal hand closing around Whitby itself. The storm had intensified by the time we reached St. Mary's churchyard, the wind driving the rain horizontally against our faces, and thunder rolling continuously overhead like the rumble of distant artillery. Despite the foul weather, Reverend Matthews awaited us at the lich gate, a lantern held high to guide our approach. His expression was sombre beneath the dripping brim of his hat, his clerical collar gleaming palely in the lantern light. "Gentlemen," he greeted us, raising his voice slightly to be heard above the storm, "I must confess, your request struck me as most unusual. Examining graves at night during such weather." His gaze lingered on Professor Van Helsing, whom he had not previously met. Holmes performed the introduction. "Reverend Matthews, may I present Professor Abraham Van Helsing of Amsterdam University, an expert in rare medical conditions who has joined our investigation. Professor, this is Reverend Thomas Matthews, who first alerted us to the unusual deaths in Whitby." The two men exchanged brief greetings, sizing each other up with the cautious respect of individuals, approaching the same problem from vastly different perspectives, one spiritual, one scientific. "I understand your reservations, Reverend," Holmes continued, water streaming from his hat brim as he spoke. "But circumstances necessitate urgency and discretion. We have reason to believe the bodies may provide crucial evidence that could prevent further deaths." Matthews nodded reluctantly. "Very well. I have brought the necessary tools, though I never imagined using them for such a purpose." He indicated a wheelbarrow nearby, containing shovels, a crowbar, and a lantern. "The graves are this way. All three victims, by unfortunate coincidence, lie in the newer section of the churchyard, near the eastern wall." We followed the Reverend along paths turned to shallow streams by the relentless rain, our footsteps splashing softly as we navigated between ancient headstones and more recent monuments. The churchyard had transformed in the storm. What had seemed melancholy, yet peaceful in daylight, now felt oppressive and watchful. Shadows moved and shifted with each lightning flash, and the wind moaning through the abbey ruins created sounds uncomfortably similar to distant, inarticulate voices. Matthews led us to a section where the soil showed the unmistakable disturbance of recent burials. 3 mounds, their flowers not yet withered, stood in a row near the eastern wall. The headstones were simple, bearing the names and dates of the deceased, along with brief epitaphs. "Miss Eleanor Thorne," Matthews said, indicating the first grave, followed by Thomas Hardy and then young Michael Pearson. His voice softened at the last name, betraying his particular sorrow at the child's passing. Van Helsing approached the graves with professional gravity, his medical bag clutched protectively beneath his coat. "We should begin with the earliest burial, Miss Thorne. If the pattern follows the traditional progression, she would be the first to manifest changes." "Manifest changes," Matthews echoed, his expression troubled. "What precisely do you expect to find, Professor?" Van Helsing exchanged glances with Holmes, who nodded slightly, signaling that honesty was preferable to evasion. "Reverend, I believe we face a condition that, while rare, has documented precedent across Europe. A pathology that mimics death, but allows for a form of reanimation under specific circumstances. The victims appear to die, but may later revive in an altered state, strong yet pallid, unable to tolerate sunlight, and driven to attack others in a manner that transmits the condition." Matthew's face paled visibly, even in the dim lantern light. You speak of vampirism, though you clothe it in medical terminology. I speak of observable phenomena, documented across cultures and centuries, Van Helsing replied firmly. Whether one attributes it to supernatural causes or to biological mechanisms beyond current scientific understanding is secondary to the empirical reality of its existence. The Reverend's gaze moved from Van Helsing to Holmes, perhaps seeking reassurance that we had not all succumbed to madness. Holmes met his eyes steadily. I began this investigation with thoroughgoing skepticism, Reverend, he said quietly. I do not abandon that position lightly, but Professor Van Helsing's expertise aligns with evidence we have already gathered, evidence that becomes increasingly difficult to explain through conventional means. Thunder crashed overhead, as if punctuating Holmes's statement, and for a moment the churchyard was illuminated as brightly as midday by a flash of lightning that cast our shadows sharp and black against the wet grass. In that instant, I noticed something that sent a chill through me, unrelated to the rain soaking my clothing. The grave soil atop Miss Thorne's final resting place showed signs of disturbance beyond what weather alone would cause. Small furrows, as if something had emerged from below. Van Helsing noticed it too. We must proceed immediately, he said, reaching for one of the shovels. If I am correct, we may already be too late to find what we expect. Holmes and I joined him in the grim task of exhumation, while Matthews stood by, his lantern held high, murmuring what sounded like prayers beneath his breath. The soil, sodden with rain, came away easily beneath our efforts, and within surprisingly little time we had reached the plain oak coffin. "Stand back," Van Helsing instructed, as Holmes and I worked the crowbar beneath the coffin lid, "and be prepared for what we may find." With a splintering crack, the lid came free. Matthews moved closer with the lantern, its light falling upon the coffin's interior, which was entirely empty. No body, no burial shroud, not even the personal items traditionally interred with the deceased. Only a few clumps of cemetery soil, and, most tellingly, scratch marks on the coffin lid's underside. "As I feared," Van Helsing said grimly. "She has risen and departed." Matthews staggered back, crossing himself instinctively. "This cannot be. There must be some explanation. Grave robbers, perhaps?" "Grave robbers who replaced the soil, but left the coffin accessible," Holmes countered. "And what of these marks on the underside of the lid? They could only have been made from within." We proceeded to examine the other two graves with increasing urgency, the storm seeming to intensify around us as we worked. Thomas Hardy's coffin, when opened, proved similarly empty, with the same evidence of escape from within. The child's grave, however, revealed a different scene. Young Michael Pearson lay as he had been buried, his small form peaceful in death, showing no signs of the unnatural animation we had begun to fear universal among the victims. Van Helsing examined the body carefully, his expression thoughtful. "This is instructive," he said at length. "The boy shows no signs of transformation. Note that unlike the adult victims, his body still contains sufficient blood, the natural pallor of death, but not the extreme bloodlessness described in the other cases." "What does this signify?" I asked, relief mingling with professional curiosity. "It suggests our predator has standards, of a sort," Van Helsing replied. "In folklore, children are sometimes spared the full effects of vampiric attack, perhaps because they lack the maturity to serve as effective minions, or perhaps due to some vestigial moral constraint on the part of the vampire itself. Or perhaps, Holmes suggested, the child's death was coincidental, a natural passing that occurred during the same period as the genuinely suspicious deaths, thus becoming associated with them in local perception. We restored the boy's grave with particular care, Matthews now participating more actively, perhaps finding comfort in the confirmation that at least this victim remained at proper rest. The empty graves, however, we left open. There was little point in resealing vacant coffins, and their condition constituted evidence we might need to reference. As we gathered our tools, a sudden gust of wind, more powerful than any previous, extinguished our lantern, plunging us into momentary darkness until the next lightning flash. In that illumination, I glimpsed something that froze the blood in my veins. A pale figure standing among the distant gravestones, observing us. Female in form, dressed in what appeared to be a burial shroud, now sodden with rain, her face too far away to discern clearly, but her posture unnaturally still amid the storm's fury. "Holmes?" I whispered urgently, grasping his arm, "there by the western wall." But when lightning flashed again seconds later, the figure had vanished, leaving me to wonder whether fatigue and the storm's oppressive atmosphere had conjured an illusion from my overtaxed senses. We made our way back to the church, seeking temporary shelter from the deluge in its ancient nave. The stone walls muffled the storm's noise to a distant murmur, and the familiar scents of beeswax candles, old hymnals, and stone worn smooth by centuries of faithful attendants provided welcome respite from the rain-lashed churchyard. "What now?" Matthews asked, his voice echoing slightly in the empty church. "If what you suggest is true, if Miss Thorne and Hardy are somehow returned from death, what is to be done?" "They must be found and their condition addressed," Van Helsing replied. "In their current state, they pose a danger to others, perpetuating the very affliction that claimed them. But they are secondary concerns, instruments rather than originators. It is the Count himself who must be our primary target." "And where might we find these revenants?" Matthews asked, the theological term coming more naturally to him than medical or folkloric alternatives. "They would seek shelter during daylight hours," Van Helsing explained. "Dark, secluded places with proximity to soil from their homeland. Soil like that which the Count brought with him aboard the Demeter, and which we discovered had been placed in the Abbey ruins." Holmes, who had been unusually quiet since our grim discoveries, spoke up. "The ship itself. If the soil's presence is essential, as you suggest, Professor, then the Demeter itself, now presumably empty of its primary cargo, but likely retaining traces, would offer ideal temporary sanctuary." "The Demeter remains in harbour?" I asked, surprised that a vessel associated with such troubling events had not been removed or repurposed. "Held pending inquiry into the captain's death and the crew's disappearance," Matthews confirmed. "It lies at the far end of the harbour, isolated from other vessels due to concerns about possible contagion." Holmes's eyes gleamed with the familiar light of intellectual challenge. "Then that is where we shall begin our search tomorrow, after taking proper precautions and equipping ourselves according to the Professor's expertise." The plan established, we parted ways at the church door, Matthews retreating to his nearby rectory, while Holmes, Van Helsing and I made our way back toward the Angel Inn. The storm had begun to abate, the thunder now rumbling more distantly out to sea, though rain continued to fall steadily. As we passed along Church Street, now deserted in the late hour, I noticed Holmes pause and study the darkened shop fronts with particular attention. Following his gaze, I saw nothing immediately suspicious, just the usual establishments, shuttered for the night, their windows reflecting our lantern light. "What is it?" I asked quietly. "Curious," Holmes murmured. "The jet shop on the corner. Observe the display window." I looked more carefully and noticed what had caught his attention. The elegant display of mourning jewellery had been disarranged, several pieces apparently moved from their velvet stands. More tellingly, a small pool of water had formed on the interior floor, as if someone dripping wet had recently stood there. "The glass," Holmes continued, directing our attention to the fine layer of dust that coated the window despite the shopkeeper's general meticulousness. "See how it has been disturbed in a circular pattern, as if someone had pressed their face against it to peer inside, leaving no breath condensation despite the cool air." "No breath," Van Helsing repeated, nodding gravely. "Consistent with the Nosferatu condition, they draw air into their lungs purely by habit and to speak, not from physiological necessity." We continued our journey, now more alert to our surroundings, noting similar disturbances at other shops, minor disarrangements visible through windows, small puddles on interior floors, the occasional wet footprint quickly dissolving in the continuing rain. It created an unsettling impression of Whitby as a town being methodically examined by unseen observers, assessed for resources or vulnerabilities. The Angel Inn was a welcome sight, its windows glowing warmly against the night. The innkeeper, despite the late hour, had waited up for our return, providing hot brandy and arranging for our sodden outer garments to be dried before morning. Van Helsing had taken a room adjoining ours, and we agreed to meet for breakfast to plan our investigation of the Demeter. Once alone in our chambers, Holmes moved immediately to the window, gazing out at the harbour where distant lights marked the presence of vessels riding at anchor. His profile was limned against the darkness, sharp and intent as he processed the evening's discoveries. "Your thoughts, Holmes?" I prompted, toweling my hair dry before the small fire that had been lit in our absence. "I find myself in an unfamiliar position, Watson," he replied without turning. "Throughout my career, I have maintained that once the impossible has been eliminated, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Yet, here we face a situation where what I once considered impossible now presents itself as the most coherent explanation for our observations." "You accept Van Helsing's theory, then?" "I accept that we are dealing with a condition that mimics death yet permits reanimation, that affects its victims in ways consistent with centuries of folklore across disparate cultures, that involves the consumption of blood and the creation of similar beings through a process resembling contagion. Whether we term this vampirism or find some more scientifically palatable nomenclature is largely semantic." He turned from the window, his expression thoughtful. "Consider the evidence dispassionately. Bodies drained of blood, yet with minimal bloodstains at the scenes, puncture wounds consistent with blood extraction, victims who disappear from their graves, leaving evidence of escape from within. A foreign nobleman who travels with crates of native soil, arrives during a storm that claims an entire ship's crew, and maintains nocturnal habits while avoiding public scrutiny. Individually, each element might have conventional explanations. Collectively, they point toward Van Helsing's diagnosis with uncomfortable precision. I had rarely heard Holmes speak with such openness to extraordinary possibilities. His rational mind, so firmly grounded in observable evidence and logical deduction, was now confronting phenomena that challenged the very boundaries of what 19th century science recognized as possible. If Van Helsing is correct, I said, we face an adversary with capabilities far beyond normal human limitations. How does one apply detection methods to such a foe? Holmes smiled slightly, something of his usual confidence returning. The principles remain the same, Watson, even if the parameters expand. Observation, deduction, methodical elimination of alternatives. Our quarry may possess unusual strengths, but it must still operate within physical reality. It occupies space, leaves traces, and requires certain conditions for survival. These necessities create patterns, and patterns can be discerned and anticipated. And tomorrow we begin with the Demeter, I confirmed, stifling a yawn as the day's exertions and revelations took their toll. Indeed, the vessel that brought our Count to England may yet have tales to tell. In its logbook, certainly, but also in less obvious ways. Ships develop personalities of sorts, absorbing impressions of their voyages and passengers. A practiced eye can read much from how ropes are coiled, how supplies are stored, how maintenance has been conducted or neglected. I retired to my bed, the combination of physical exhaustion and mental stimulation creating the particular clarity that sometimes precedes sleep. Through the window, I could see that the clouds had partially cleared, allowing glimpses of stars between racing remnants of the storm. The wind had died down to a gentle murmur that carried the distant sound of waves against the harbour wall. Holmes remained awake, smoking his pipe by the dying fire, his mind no doubt assembling and reassembling the facts we had gathered. In the adjacent room, I could hear Van Helsing's measured footsteps as he too kept vigil, preparing whatever arcane defences his experience suggested would be necessary for our coming confrontation. Morning arrived with surprising brightness, the storm having cleared completely during the night to reveal a sky of pristine autumn blue. The harbour waters sparkled in the early sunlight, and the abbey ruins stood stark and magnificent against the cloudless expanse. It was difficult, in such benign conditions, to reconcile the sense of lurking menace that had pervaded our nighttime excursion to the churchyard. We broke our fast with hearty Yorkshire fare, eggs, bacon, black pudding, and strong tea, while Van Helsing outlined his recommended precautions for our visit to the Demeter. We shall go armed with both conventional weapons and those specific to our adversary's vulnerabilities, he explained, spreading a small cloth bundle on the breakfast table to reveal its contents. Crucifixes, effective regardless of one's personal faith, as their power derives from the vampire's psychosomatic reaction rather than divine intervention. Garlic flowers, which contain compounds that overwhelm the Nosferatu's enhanced olfactory senses. Vials of holy water, which causes caustic burns upon contact with afflicted flesh. Holmes examined each item with scientific interest, testing the weight of the crucifixes and studying the garlic flowers through his magnifying glass. "And for more direct confrontation?" he inquired. Van Helsing's expression grew solemn. "For that, wooden stakes of ash or hawthorn, driven through the heart to pin the creature to the earth from which it draws sustenance, followed by decapitation to prevent regeneration. A grim business, but necessary if one encounters a Nosferatu in its inactive state during daylight hours." We concealed these unusual implements about our persons, crucifixes on cords around our necks, garlic flowers in small pouches within our breast pockets, vials of holy water distributed among our various pockets. The stakes and a small mallet were wrapped in canvas and carried by Van Helsing in a manner suggesting medical instruments, which, in a sense, given his perspective on the vampire condition, they were. Thus equipped, we set out for the harbour in the clear autumn morning. The townspeople were going about their daily business, shopkeepers arranging displays, fishwives calling their wares, children running errands or playing in the narrow streets. None showed awareness of the empty graves in the churchyard or the nocturnal observers who had examined their shops during the storm. Whitby presented its daytime face to the world, practical, industrious, and thoroughly normal. The harbour master greeted us with gruff courtesy when we inquired about accessing the Demeter, but his expression grew troubled when we explained our interest. "That vessel has an ill name about the port, gentlemen," he said, lowering his voice, though no one was near enough to overhear. "The men won't go near it, even for good wages offered. Say they hear noises from the hold at night, scratching-like, and once a kind of wailing that made the night watchman's hair stand on end. And there's been rats, more than usual, around a ship at anchor, coming and going as if summoned." "Nevertheless, we must examine it," Holmes insisted. "Official investigation, you understand." Reluctantly, the harbour master provided a small rowboat and directed us to where the Demeter lay at anchor, separated from other vessels by a significant distance. As we rowed toward it, the ship's silhouette grew increasingly distinct. A two-masted schooner of Eastern European design, its once proud lines now somehow ominous in the bright morning light. "It seems peaceful enough," I observed as we approached the vessel's shadow. "Appearances deceive, Doctor," Van Helsing replied softly. "If I am correct, any Nosferatu aboard would now be in their dormant state, a death-like trance that renders them immobile and vulnerable until sunset. But do not mistake immobility for harmlessness. Even in daylight, they retain certain defences." We secured our rowboat to the Demeter's weathered hull and climbed the rope ladder to its main deck. The vessel was eerily silent, the usual creaks and groans of a ship at anchor muted, as if the very timbers held their breath. The deck showed signs of hasty abandonment. Coils of rope left unattended, a bucket overturned, a pipe abandoned mid-smoke on the rail. "The captain's quarters first," Holmes suggested. "The logbook mentioned by our harbour master may contain details not shared in his summary." We made our way to the stern cabin, our footsteps echoing hollowly on the deserted deck. The door stood partially ajar, as if the last person to exit had left in haste. Within, the small space was meticulously organized, charts properly stored, instruments in their designated places, the captain's few personal items arranged with the precision typical of those accustomed to making optimal use of limited quarters. The logbook lay open on the small desk, its final pages stained with what appeared to be seawater, or, perhaps, given what we now suspected, tears shed in the captain's final desperate hours. Holmes examined the volume carefully, turning pages with gentle fingers to avoid damaging the fragile paper. "Most of the entries are indeed routine," he observed. "Weather conditions, navigational calculations, minor repairs required. But approximately 7 days into the voyage from Varna, the tone changes markedly. Listen to this. Gregson failed to report for morning watch. No sign of him aboard ship. Men unnerved, speaking of shadows moving independently of objects casting them. have posted double watches for tonight. He turned another page. 3 days later. Third man missing this morning. Crew near mutiny. All swear they heard something moving in the cargo hold, though when investigated, crates remained sealed and undisturbed. Have taken to sleeping with cabin door barricaded, though it seems a captain's shame to fear my own vessel. The final legible entry, dated the day before the Demeter's arrival in Whitby, was scrawled in a hand far less controlled than the previous neat script. Am alone now, all gone. It comes each night, taking them one by one. I hear it scratching at my door even now. The cargo, God forgive me for accepting it aboard, is somehow the source. Too late to turn back, too far from any port but our destination. I have lashed myself to the wheel. If I must die, let it be under the open sky, not in darkness below deck. Holmes closed the logbook carefully. A harrowing account, suggesting a presence aboard that systematically eliminated the crew over the course of the voyage. Now, let us examine this cargo hold that so disturbed the captain and his men. We descended into the ship's hold, the air growing noticeably cooler and damper as we left the sunlight behind. Van Helsing produced a lantern, its warm glow creating more shadows than illumination among the jumble of abandoned cargo and supplies. The hold smelled of brine, rotting timbers, and something else. A subtle but unmistakable earthiness, like freshly turned soil. The crates would have been here, Holmes said, indicating large rectangular impressions in the thick layer of dust that covered the hold's floor. Removed upon arrival, but not without leaving traces. He knelt, examining the dust with his magnifying glass, then collecting samples in his specimen envelopes. Most interesting. The soil residue matches what we found in Miss Thorne's cottage and the Abbey ruins. But there is something else here. Look. Near one of the rectangular impressions, the dust had been disturbed in a distinctive pattern, a partial footprint, smaller than a man's, but larger than a child's, with an unusual pointed toe. A woman's boot, Holmes observed. Recently, too, this dust has not had time to resettle the impression. And here, another, heading toward the aft storage compartment. We followed the intermittent footprints, Van Helsing's lantern casting our shadows long and distorted against the curved walls of the hull. The trail led to a small door, once secured with a padlock that now hung broken from its hasp. Caution, Van Helsing warned, his voice barely above a whisper. If my suspicions are correct, what lies beyond may be active, despite the daylight, due to the absence of direct sun in these lower compartments. Holmes drew his revolver, and I followed suit, while Van Helsing retrieved one of the wooden stakes from his medical bag. Thus armed, we pushed open the door to reveal a space that, despite my attempt at medical detachment, chilled me to the very core of my being. The small compartment had been transformed into a macabre bedchamber. A shipping crate, lined with the now familiar reddish soil, had been repurposed as a resting place. Beside it stood a small table, bearing a silver hand mirror and brush, incongruously domestic in the grim setting. A dress, recognizable as the type Miss Thorne might have worn, hung from a hook on the wall, its once proper fabric now stained with substances I preferred not to identify. The crate bed was empty, but the soil within was disturbed, as if its occupant had recently departed. Most telling of all, a small notebook lay open on the table, entries written in a feminine hand that grew increasingly disjointed and alien as the pages progressed. I wake changed, Holmes read from the final entry. "The master calls, and I must go to him. London awaits us both. The children of the night gather." He closed the notebook and slipped it into his coat pocket. "It appears, gentlemen, that our quarry has already begun expanding his sphere of influence beyond Whitby. The question now becomes, do we pursue him to London or remain here to address those he has left behind?" Van Helsing's expression was grave. "The Count himself is the head of this serpent. Cut it off, and those he has transformed may eventually be freed from his influence. But each night that passes allows him to strengthen his position in London, creating more of his kind, establishing lairs throughout the city." "Then our course is clear," Holmes said decisively. "We must notify my brother Mycroft of our findings and proceed to London with all haste. The Whitby authorities, with Reverend Matthews's guidance, can be instructed in appropriate measures for dealing with any remaining transformed individuals." As we turned to leave the grotesque chamber, a sudden gust of wind above deck caught the ship broadside, causing it to lurch against its anchor chain. The movement dislodged something from behind the crate bed, a small object that rolled across the tilting floor to rest against my boot. I bent over to retrieve it, finding myself holding a child's wooden top. Crudely painted, but obviously cherished. The kind of simple toy a lighthouse keeper might carve for his son during long night watches. Its presence in this nightmarish setting told its own silent story of predation and human cost that no logbook entry could fully capture. "We face not merely a scientific anomaly or a folkloric revival," I said quietly, pocketing the small top, "but a creature that preys upon the most vulnerable among us. All the more reason to end his influence decisively," Holmes replied, his voice hardening with rare emotion. "Come, we have seen enough. The afternoon train to London should be our immediate objective." We ascended to the deck, where sunlight and salt air provided momentary cleansing from the oppressive atmosphere below. As our rowboat pulled away from the Demeter's shadow, I glanced back at the vessel that had transported such malevolence to England's shores. In the bright daylight, it appeared merely abandoned, rather than sinister. A ghost ship whose human crew had met fates too terrible to contemplate, leaving it an empty shell upon Whitby's waters. Yet, as we rowed toward shore, a cloud passed momentarily across the sun, and in that brief shadow, I could have sworn I saw a pale face at one of the portholes, watching, assessing, perhaps even planning. When sunlight returned seconds later, there was nothing to be seen but weathered wood and salt-streaked glass, leaving me to wonder whether anticipation had conjured illusion from ordinary materials. The Demeter kept its final secrets, floating silent and patient in Whitby harbour, as we returned to shore to prepare for the next phase of our extraordinary hunt. Our preparations for departure to London were temporarily delayed by a message from Constable Barker, requesting our immediate presence at the police station. The urgency in his hastily scrawled note suggested developments that couldn't wait until our return from the capital. A complication, Holmes observed as we made our way through Whitby's narrow streets, now bustling with midday activity, though perhaps an informative one. The constable's usually ruddy face was noticeably pale when we entered the station, and he ushered us quickly into his private office, away from the curious ears of the desk sergeant. "Thank you for coming so promptly, gentlemen," Barker said, closing the door firmly behind us. "We've had another incident. Not a death this time, but something perhaps equally disturbing. A young woman, Lucy Westenra, visiting from London, was found wandering near the Abbey ruins at dawn, disoriented and unable to explain how she came to be there. She had been staying with friends at one of the holiday cottages on the West Cliff. Her physical condition, Van Helsing inquired, his professional interest immediately engaged. Weak, pale, with similar marks on her neck as found on the previous victims. The local doctor attributed it to anemia and prescribed rest. But there's something else. Barker hesitated, seemingly uncertain how to continue. She speaks of a tall, elegant man with hypnotic eyes who came to her window for 3 consecutive nights. Each time, she felt compelled to let him in, though afterward she remembered little except a sensation of floating bliss, as she described it. Holmes and Van Helsing exchanged significant glances. "We must see this young woman immediately," the professor stated firmly. "If my theory is correct, she is in grave danger, not only from further predation, but from potential transformation." "She's being cared for at Dr. Harrison's residence," Barker informed us. He felt her condition required closer medical observation than her friends could provide. "But there's one more thing you should know." He lowered his voice further. After examining Miss Westenra, Dr. Harrison was summoned to Carfax Lodge. It seems the Count himself has requested medical attention, claiming extreme photosensitivity and a rare blood condition that requires specialized care. "The Count reveals himself," Holmes murmured. "Interesting timing, given our investigations and Miss Westenra's condition. It suggests he is establishing a medical alibi for his peculiarities, a clever tactic, providing a conventional explanation for unconventional traits. It may also indicate he is aware of our inquiries," I added, "perhaps even of Van Helsing's arrival and expertise." "Undoubtedly," Van Helsing agreed grimly. "The Nosferatu possesses acute senses and intelligence. We should proceed as if under observation at all times." We made our way to Dr. Harrison's residence, a handsome stone house near the parish church. The doctor himself answered our knock, a middle-aged man with intelligent eyes, and the slightly harried expression common to rural physicians whose practice encompasses everything, from delivering babies to setting broken limbs. "Ah, Constable Barker mentioned you might call," Harrison said, recognizing the constable's companions. "Miss Westenra is resting comfortably. I've administered a mild sedative and iron supplements for her anemia. Most curious case. The blood loss is evident in her pallor and weakness. Yet there's no history of hemorrhage or any obvious source of bleeding beyond those small puncture wounds." "May we speak with her?" Holmes asked. The doctor hesitated. "Briefly, perhaps. She needs rest above all. And I must ask that you avoid causing her any distress. Her heart shows signs of strain, and her condition remains somewhat precarious." He led us upstairs to a pleasant, sunlit bedroom where a young woman reclined against pillows, her golden hair arranged neatly around a face that would have been strikingly beautiful if not for its unnatural pallor. Her eyes, a deep blue that contrasted sharply with her whitened complexion, followed our entrance with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. "Miss Westenra," Dr. Harrison said gently, "these gentlemen are assisting the police with some recent incidents in Whitby. They would like to ask you a few questions, if you feel strong enough." "Of course," she replied, her voice surprisingly melodic despite her evident weakness. "Anything to help. Though I fear my experience will sound rather fanciful." Van Helsing approached her bedside with professional compassion, his manner that of an experienced physician rather than a vampire hunter. "Miss Westenra, I am Professor Van Helsing. With your permission, I would like to examine the marks on your neck." She acquiesced with a slight nod, tilting her head to reveal 2 small puncture wounds, surrounded by a bruise-like discoloration. Van Helsing studied them carefully, then gently checked her pulse and the pallor beneath her fingernails. "Now, if you would, please tell us about your nocturnal visitor," he prompted softly. Lucy's gaze grew distant, her expression taking on a dreamy quality that seemed at odds with the gravity of her situation. He was like no man I've ever encountered, tall, distinguished, with an old-world courtesy that made one feel cherished. His eyes— She paused, a slight flush momentarily warming her pale cheeks. His eyes seemed to contain worlds of experience, both wondrous and terrible. When he looked at me, I felt as if he saw not just my physical form, but something deeper, my essence, perhaps. "And he came to your window?" Holmes inquired. "Yes. The first night I woke to what sounded like tapping on the glass, like moth wings, but more deliberate. He was there, outside, though we were on the 2nd floor with no obvious means for him to have reached the window. He asked permission to enter." A frown crossed her face. "No, that's not quite right. He didn't speak aloud. It was more as if the question formed directly in my mind, and I found myself opening the window before I had consciously decided to do so." "What happened then?" I asked, noting the dreamy quality that had returned to her voice. "He came to my bedside, spoke soothingly in an accent I couldn't quite place. Eastern European, perhaps. He spoke of his homeland, of ancient forests and moonlit mountains, of his loneliness since coming to England. His words were like music, and I felt myself growing sleepy, yet intensely aware at the same time." She touched the marks on her neck absently. There was a sharp sensation, briefly, and then pleasure, a floating sensation, as if my spirit were detaching from my body. When I woke in the morning, I thought it had been merely a vivid dream. "Until he came again the following night," Van Helsing prompted. "Yes, and the next. Each time the experience was similar, yet each time I felt weaker afterward. Last night he told me I would soon join him, that we would travel together to London, where he had great plans. That's the last thing I remember clearly before waking on the Abbey grounds at dawn, with no recollection of how I came to be there." Van Helsing nodded gravely. "Miss Westenra, I believe you are in danger, but we can protect you if you follow our instructions precisely. First, you must not leave this house until we give you leave to do so. Second, you must wear this at all times." He removed one of his silver crucifixes and placed it gently around her neck. "And third, under no circumstances should you invite anyone into your room after dark, no matter how compelling the urge may seem." Lucy's expression shifted from dreamy to troubled. "You believe it was real, then? Not delirium from my anemia?" "We believe you experienced exactly what you described," Holmes replied carefully, "though the interpretation of that experience may differ from the romantic narrative your visitor constructed." After assuring ourselves that Lucy would be well protected, Dr. Harrison agreed to sleep in the adjacent room and to keep garlic flowers, explained as a traditional European remedy for blood disorders, placed around her windows and door. We departed to pursue our second objective, a glimpse of Count Dracula himself. "We cannot confront him directly yet," Van Helsing cautioned, as we made our way toward the West Cliff, where Carfax Lodge stood among the newer, more fashionable residences. In his current environment, with his powers intact and daylight waning, such an encounter would be premature and potentially disastrous. But observation may yield valuable insights into his habits and vulnerabilities. Carfax Lodge proved to be an imposing Victorian structure, set back from the road behind ornate iron gates and surrounded by mature trees that cast deep shadows across the manicured lawn. The architecture was Gothic revival in style, with pointed arches, decorative pinnacles, and narrow windows that admitted minimal light to the interior. Though relatively new by Whitby standards, the house possessed an air of ancient brooding that seemed appropriate for its current occupant. A well-chosen residence, Holmes observed, as we positioned ourselves discreetly in a small tea shop across the street, which afforded an excellent view of the lodge's main entrance. Defensible, private, with multiple potential exits should a hasty departure become necessary. Note the recently installed heavy curtains visible at the windows, designed to exclude sunlight completely. We ordered tea and scones to justify our presence, then settled in to watch the house with the patient attention Holmes had cultivated throughout his career. For nearly an hour, there was little activity beyond the occasional arrival or departure of tradesmen at the servants' entrance. As the afternoon light began to soften toward evening, a handsome carriage with matched black horses pulled up to the main gates. The driver, a swarthy man with a dramatic moustache and Eastern European attire, jumped down to open the gates, then returned to convey the carriage up the curving driveway to the front door. "The Count's manservant," Van Helsing murmured. "Note how he performs all tasks himself, rather than employing local servants who might observe his master's peculiarities." The carriage halted, and the manservant hurried to open the passenger door. From our vantage, we could see only a gloved hand emerging to grip the carriage door frame, followed by the tall, slender figure of a man wrapped in a voluminous black cloak despite the mild evening temperature. His face was turned away from us as he ascended the steps to the lodge door, which opened as if in anticipation of his arrival. "A brief glimpse only," Holmes remarked, "but instructive nonetheless. He moves with surprising agility for one allegedly suffering from a debilitating medical condition. And note the absence of a walking stick or any other support, despite Dr. Harrison's report that the Count complained of severe weakness requiring constant rest. He conserves his energy during daylight hours," Van Helsing explained, "existing in a state resembling torpor until sunset reinvigorates his unnatural vitality. What we have witnessed is the beginning of his active period, which will extend throughout the night." As if to confirm the professor's assessment, lights began to illuminate the lower floor of Carfax Lodge, moving progressively upward as lamps were lit in various rooms. Eventually, a figure appeared at a second-story window. The Count himself, now divested of his cloak, standing motionless as he gazed out toward the darkening sea. Even at this distance, there was something undeniably commanding about his presence. Tall and gaunt, with a high forehead, aquiline nose, and pointed ears that gave him a somewhat predatory aspect, he stood with the absolute stillness that characterizes true predators, conserving energy until the moment of action. His hands, pale as marble, rested lightly on the windowsill, the fingers unnaturally long and tapering to nails that appeared more like claws in the fading light. "He searches," Van Helsing whispered, "scenting the night air for prey or potential threats. I would wager he senses our presence. if not our precise location or purpose. As if in response to the professor's words, the Count's head turned slightly in our direction. Though logically he couldn't possibly distinguish individual faces at such a distance in the gathering dusk, I felt with unsettling certainty that his gaze had found us, had found me specifically, among the scattered pedestrians and shop windows. A chill that had nothing to do with the evening air crept along my spine as I met that distant gaze. In my career, as both a soldier and a physician, I had encountered many forms of death and suffering, had looked into the eyes of dying men and dangerous criminals. Yet, nothing had prepared me for the ancient, calculating intelligence that now seemed to assess me from across the street. An intelligence that held not malice precisely, but rather a complete absence of empathy or recognition of shared humanity. The moment stretched, becoming almost unbearable, until the Count abruptly withdrew from the window, pulling heavy curtains across it to block any further observation. "He knows," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "He knows we're watching, and why." "Undoubtedly," Holmes agreed, his own expression unusually somber. "The question becomes, does he consider us a sufficient threat to alter his plans, or merely an inconvenience to be addressed in passing?" Van Helsing gathered his belongings with brisk efficiency. "We should depart for London immediately. The Nosferatu has clearly established a secondary location there, and I fear Miss Westenra is not his only intended victim in the capital. With appropriate precautions, she should be safe here under Dr. Harrison's care, but others in London remain vulnerable." As we left the tea shop and made our way back toward the Angel Inn to collect our luggage, I found myself glancing back more than once, unable to shake the sensation of being observed. The streets of Whitby were growing quiet as shops closed and residents retreated to the warmth and light of their homes, instinctively seeking shelter before full darkness descended. High above the town, silhouetted against the indigo sky, the abbey ruins stood in ancient vigilance, their broken arches reaching toward heaven like the hands of supplicants seeking salvation. For centuries they had watched over Whitby, silent witnesses to countless human dramas played out in the town below. Now they watched as a new drama unfolded, one in which the boundary between life and death, between predator and prey, had become disturbingly permeable. "The last train to York leaves in 40 minutes, Holmes said, consulting his pocket watch. "From there, we can connect to the night express to London. Mycroft will arrange accommodations upon our arrival." We hastened our steps, moving from pools of gaslight into stretches of shadow and back again, our path mirroring the intellectual journey we had undertaken since arriving in Whitby, moving between illumination and darkness, certainty and doubt, scientific rationalism and confrontation with forces that defied conventional explanation. Behind us, Carfax Lodge remained illuminated like a lighthouse of inverted purpose, not warning sailors away from danger, but rather beckoning the unwary toward destruction. And somewhere within its walls, Count Dracula prepared for his own journey to London, where the small-scale predation of Whitby would expand into something far more ambitious, amid the teeming millions of the world's greatest metropolis. The game was indeed afoot, as Holmes would say. But the stakes were higher, and the rules more arcane than in any previous case we had undertaken together. As the last light faded from the western horizon and true night claimed Whitby, we boarded the York train, leaving behind the atmospheric seaside town that had served as the gateway for an ancient evil's entry into Victorian England. London awaited us, and it awaited the Count as well. The true confrontation was yet to come. The journey to London passed in contemplative silence, each of us absorbed in our own thoughts as the train carried us southward through the autumn night. Outside the windows, the countryside was a tapestry of darkness, occasionally illuminated by the warm glow of farmhouse windows or the distant lights of small villages, each representing safety and normalcy, concepts that now seemed increasingly tenuous as our investigation progressed. Holmes spent much of the journey reviewing his notes and examining the soil samples we had collected, occasionally making small sounds of interest or jotting additional observations in his precise handwriting. Van Helsing, seated opposite us, alternated between dozing lightly and consulting a small, leather-bound volume, whose archaic script suggested significant age and European origin. I found my own thoughts returning repeatedly to that moment of distant eye contact with Count Dracula, the unsettling sensation of being assessed by something that perceived humanity as we might perceive livestock, with cold calculation rather than malice, but no less dangerous for that clinical quality. We arrived at King's Cross Station in the early hours of the morning, when London was at its quietest. The revelry of evening long concluded, the bustling commerce of day not yet begun. A thin fog had settled over the city, diffusing the gaslights into soft amber halos that seemed to float disconnected above the darkened streets. A hansom cab awaited us, arranged through Mycroft Holmes's efficient network. The driver, a burly man with the watchful eyes of one accustomed to clandestine assignments, nodded respectfully to Holmes as we approached. "Mr. Holmes, the Diogenes Club has prepared accommodations as requested. Your brother sends his regards and will meet you at 10 o'clock. The mention of Mycroft brought a slight smile to Holmes's lips. My brother's efficiency remains unparalleled. The early hour presents no obstacle to his arrangements. We were conveyed to a handsome townhouse in a quiet square near Regent's Park, one of several such properties maintained by the Diogenes Club for sensitive governmental matters or visiting dignitaries requiring discretion. Its exterior was elegantly understated, while its interior proved to be both comfortable and comprehensively equipped for our unusual requirements. Your brother has been thorough, Van Helsing observed, examining the items arranged in the study. Maps of London marked with recent suspicious deaths, dossiers on individuals potentially connected to our investigation, and even a small arsenal of weapons, ranging from conventional firearms to more specialized implements related to our particular quarry. Mycroft excels at thoroughness, Holmes replied, removing his coat and moving immediately to the maps. When provided with specific intelligence requirements, he mobilizes resources with remarkable precision. Though he rarely leaves his office at Whitehall or his rooms at the Diogenes Club, his influence extends throughout London and beyond. Too weary for further investigation that night, retired to our respective rooms, agreeing to reconvene after breakfast to meet with Mycroft. Despite my exhaustion, sleep proved elusive, as my mind continued to process the extraordinary developments of the past days. When I finally drifted into slumber, my dreams were troubled by images of pale faces watching from shadows and ancient eyes that held centuries of patient hunger. Morning arrived with surprising brightness, the fog having dissipated to reveal a crisp autumn day. London proceeded with its usual rhythms, carriages and carts traversing the streets, vendors calling their wares, businessmen striding purposefully toward offices and exchanges. The normality was almost jarring after our experiences in Whitby, as if we had stepped from a Gothic novel back into the prosaic reality of Victorian life. Breakfast was served in the dining room, where Mycroft Holmes awaited us, his substantial figure positioned in a chair specifically reinforced for his weight, a cup of tea and the morning papers arranged precisely before him. He rose with surprising grace as we entered, extending a hand first to his brother, and then to Van Helsing and myself. Sherlock, Dr. Watson, and Professor Van Helsing, a pleasure to make your acquaintance at last. Your monograph on rare blood disorders was most illuminating, particularly your observations on hereditary haemophilia in European royal families. Van Helsing accepted the compliment with a slight bow. You honour me with your attention to my work, Mr. Holmes. Your brother speaks highly of your analytical capabilities. Fraternal exaggeration, no doubt, Mycroft replied with a small smile that momentarily rendered his resemblance to Sherlock quite pronounced. But in this instance, I confess myself grateful for whatever capabilities I possess. The matter you pursue has implications that extend beyond individual tragic deaths. We seated ourselves at the table, where an excellent breakfast had been laid out. Eggs, kippers, toast, and coffee prepared in the robust continental style that Van Helsing preferred. As we ate, Mycroft outlined the situation in London as his intelligence network understood it. 7 deaths in the past fortnight, all bearing the characteristics you described from Whitby: extreme exsanguination, puncture wounds to the neck, and victims found in their beds with expressions suggesting no resistance. The deceased represent a curious cross-section of London society. A night watchman at the British Museum, a zookeeper specialising in nocturnal predators, a clerk from the Port Authority, a caretaker at Highgate Cemetery, 2 nurses from separate hospitals, and most recently, a young woman employed as a cartographer's assistant. A strategic selection, Holmes observed, buttering a piece of toast. Each victim is positioned to provide specific knowledge or access. Precisely my assessment, Mycroft agreed. The pattern suggests methodical information gathering rather than random predation. But there is another development that may interest you further. We have identified a survivor, someone who encountered your count, but escaped with her life, though not without effects. This caught our collective attention immediately. Van Helsing leaned forward, his breakfast momentarily forgotten. This is most significant. Where is this survivor now? Under protection at a private sanatorium in Hampstead, operated by a Dr. John Seward, who happens to be a former student of yours, Professor. When he observed the unusual symptoms, he recalled your research and took appropriate precautions, though without fully understanding their necessity, I believe. Jack Seward, Van Helsing murmured with evident approval. A brilliant mind and steady temperament. If anyone would notice subtle abnormalities in a patient's condition, it would be he. Plans were quickly made to visit the sanatorium after completing our breakfast. Mycroft provided a carriage for our exclusive use during our stay in London, along with credentials that would open most official doors should we require access to government facilities or records. I have taken the liberty of establishing surveillance on properties recently acquired by foreign purchasers matching the Count's description or using similar legal proxies, Mycroft informed us as we prepared to depart. Thus far, we have identified 3 potential lairs: a house in Piccadilly, a property near Carfax in Purfleet, and an abandoned chapel in Hampstead, close to Dr. Seward's sanatorium. Each has received deliveries of large crates similar to those described from the Demeter. "Excellent work, Mycroft," Sherlock acknowledged, the rare compliment indicating his appreciation for his brother's thoroughness. "We shall begin with the survivor's testimony, then proceed to reconnaissance of these locations. The Count's activities suggest he is establishing multiple bases of operation, a prudent strategy for one who must divide his time between active predation and dormant recovery." The sanatorium was a modern facility set within extensive gardens, designed to provide a calming environment for those recovering from nervous conditions or mental disturbances. Dr. Seward greeted us warmly in his office, his youthful face brightening particularly at the sight of his former mentor. "Professor Van Helsing, what an extraordinary coincidence. I was on the verge of writing to you regarding a most unusual case." "No coincidence, my boy," Van Helsing replied with avuncular fondness. "We have come specifically to interview your patient, the woman who survived an encounter with a being of singular predatory nature." Seward's expression shifted to one of surprised understanding. "You know about that?" "Yes. Miss Helena Chambers has been under my care for nearly a week now. She was brought in by her brother after being found unconscious near Hampstead Heath, with puncture wounds similar to those reported in several recent deaths. Unlike those unfortunate victims, however, she retained sufficient blood to survive, though she remains weak and exhibits curious psychological symptoms." "What sort of symptoms?" Holmes inquired, his keen analytical mind already cataloguing potential evidence. "Heightened sensory perception, particularly to light and sound, unusual cravings for rare meat, periods of somnambulism during which she attempts to leave the facility, and most notably a fixation on what she terms the master, a figure she alternately fears and yearns to rejoin." "Classic indicators of partial thraldom," Van Helsing murmured. "The Nosferatu's influence was established, but not yet complete. There is hope for her recovery if the connection can be severed in time." Dr. Seward led us to a pleasant, sunlit room where a young woman sat in a chair by the window, a book open but unread in her lap. Helena Chambers appeared to be in her mid-20s, with dark hair and the pallor characteristic of significant blood loss. Unlike Lucy Westenra's dreamy acceptance, however, her expression held a troubled awareness, as if she were engaged in an internal struggle whose parameters she couldn't quite define. She looked up as we entered, her eyes a striking amber colour, instantly alert and wary. "More doctors?" she asked, her voice carrying the refined accent of educated London society. "Or are you something else entirely?" "Miss Chambers, these gentlemen are specialists consulting on your case," Dr. Seward explained gently. "Professor Van Helsing is an expert in rare blood conditions. Mr. Sherlock Holmes is a consulting detective investigating recent incidents similar to your experience, and Dr. Watson is assisting them both." At the mention of Holmes's name, her eyes widened. "The detective? Then you believe what happened to me was a crime, not merely an illness or delusion?" "We believe you experienced a very real encounter," Holmes replied, seating himself across from her. "And your testimony may help prevent others from suffering similar or worse fates. Would you be willing to share what you remember of the experience?" Helena straightened in her chair, a certain dignity asserting itself through her evident weakness. "I shall try, though my memories have a peculiar quality, vivid in some aspects, frustratingly vague in others. With gentle prompting from Holmes and occasional clarifying questions from Van Helsing, Helena recounted her ordeal. She had been walking home from visiting a friend who lived near Hampstead Heath, taking a shortcut she'd used many times before. Though it was evening, the path was familiar, and she had felt no particular concern until a sudden mist arose, seeming to isolate her from the familiar surroundings. It was most peculiar, she recalled. The fog appeared to have direction and purpose, swirling around me specifically rather than distributing naturally, and within it I sensed a presence, something watching, evaluating. Then I saw eyes, red, gleaming, points in the mist that seemed to grow larger as they approached. Her next clear memory was of a tall figure materializing from the fog, dressed in elegant evening attire, yet somehow archaic in style. His face was pale, aristocratic, with a high forehead and deep-set eyes that seemed to capture and hold her gaze against her will. He spoke to me in a voice that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly in my mind, Helena continued. He called me his dear one, and spoke of how I would serve him well with my knowledge of London's geography. You see, I assist my father in his cartography business. We create detailed maps for various clients, including recent expansions of the underground system. Did he identify himself? Van Helsing asked. He called himself Count Dracula, though whether that is truly his name or an assumed identity, I cannot say. He spoke of his homeland with a curious mixture of love and bitterness. Ancient forests, towering mountains, and battles long past. The encounter had progressed to physical contact, with the Count taking her hands in his cold grasp. Helena described a sensation of being gradually drained of will and resistance, as if her very identity were being slowly erased by his hypnotic presence. When he bent toward her neck, she experienced a brief, sharp pain, followed by a floating sensation that was not entirely unpleasant, a detachment from physical reality that allowed her to observe what was happening without fear or resistance. "What saved you?" Holmes asked, his tone gentle but persistent. "Most victims are found completely exsanguinated, yet you retained sufficient blood to survive." Helena's brow furrowed in concentration. "I was wearing a locket, a family heirloom containing a small fragment of what my grandmother called a holy relic. When he made contact with it, there was a curious sizzling sound, and he recoiled with a hiss of pain. The trance-like state partially broke, and I managed to pull away. The last thing I remember is stumbling through the fog, the sound of pursuit behind me growing fainter as I approached more populated areas." She touched her neck unconsciously, where the marks were still visible, though fading. "I collapsed near the road, where a passing cabman found me, and, recognizing my address from the letters in my purse, delivered me to my brother's care. He brought me here, where my behavior became concerning to him." "Concerning in what way?" Van Helsing prompted. Helena hesitated, evidently embarrassed. "I began to find daylight intolerable. Ordinary sounds became painfully loud. I developed cravings for rare meat when I had previously preferred it well cooked. But most disturbingly, I found myself drawn to leave the house after dark, pulled by what felt like an external summons I could neither ignore nor fully resist. My brother physically restrained me on the third night when he found me attempting to climb out a second-story window." Van Helsing nodded gravely. "The beginning stages of the Nosferatu's influence. Not yet a complete transformation, but a progressive alteration of your natural state." The relic in your locket provided unexpected protection, interrupting the process before it could be completed. He removed a small wooden case from his medical bag and opened it to reveal a communion wafer. "With your permission, Miss Chambers. This may cause momentary discomfort, but it will help us determine the extent of your condition." After a hesitant nod from Helena, Van Helsing gently pressed the wafer to her forehead. She winced and drew back, a small red mark appearing briefly where the wafer had touched. But the reaction was mild compared to what I had been led to expect from Van Helsing's descriptions of fully transformed victims. "Your condition can be reversed," the professor announced, with evident relief. "The connection is established, but not complete. With proper treatment and precautions, you can be freed from his influence." "And assist us in locating him," Holmes added. "Your cartographer's knowledge may help us identify patterns in his movements or predict likely targets based on London's geography." Helena's expression grew more focused, a spark of determination replacing the previous uncertainty. "I want to help, not only for my own sake, but for others who might fall victim to him. Since recovering partial awareness, I've experienced impressions, glimpses of his intentions. He seeks to establish a network throughout London, transforming key individuals who can then act as his agents during daylight hours when his own powers are diminished. A strategic colonization," Holmes observed, "creating a support structure before expanding his predatory activities to a scale commensurate with London's population." "Precisely," Van Helsing agreed. "The Nosferatu is nothing if not patient and methodical. He has existed for centuries by carefully selecting environments that provide both sustenance and security. London, with its fogs, its labyrinthine streets, its diverse population among whom strangers raise little notice. It is an ideal hunting ground for his kind." Dr. Seward, who had been observing our interaction with professional interest, now spoke up. "What treatment do you propose for Miss Chambers, Professor? I have been administering blood transfusions to address her anemia, with some success, but the psychological symptoms persist." "Continue the transfusions," Van Helsing instructed, "but add these to her regimen." He produced a small pouch from which he extracted several garlic flowers and a vial of clear liquid. Garlic in her food and around her sleeping quarters, holy water in small doses with her regular medication, and most importantly, constant protection during the night hours when his summons will be strongest. Helena listened to these instructions with a mixture of skepticism and hope. "You truly believe I can be free of this influence? These past nights have been torment, part of me desperately seeking to answer his call while another part recognizes the wrongness of it." "With diligence and faith in the treatment, yes," Van Helsing assured her. "And by helping us locate the Count, you strike the most effective blow against his power over you. The Nosferatu's thrall weakens with distance and is broken completely upon the master vampire's destruction." As we prepared to leave, Helena called me back while the others stepped into the hallway. "Dr. Watson," she said quietly, "there's something I didn't wish to mention before the others. Something perhaps too fanciful, even for this extraordinary situation." "What is it?" I asked, sensing her need to unburden herself. "In my dreams, which feel more like visitations, I've seen others like me. Not full vampires, but those in the process of transformation. One is a woman my age with golden hair, by the sea." Her description matched Lucy Westenra precisely. "Another is older, a spinster with knowledge of burial grounds." This aligned with Miss Thorne from Whitby. We are connected somehow, through him, like a web with the Count at its centre, sensing each other across distances. "Have you seen where he rests during the day?" I asked, trying to contain my excitement at this potential intelligence. "Only fragments, stone walls, darkness, the smell of earth from his homeland, and nearby, the sounds of wild animals, roars and growls, unlike any London noise." She frowned in concentration. "It feels closest when I face east from here." This last detail struck me as particularly significant. The zoological gardens lay east of Hampstead, home to exotic predators from around the world, including wolves and large cats that might respond to the unnatural influence Van Helsing had described of vampires exercising over certain animals. I thanked Helena for this additional information, promising to return soon with updates on our progress. As I rejoined Holmes and Van Helsing, I felt a curious mixture of hope and apprehension. We had found a victim who lived, someone who could provide insight into the Count's methods and intentions. Yet, her testimony confirmed the systematic nature of his campaign against London, a meticulously planned infiltration rather than merely predatory opportunism. The autumn sun was beginning its afternoon descent as we departed the sanatorium, casting long shadows across the carefully maintained gardens. Somewhere in London, behind darkened windows, or perhaps in subterranean chambers, Count Dracula would now be in his dormant state, gathering strength for the night's activities. And we had precious few hours of daylight remaining to locate him before his hunt resumed. "To the zoological gardens," Holmes announced as we entered our waiting carriage. "Miss Chambers has provided a valuable clue that we must investigate while daylight permits." As the carriage pulled away from Dr. Seward's sanatorium, I glanced back to see Helena watching from her window, her pale face framed by the curtains, her expression a complex mixture of fear and resolve. Unlike the Count's other victims, she had been granted a second chance, an opportunity to reclaim her life from the shadow that had nearly claimed it. Whether that opportunity could be extended to others, and whether we could prevent the spread of the vampire's influence throughout London, would depend on what we discovered in the coming hours. The game continued, with the stakes growing ever higher as darkness approached. Our carriage made swift progress through London's afternoon traffic, conveying us toward the zoological gardens in Regent's Park. The sun had begun its westward descent, casting long shadows across the streets and lending a golden quality to the light that belied the urgency of our mission. Holmes sat in contemplative silence, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in that characteristic pose that indicated deep, analytical thought. "You seem troubled, my friend," I ventured after several minutes of this silence. Holmes's grey eyes refocused on the present moment. "I am calculating probabilities, Watson. If our understanding of the Count's limitations is correct, we have perhaps 3 hours of effective daylight remaining, time during which he will be at his most vulnerable. Yet, we must balance the opportunity for direct action against the risk of insufficient preparation." "You suggest we might actually confront him today?" I asked, surprised by the suddenness of this potential development. Van Helsing, who had been consulting a small notebook, looked up with a grave expression. "It would be premature, I fear. The Nosferatu in his dormant state remains dangerous, diminished in power, but not helpless, and he would certainly have defences in place. Human servants or thralled victims who remain conscious during daylight hours when he cannot act directly." not to mention the practical challenge of locating his exact resting place within whatever larger property he has secured, Holmes added. No, today's objective must be reconnaissance, gathering sufficient intelligence to plan a coordinated assault that leaves nothing to chance. The carriage turned onto the broad avenue leading to the zoological gardens, where autumn visitors strolled among the exhibits, enjoying the pleasant weather in seeming ignorance of the shadow that had fallen across their city. We disembarked near the main entrance, where Holmes approached the ticket booth with an authoritative air. "We require immediate access to your director," he announced, presenting one of Mycroft's official credentials. "Government business of the utmost urgency." The attendant, initially flustered by Holmes's directness, quickly summoned a junior keeper who escorted us to the administrative offices. Dr. Bartlett, the director, proved to be a small, energetic man with spectacles that magnified his already prominent eyes, giving him a perpetually surprised appearance. "Gentlemen," he greeted us, rising from behind a desk cluttered with scientific papers and specimen jars. "How may the Zoological Society assist His Majesty's government?" Holmes came directly to the point. "We are investigating a matter of national security that may involve your facilities. Have you observed any unusual activity among your predatory animals in recent days? Wolves, large cats, or other carnivores?" Dr. Bartlett's expression shifted from polite interest to genuine concern. "How extraordinary that you should ask. Yes, indeed we have. The wolves in particular have displayed most atypical behavior this past week. Restlessness during daylight hours when they would normally rest, and a form of agitation after sunset that our most experienced keepers describe as unprecedented." "And their enclosure is located where, precisely?" Holmes inquired. "In the northeastern section, adjacent to the big cats. But there have been anomalies with those exhibits as well. The lions refusing food, the tiger pacing obsessively along the eastern wall of its cage." He hesitated, then added, "We lost a keeper 3 nights ago, found dead near the wolf enclosure during his night rounds. The police attributed it to heart failure, but you had your doubts," Holmes completed for him. "The man was 34 and in excellent health," Dr. Bartlett confirmed, "and there were marks on his neck that the examining physician dismissed as post-mortem animal activity, though no predator had escaped confinement." Van Helsing and Holmes exchanged significant glances. "We need to examine the area surrounding the wolf enclosure," the professor stated firmly, "particularly any structures that might offer seclusion and protection from direct sunlight." Dr. Bartlett led us personally through the gardens, past exhibits where exotic creatures from around the world went about their captive existences. Flamingos standing sentinel in their pond, monkeys chattering in their elaborate habitats, elephants methodically consuming hay with their dexterous trunks. The normality of the scene created a curious counterpoint to the supernatural threat we pursued. As we approached the predator section, a palpable change came over the atmosphere. The casual visitors thinned out, perhaps instinctively avoiding the growing tension that even humans could sense. The wolves, visible in their carefully constructed habitat, showed none of the lethargy one would expect during afternoon hours. Instead, they paced restlessly, occasionally pausing to direct their gaze toward a stone building that stood slightly apart from the public areas. "The old keeper's lodge," Dr. Bartlett explained, following the direction of their attention. no longer used for staff quarters since we built the new accommodations closer to the main entrance. It's been standing empty for some months, awaiting renovation funds. Empty, you say? Holmes's tone conveyed polite skepticism. Has anyone entered it recently for inspection or maintenance? Not to my knowledge. The director frowned in consideration. Though now that you mention it, I recall authorizing access for what I was told were preliminary architectural assessments. A foreign gentleman with impeccable credentials, a count of some sort, with an interest in historic structures. He made a generous donation to our reptile house and requested occasional use of the lodge for observing nocturnal animal behaviors. Given his scientific background and financial support, it seemed a reasonable accommodation. When was this arrangement made? Van Helsing asked, his expression darkening. Approximately 10 days ago. The gentleman has visited several times since, always arriving near closing time and presumably departing before morning staff arrive. Dr. Bartlett looked increasingly uncomfortable as he recognized the potential implications of his decisions. I should mention that deliveries were made to the lodge, scientific equipment, he claimed, though the crates were unusually large for such purposes. I believe we must inspect this lodge immediately, Holmes declared, his tone brooking no argument. Please remain at a safe distance, Dr. Bartlett. This may involve matters beyond normal zoological concerns. The director, thoroughly alarmed now, readily agreed to withdraw to a respectful distance while remaining available, should we require additional information. As he retreated, Holmes, Van Helsing and I approached the stone lodge with careful steps, alert to any signs of surveillance or danger. The building itself was Victorian Gothic in style, with narrow windows set deep in the stone walls and a slate roof that had weathered to a mottled grey-green. The door was heavy oak, reinforced with iron bands and secured with a substantial padlock. Holmes examined the lock briefly, then extracted his picking tools from an inner pocket. "A moment only," he murmured, his deft fingers working the mechanism. An excellent ward system, but not impervious to one who understands its principles. The lock yielded with a soft click, but Holmes paused before opening the door. "Be prepared for immediate withdrawal if necessary," he cautioned. "If the Count has indeed established a secondary lair here, there may be defences beyond the merely physical." Van Helsing nodded, withdrawing a crucifix and a small vial of holy water from his coat. I checked that my revolver was accessible, though I harboured doubts about its efficacy against the supernatural predator we pursued. Holmes eased the door open slowly, revealing a dimly lit interior that smelled strongly of damp earth and something less identifiable, a musky animal scent overlaid with a sweeter note that reminded me disconcertingly of the charnel house I had visited during my medical training. We entered cautiously, allowing our eyes to adjust to the gloom. The ground floor appeared to have been a simple dwelling originally. A main room with a stone, fireplace, a small kitchen area, and a narrow staircase leading to upper chambers. Now, however, it had been transformed. The furniture had been pushed against the walls to create an open central space where a large wooden crate stood. Its lid had been removed, revealing rich, dark soil similar to the samples we had collected in Whitby. Earth from his homeland, Van Helsing confirmed, examining but not touching the soil. Essential for the Nosferatu's daytime rest and regeneration. But this appears to be merely a supply repository, not his primary resting place. Holmes was already exploring further, his keen eyes noting details that might escape less observant individuals. The dust on the floor has been disturbed in a pattern suggesting regular movement between this main room and the cellar, he observed, indicating a trapdoor, partially concealed beneath a threadbare rug. And observe the walls. The original plaster has been removed in sections, exposing the bare stone beneath. Why? Stone from consecrated structures often retains a residual protective quality, Van Helsing explained. By exposing the original walls, he weakens any such protection this building might have possessed from its construction materials. I moved toward the kitchen area, where modern equipment had been installed alongside the original fittings. A curious gas-powered refrigeration unit hummed softly in one corner, its purpose becoming gruesomely apparent when I cautiously opened its door to reveal several bottles of what could only be blood, neatly labelled with dates and what appeared to be names. He maintains a reserve supply, I reported, closing the door quickly as my medical training warred with instinctive revulsion. For times when hunting might be impractical. Holmes, meanwhile, had turned his attention to the trapdoor. The cellar would provide additional protection from daylight, he reasoned. If he maintains multiple layers throughout London, this may serve as a temporary haven rather than his primary domain. With practiced caution, he lifted the heavy wooden door to reveal stone steps descending into darkness. Van Helsing produced a phosphorus match, its flare momentarily blinding in the dim room, before settling to a steady flame that he transferred to a small lantern he carried. "I shall go first," the professor stated firmly. "I have encountered such conditions before and know what signs to seek." The steps were worn smooth by generations of use, curving slightly as they descended into the earth beneath the lodge. The lantern light created shifting shadows that seemed almost animate, creeping along the walls as we carefully made our way downward. The air grew noticeably cooler and damper, carrying that same unsettling sweet decay scent I had noticed above, now stronger and more pervasive. The cellar itself was larger than I had anticipated, suggesting it extended beyond the footprint of the lodge above. Rough stone walls glistened with moisture, and the floor had been partially excavated to create a sunken central area where another, larger crate rested on a platform of wooden pallets. This one was lined not just with soil, but with what appeared to be a layer of velvet, forming a macabre parody of a proper bed. "He has rested here," Van Helsing confirmed, examining the indentation in the soil that conformed to a human shape. "Recently, too. The soil remains disturbed from his last rising." Holmes had moved to examine a heavy wooden chest positioned against the far wall. Its lid stood open, revealing contents that caused even his composed features to register surprise. Jewelry, watches, wallets, and small personal items, each meticulously arranged and labelled with small cards. "Trophies," he observed grimly, "taken from victims not just in London, but across Europe, judging by these inscriptions. Some of these items date back decades, if not centuries." A common behaviour among serial predators, Van Helsing noted. The Nosferatu retains many human psychological patterns despite its transformation, including the impulse to collect mementos from significant kills. I had been examining the walls of the cellar, noting that at several points, narrow tunnels had been excavated, disappearing into darkness beyond the range of our lantern. "These passages," I said, "where might they lead?" "An excellent question, Watson," Holmes replied, joining me to study the openings. The zoological gardens were constructed over what was once part of the Regent's Canal system. These may connect to old service tunnels or drainage culverts, providing concealed access to other parts of London. The Nosferatu often establishes such escape routes, Van Helsing confirmed. They serve both as emergency exits and as hunting paths that allow movement without exposure to public observation. Our exploration was interrupted by a sound from above, a soft scraping that might have been mistaken for settling timber or wind against the roof, had we not been acutely aware of the potential dangers surrounding us. Holmes extinguished the lantern immediately, plunging us into complete darkness. "Someone enters," he whispered. "Against the wall, gentlemen." We pressed ourselves into the shadows beside one of the tunnel entrances, scarcely daring to breathe as footsteps descended the cellar stairs. Not the heavy tread of a man, but a lighter step with an odd, shuffling quality. The dim glow of a candle preceded its bearer into the cellar, gradually revealing a figure that caused my heart to constrict with pity and horror combined. It was a woman, though her condition made her gender almost incidental to the more pressing reality of her transformation. Pale beyond natural pallor, with sunken cheeks and eyes that shone with an unnatural luminescence in the candlelight, she moved with the uncertain gait of a sleepwalker. Her clothing marked her as a person of some means, a once fine dress now soiled and torn, suggesting days of wear without attention to appearance or hygiene. "Miss Thorne," I whispered, recognizing the former spinster of Whitby despite her altered state. "One of the first victims." She seemed not to hear or notice us, proceeding directly to the central crate, where she began methodically arranging items she removed from a cloth bag. Fresh soil to replace what had been disturbed, a small pillow of black silk, and most disturbingly, a glass vial of dark liquid that could only be freshly acquired blood. "She prepares for his return," Van Helsing murmured, his voice barely audible. "The thrall compels service even across great distances." We remained motionless, watching this grim domestic ritual performed by a woman who was neither fully alive nor properly dead. When she had completed her preparations, Miss Thorne stood gazing down at the crate with an expression of such longing that it transcended the horror of her condition, and touched something fundamentally human, the need for connection, for purpose, for belonging, perverted though it had become through the Count's influence. After several minutes of this vigil, she turned and ascended the stairs, taking her candle with her and leaving us once again in darkness. Holmes waited until the sound of her footsteps had completely faded before reigniting the lantern. "We have confirmed that this is indeed one of the Count's lairs," he said softly, "and that at least some of his victims from Whitby have followed him to London. The question now becomes whether to lay our trap here or to continue our investigation of the other properties Mycroft identified." Van Helsing considered this thoughtfully. "This location has certain advantages. We now know its layout and defensible positions. However, I suspect it is not his primary London residence. The preparations we witnessed suggest he visits occasionally, but does not remain for extended periods." "Agreed," Holmes nodded. "This is a way station, not a stronghold, and if we were to destroy it, we would simply drive him to ground in one of his other lairs, potentially losing track of him entirely during a critical phase of his establishment in London. So we observe, but do not yet act," I summarized. "Precisely, Watson. We shall place this lodge under surveillance, tracking the movements of both the Count and his thralled victims. Meanwhile, we continue our investigation of the other properties, building a comprehensive understanding of his network before closing the net. We made a final circuit of the cellar, Holmes making rapid sketches of the layout and the tunnel entrances for future reference. Van Helsing collected small samples of the soil for analysis, while I examined the blood storage in the refrigeration unit more carefully, noting dates and names that might help identify victims not yet reported. The afternoon was waning rapidly as we emerged from the lodge, securing the padlock behind us to avoid alerting the Count to our intrusion. Dr. Bartlett awaited us at a discreet distance, his expression a mixture of scientific curiosity and very human apprehension. "You found something significant," he observed, noting our grave demeanours. "Indeed," Holmes confirmed, "your instincts regarding the keeper's death were correct. It was no natural occurrence. For your own safety and that of your staff, I must ask that you suspend night operations in this section of the gardens until further notice. No keepers should approach the lodge under any circumstances, particularly after sunset." The director agreed readily, asking no questions beyond what immediate actions he should take to protect his people and animals. Holmes provided him with a contact at Scotland Yard, who had been briefed on our investigation, though not on its supernatural elements, and who could provide official support if needed. As we departed the zoological gardens, the sun had begun its final descent toward the western horizon, casting the world in amber and lengthening shadows across the pathways. Visitors were being gently ushered toward the exits as closing time approached, their faces showing nothing more concerning than mild disappointment at the conclusion of their entertainment. "How strange," I remarked, as our carriage conveyed us back toward our temporary headquarters, "to think that they stroll and admire the exotic animals, never knowing that the most dangerous predator in the gardens walks among them on 2 legs, wearing the semblance of aristocratic refinement. The most effective predators are those that do not appear as such," Holmes observed. "The anglerfish with its luminous lure, the orchid mantis resembling a harmless flower, the assassin bug that disguises itself with the corpses of its victims. Nature has perfected the art of deception for hunting purposes over millions of years. Is it any wonder that a being like the Count, with centuries of existence, has mastered similar principles?" The carriage windows framed a London preparing for evening, lamplighters making their rounds, shops closing for the day, workers heading homeward or toward public houses for relaxation. All normal, all reassuringly ordinary. Yet, beneath this mundane surface, another reality now existed, a shadow world of predator and prey, of ancient hunger and modern vulnerability, that most would never perceive until directly threatened. "We should return to Miss Chambers," Van Helsing suggested, as darkness began to claim the city. "Her connection to the Count may provide further insights, particularly as his activities increase with the coming night." Holmes nodded in agreement. "And we must prepare for a night of surveillance. The Count will hunt tonight, and in observing his methods, we may discern patterns crucial to his eventual defeat." As our carriage turned toward Hampstead and the sanatorium where Helena Chambers waited, I found myself watching the gathering darkness with new awareness, not merely as the natural end of day, but as the beginning of a predatory cycle that had existed in shadow for centuries. Somewhere in London, Count Dracula would soon rise from his daytime dormancy, ready to continue his patient, methodical colonization of England's greatest city. And we three, a detective, a doctor, and a specialist in humanity's oldest fears, were perhaps the only barrier standing between him and success. Night had fully descended by the time we returned to our temporary headquarters. The sky above London, a vast canvas of indigo, punctuated by stars that seemed unusually bright, as if observing our movements with ancient, dispassionate interest. Our visit to Helena Chambers had yielded additional insights. Her connection to the Count had strengthened as darkness fell, providing impressions of his movements through the city, though these remained frustratingly vague. "He travels east," she had murmured, her eyes closed in concentration, fingers pressed to her temples as if physically directing her unusual perceptions. "Toward water. The river, I think. There are others with him, not like him, but not fully human either. Servants or thralls, did you call them?" Now, gathered in the study of our borrowed townhouse, Holmes spread a large map of London across the table, carefully marking locations of interest. The Zoological Gardens Lodge we had discovered, the properties Mycroft had identified, sites of confirmed vampire attacks, and a new addition, Highgate Cemetery. Highgate, Holmes explained, tapping the location with a slender finger, offers particular advantages for our quarry. Extensive grounds, limited surveillance, a Gothic atmosphere that discourages casual visitors after dark, and most significantly, a ready supply of coffins. "Coffins?" I echoed, the connection not immediately apparent. "Traditional folklore insists the vampire must rest in his native soil," Van Helsing elaborated. "This is partly accurate. The Nosferatu requires contact with Earth from its homeland to maintain full vitality and regenerative capabilities. However, the soil must be contained appropriately. Coffins, with their sealed construction and cultural association with death and rest, provide ideal vessels for this purpose." Holmes nodded. "Precisely. And Highgate has reported several disturbing incidents in recent weeks. Graves found disturbed, not in the manner of ordinary body snatchers, but specifically targeting coffins. In each case, the coffin itself was removed, leaving the grave open. He establishes multiple lairs throughout London, I reasoned, each requiring appropriate accommodation for his daytime dormancy. The coffins, properly prepared with soil from his homeland, fulfill this requirement while being readily transportable if a location becomes compromised. "Excellent, Watson," Holmes approved, and by utilizing existing coffins, rather than having new ones constructed or imported, he avoids creating an obvious trail that might draw attention. Most ingenious, if macabre. The mantel clock chimed 10, its resonant tones reminding us of the advancing night. Outside our windows, fog had begun to gather in the squares and streets, diffusing the gaslights into soft golden halos that seemed to float disconnected from their sources. The familiar sounds of London night, distant carriage wheels, occasional voices, the melancholy call of a street vendor, created an auditory backdrop that was simultaneously ordinary and, in our current context, somehow ominous. We should divide our efforts, Holmes decided, studying the map. Mycroft has provided sufficient men to maintain surveillance on the Zoological Gardens Lodge and the Piccadilly property. I propose that we focus on Highgate tonight. If the Count is indeed collecting coffins, we may witness activity there that provides further insight into his network. Van Helsing agreed, gathering his specialized equipment, crucifixes, garlic, vials of holy water, and wooden stakes, which he distributed among us with the matter-of-fact efficiency of a military quartermaster. Remember, gentlemen, we observe only tonight. Direct confrontation, should it become necessary, must be undertaken during daylight hours when his powers are at their nadir. Our carriage delivered us to the vicinity of Highgate Cemetery as the church bells across London were striking 11. We dismissed the driver some distance from our destination, not wishing to announce our arrival with the sound of wheels on cobblestones. The night had grown colder, our breath forming small clouds that dissipated into the mist, curling around the cemetery's imposing gates. Highgate in daylight presents a picturesque melancholy, a carefully designed landscape of monuments to departed Victorians, with elegant sculptures and mausoleums set amid winding paths and thoughtfully placed trees. By night, however, it transforms into something far more primeval. The Egyptian avenue with its towering cedars becomes a processional path to ancient mysteries. The Circle of Lebanon, with its ring of vaults built into the hillside, evokes prehistoric stone circles where forgotten rites were performed beneath the watching stars. We entered through a side gate that Holmes unlocked with the practiced ease that occasionally made me wonder about certain less documented aspects of his earlier career. Once inside, we moved with careful steps along the gravel paths, avoiding the crunch of footfalls that might betray our presence. The fog had thickened within the cemetery grounds, as if the very earth exhaled memories of those interred below, creating a ghostly landscape where monuments loomed suddenly before us, and then receded as we passed. The reported disturbances have centered around the western section, Holmes whispered, consulting a small notebook, particularly the newer graves, where the coffins would be in better condition and the earth less settled. We made our way in that direction, guided by Holmes's unerring sense of direction even in the obscuring fog. Van Helsing moved with similar confidence, his experience in nocturnal pursuits of this nature evident in his silent tread and constant vigilance. I followed their lead, my medical bag, now containing crucifixes and stakes alongside my usual instruments, clutched firmly in one hand, my revolver accessible in my coat pocket. The western section, when we reached it, immediately revealed signs of the activities Holmes had described. Several graves stood open, their rectangular voids black against the paler ground, headstones tilted at unnatural angles where the earth had been disturbed beneath them. No attempt had been made to restore the sites after the coffin's removal, an indication that the perpetrators feared no conventional legal consequences. Holmes knelt beside one such grave, examining the disturbed earth with his magnifying glass despite the limited visibility. "Interesting," he murmured. The excavation was performed with unusual implements. Not standard gravedigger's tools, but something with a narrower blade, more precise. And observe these indentations. He indicated faint marks in the soil, consistent with a coffin being lifted not by ropes, as would be typical, but by hand, requiring considerable strength. Superhuman strength, Van Helsing confirmed softly. The Nosferatu's physical capabilities far exceed normal human limitations. A sound from deeper within the cemetery, a soft scraping, like wood against stone, drew our attention. With a wordless exchange of glances, we moved toward it, using monuments and mausoleums as cover. The fog swirled around us, occasionally thinning to reveal glimpses of the path ahead, before closing in again, creating a disorienting effect that challenged even Holmes's navigational skills. We paused behind a substantial angel monument, Its wings spread as if in protection over the grave it guarded. Beyond it, in a small clearing among older family plots, we discerned movement. Several figures engaged in what appeared to be the excavation of a grave. The fog briefly parted, allowing moonlight to illuminate the scene with an ethereal clarity. 3 individuals worked with silent efficiency, 2 men and a woman, their movements possessing that same mechanical quality we had observed in Miss Thorne at the Zoological Gardens Lodge. They were clearly under the influence of the Count's thrall, their natural will subsumed to his purpose. What struck me most powerfully, however, was the identity of one worker, Thomas Hardy, the fisherman from Whitby, whose empty coffin we had discovered in St. Mary's churchyard. "They follow him," I whispered, the realization chilling despite its logic. "From Whitby to London, continuing to serve even at this distance. The connection persists until the master vampire is destroyed," Van Helsing explained, his voice barely audible. "Distance weakens, but doesn't break the bond. And observe, they work without lamps or candles, suggesting enhanced night vision consistent with partial transformation." As we watched, the thralled workers completed their excavation, revealing a coffin that appeared relatively new, its wood still bearing the sheen of recent polish. With unnatural strength, they lifted it effortlessly from its resting place, carrying it toward a small horse-drawn cart waiting on the nearby path. The woman, who I now recognized with a shock as Miss Eleanor Thorne, opened the cart's rear doors to reveal several coffins already loaded inside, stacked with careful precision. "They collect them for distribution to his various lairs," Holmes observed, "a network of secure resting places throughout London, each provisioned with sanctified vessels containing his native soil." The thralled workers secured the newly acquired coffin in the cart, then returned to their excavation tools. It appeared their night's work was not yet complete. Several more graves had been marked with small pieces of red cloth tied to their headstones, suggesting targets for removal. "Should we not intervene?" I asked, my hand tightening around the revolver in my pocket. "We could end this desecration now." "Patience, Watson," Holmes cautioned. "These are not our primary quarry, but merely extensions of his will. Confronting them would alert the Count to our investigation without significantly impeding his operations. Better to observe and gather intelligence that will allow us to strike decisively at the source." Van Helsing nodded in agreement. "The thralls are victims themselves, acting without true volition. In their current state, they cannot be reasoned with or deterred. Our compassion is better directed toward ending their master's control rather than opposing them directly." We continued our observation as the group excavated another grave, the process repeating with the same eerie efficiency. This coffin, however, presented a complication. Its lid had been secured with additional metal clasps, perhaps at the request of particularly cautious mourners. Hardy struggled momentarily with these fastenings before applying his unnatural strength to simply break them, the sound of splintering wood carrying clear through the night air. As the lid was removed, a sudden disturbance erupted from within. Not the deceased occupant, but several large rats that had apparently made the coffin their nest. They scattered in panic, racing in all directions across the disturbed ground. One ran directly toward our hiding place, causing Van Helsing to step back reflexively, his foot dislodging a small stone that clattered against the angel monument's base. The sound, though slight, carried in the cemetery's silence. The thralled workers froze, heads turning in unison toward our position with a synchronicity that was deeply unsettling. Their eyes, catching what little light filtered through the fog, gleamed with an unnatural luminescence, not the red glow attributed to the Count himself, but a paler, more diffuse illumination that suggested partial adoption of their master's nocturnal adaptations. For a moment that seemed suspended in time, we remained motionless behind our stone shelter, scarcely daring to breathe as those gleaming eyes searched the darkness. Then, with the same unsettling synchronicity, the workers returned to their task, seemingly dismissing the sound as insignificant, or perhaps receiving some silent instruction from their distant master to continue their assignment, regardless of potential observation. "A close call," Holmes whispered, once the workers were again absorbed in their grim work. "Let us withdraw slightly. We've confirmed the activity and identified 2 of the Whitby victims among the Count's London thralls. Further observation tonight may yield diminishing returns compared to the risk of discovery." We retreated with careful steps, maintaining visual contact with the grave robbers until distance and fog obscured them completely. The cemetery had grown colder as midnight approached, the damp chill penetrating our clothing and settling into joints and sinews with uncomfortable persistence. Yet the physical discomfort was secondary to the intellectual and moral chill induced by what we had witnessed, the methodical desecration of final resting places to serve the needs of an undead predator. Upon reaching the cemetery's perimeter, we paused to observe the exits, anticipating the eventual departure of the cart with its macabre cargo. Our patience was rewarded within the hour. As the vehicle emerged from a service gate on the eastern side, Hardy at the reins, while Miss Thorne and the unidentified man sat in the rear, vigilant guardians of the stolen coffins. "We should follow," I suggested, "discover where they deliver their acquisitions." Holmes considered this briefly before shaking his head. The risk outweighs the potential intelligence gain. In these fog-bound streets they would likely detect pursuit, and we are not yet prepared for direct confrontation. Better to return to our headquarters and consolidate what we've learned with Mycroft's ongoing surveillance reports. Our return journey through London's midnight streets was conducted in thoughtful silence, each of us processing the implications of what we had observed. The city slept around us, or at least the majority of its citizens did, unaware of the shadow that had fallen across their metropolis, or the ancient predator establishing hunting grounds in their midst. Back at our temporary headquarters, a messenger awaited with reports from Mycroft's surveillance teams. Holmes reviewed these with focused attention, while Van Helsing and I warmed ourselves before the fire, the professor making careful notes in his journal about the night's observations. "Mycroft's men report activity at the Piccadilly House," Holmes announced, looking up from the dispatches. A carriage matching the description of the one we observed at Highgate delivered what appeared to be a large crate shortly after 9 o'clock. Subsequently, a well-dressed gentleman entered the premises, a man matching the Count's description, accompanied by a young woman in evening attire who seemed to be in a somnambulistic state. "Another victim?" Van Helsing said grimly. "He wastes no time in establishing his feeding pattern. Did the surveillance team intervene?" "They maintained observation only, as instructed," Holmes replied. The woman emerged approximately 1 hour later, noticeably paler and unsteady on her feet, but ambulatory. She was escorted to a hackney cab by the Count himself, who then returned inside. The team followed the cab to Belgravia, where the woman was delivered to what appears to be her residence. "He's careful," I observed, "not killing these new London victims, but taking only enough blood to sustain himself while keeping them alive, either to feed again later or to potentially convert them as he did with the Whitby victims." "A calculated strategy," Holmes agreed. "He creates a sustainable hunting pattern while gradually expanding his influence through selected transformations. The question becomes, which of his current victims are intended merely as sustenance, and which are being prepared for more significant roles in his plans?" Van Helsing closed his journal with a troubled expression. "The pattern suggests careful consideration of each victim's potential utility. Those with access to strategic locations or specialized knowledge appear more likely to undergo partial transformation rather than simple predation." The mantel clock chimed 2, its sonorous tones emphasizing the late hour. Outside, the fog had thickened further, pressing against our windows like a living entity seeking entrance. Somewhere within that obscuring blanket, the Count and his thralls continued their nocturnal activities, feeding, converting, establishing secure lairs throughout London with patient, methodical purpose. "We should rest," Holmes decided, setting aside the reports. "Tomorrow requires clear minds and full vigour. I propose we focus our investigation on the Piccadilly house, which appears to be the Count's current primary residence in London. Mycroft's resources can continue monitoring the secondary locations while we prepare for a more direct approach." As I retired to my room, the events of the day and night replayed in my mind. Helena Chambers's haunted eyes as she sensed the Count's movements, the Zoological Gardens lodge with its hidden chambers and tunnels, the thralled workers efficiently harvesting coffins from Highgate's sacred ground. Each piece formed part of a larger pattern, a web extending across London with the Count at its centre, drawing victims into his influence with the patient expertise of centuries of predatory existence. Sleep, when it finally came, brought dreams of fog-shrouded cemeteries and open graves, of coffins moving through London's midnight streets toward unknown destinations, and of pale faces watching from shadows with inhuman patience. In that borderland between wakefulness and slumber, I found myself wondering, not for the first time since our arrival in Whitby, whether some threats are too ancient, too deeply entrenched in humanity's darkest fears, to be truly vanquished even by the combined forces of reason, science, and courage that our unusual trio represented. Yet, as consciousness faded, I took comfort in Holmes's unwavering analytical approach, in Van Helsing's deep knowledge of our adversary, and in my own determination to confront whatever horrors awaited us in the coming days. The Count had existed for centuries, yes, but he had never before faced the particular combination of skills and resolve that now pursued him through London's gaslit streets and fog-bound squares. Tomorrow would bring us one step closer to our confrontation with the master vampire himself. And despite the dread that such a prospect naturally evoked, I found myself strangely eager for the dawn. Morning arrived with unexpected brightness, the autumn sun having vanquished London's nocturnal fog to reveal a city washed clean by overnight rain. Golden light slanted through our windows, creating pools of warmth on the wooden floors and illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like miniature constellations. I found Holmes already at breakfast, systematically working his way through eggs, toast, and strong coffee, while reviewing the morning papers with his usual methodical attention. Van Helsing joined us moments later, looking surprisingly refreshed despite our late-night excursion. "News from Whitby," Holmes announced without preamble, tapping one of the smaller provincial papers. "It seems our departure has not gone unnoticed. Reverend Matthews reports unusual activity around St. Mary's Church, nocturnal disturbances in the churchyard, and strange lights observed in the Abbey ruins. The Count maintains his influence there despite establishing operations in London," Van Helsing observed, helping himself to coffee. "The distance stretches, but does not break the connection to those already under his thrall." Holmes nodded. "More significantly, there is mention of Miss Lucy Westenra, the young woman we met before departing. She was found wandering near the East Cliff in a somnambulistic state, despite Dr. Harrison's protective measures. When returned to his care, she spoke of dreams in which the Master summoned her to London." "Her condition progresses," Van Helsing said with evident concern. "The protective measures delay, but do not prevent the transformation once it has begun. If the Count has indeed marked her for conversion rather than mere sustenance, her situation grows increasingly precarious." "Then we must act decisively," I suggested. "Confront the Count at his Piccadilly residence while daylight gives us advantage." Holmes shook his head. "A direct assault remains premature. Our observations, Highgate confirm that the Count has established multiple secure locations throughout London. Striking at one would simply drive him to ground in another, potentially losing our opportunity to end his threat permanently. No, we require additional intelligence before committing to action." A messenger arrived as we concluded our breakfast, bearing communications from Mycroft. Holmes read these with focused attention, occasionally making small sounds of interest or nodding to himself as particular details confirmed his own deductions. "Mycroft's agents have completed their survey of the Piccadilly house," he informed us, setting aside the papers. "The property has multiple exits, including a connection to the old servants' tunnel system that runs beneath several adjacent buildings. The windows have been fitted with unusually heavy shutters that completely exclude daylight. Most interestingly, deliveries of earth, officially designated as specialty soil for exotic horticulture, have been received regularly since the property was acquired 3 weeks ago. Consistent with our understanding of the Count's methods," Van Helsing noted, "he prepares each location meticulously, ensuring it meets his requirements for secure daytime dormancy and emergency egress." "Indeed. But there is something else of note." Holmes extracted a telegraph from among the papers. "This arrived from Whitby this morning. An urgent message from Dr. Harrison regarding Lucy Westenra. It seems her condition has deteriorated rapidly, with extreme sensitivity to sunlight, refusal of normal food, and increasingly erratic behavior. Most concerning, she speaks of joining her sisters in London, and has attempted escape on multiple occasions." "Sisters," I echoed, puzzled by the terminology. "A common perception among those in transition," Van Helsing explained. "They sense others in similar states and perceive a kinship, a shared connection to the master vampire that manifests as familial recognition. Miss Westenra likely senses Miss Thorne and potentially other female victims who have been partially transformed." Holmes rose from the table with a sudden decision. "I believe Miss Westenra may provide the additional intelligence we require. Dr. Harrison reports that her somnambulistic episodes coincide with sunset, when the Count himself awakens from his daytime dormancy. During these periods, she appears to perceive his activities and locations with unusual clarity, a connection flowing both ways that might be utilized to our advantage. "You suggest returning to Whitby?" I asked, surprised by this apparent digression from our London investigation. "Precisely. While Mycroft's agents maintain surveillance on the London properties, we shall return briefly to Whitby to interview Miss Westenra during one of her twilight states. Her perceptions may reveal vulnerabilities in the Count's London arrangements that we have not yet discerned." Van Helsing considered this thoughtfully. "The strategy has merit. Those in transition often perceive their master's activities with remarkable accuracy, particularly at the threshold times of dawn and dusk, when the barriers between states of consciousness are naturally more permeable. Our decision was made. We spent the morning making preparations for a swift journey north. Holmes sent telegrams to Reverend Matthews and Dr. Harrison, alerting them to our imminent return and requesting specific arrangements for our meeting with Lucy Westenra. Van Helsing replenished his supply of specialized equipment, while I packed medical necessities that might prove useful in stabilizing Lucy's deteriorating condition. By early afternoon, we were aboard the express train to York, retracing our journey in reverse as London's sprawling expanse gave way to the more pastoral landscapes of England's heartland. The day remained clear, sunshine illuminating fields where autumn harvests were underway, farm workers gathering the season's bounty before winter's approach. The normality of these scenes created a curious counterpoint to our mission, a reminder that most of humanity remained blissfully unaware of the shadow that had extended from Transylvania to England's shores. "I've been considering the Count's strategic approach," Holmes remarked as our journey progressed, breaking a lengthy silence during which each of us had been absorbed in our own thoughts. His methodology displays remarkable adaptation to modern conditions while maintaining core elements that presumably date back centuries. "How so?" I inquired, always fascinated by Holmes's analytical perspective, even when applied to such unusual circumstances. Consider his use of contemporary systems, shipping companies, property acquisitions through legal proxies, railway transportation for his coffins, even the selection of London as his primary target. These demonstrate a pragmatic willingness to utilize modern infrastructure for his purposes. Yet, his fundamental needs and limitations remain consistent with ancient folklore, dependence on native soil, vulnerability during daylight hours, the need for blood sustenance, and so forth. It suggests that while the trappings of his existence may adapt to changing times, the essential nature of his condition remains constant. Van Helsing nodded approvingly. "An astute observation, Mr. Holmes. The Nosferatu evolves its methods, but not its nature. This is why ancient defensive measures, crucifixes, garlic, running water, retain their efficacy despite centuries of the creature's adaptation to changing human societies. The core vulnerabilities persist, regardless of the era in which it operates." As evening approached, our train pulled into York Station, where a connection to Whitby awaited. The light was fading rapidly as we continued our journey eastward, the landscape gradually transitioning from agricultural fields to the more rugged terrain of the North York moors. Darkness had fully descended by the time we arrived in Whitby, the little seaside town appearing much as we had left it, yet somehow changed in our perception by the knowledge we now possessed. Reverend Matthews awaited us at the station, his face showing the strain of recent days. "Thank God you've returned," he greeted us. the fervour in his voice suggesting that his statement was both pleasant and literal prayer. The situation has worsened considerably. 2 more deaths since your departure, both displaying the same characteristics as the earlier victims. Fresh predation despite the Count's relocation to London? Holmes inquired as we settled into the Reverend's carriage. It appears that not all his servants accompanied him south, Matthews replied, clearly struggling with the terminology for our supernatural adversary's thralls. The local constabulary is at a loss, naturally. They speak of a murderer inspired by Mr. Stoker's novel, as if art had somehow prompted life to imitate it, rather than the reverse. We proceeded directly to Dr. Harrison's residence, where Lucy Westenra had been kept under increasingly strict confinement as her condition deteriorated. The doctor met us in his study, his professional demeanour barely concealing his profound distress at the situation. "She grows worse by the day," he reported, accepting the small glass of brandy the Reverend poured for him with visible gratitude. "Physically, she exhibits extreme pallor, sensitivity to light, heightened auditory perception, and a marked aversion to the garlic flowers Professor Van Helsing recommended. Her appetite for normal food has disappeared entirely, replaced by what I can only describe as a disturbing fixation on blood. She has taken to watching my procedures with patients who require bloodletting with an intensity that unnerves even my most experienced nurses." "And her mental state?" Van Helsing inquired. "Alternates between periods of near catatonia and episodes of startling lucidity, though during the latter she often speaks of matters that suggest delusion or hallucination. She describes London locations she has never visited in remarkable detail, speaks of sisters awaiting her there, and refers repeatedly to the Master and his plans for what she terms a great transformation of England's capital." "When do these lucid episodes typically occur?" Holmes asked, checking his pocket watch. "Invariably at sunset and just before dawn. During these threshold periods, as I've come to think of them, she seems to exist in 2 states simultaneously, physically present here in Whitby, yet mentally connected to somewhere else entirely." Holmes nodded, satisfied. "The sun has now set. May we see her?" Dr. Harrison led us upstairs to a securely locked room where 2 stout male orderlies stood guard. "A necessary precaution," he explained apologetically. "Her strength has increased remarkably, despite her apparent physical deterioration. 3 nights ago she overpowered my housekeeper, woman nearly twice her size, in an attempt to escape." The doctor unlocked the door, admitting us to a chamber that presented a stark contrast between medical precaution and humane accommodation. The windows had been covered with heavy drapes reinforced by wooden boards, allowing no direct sunlight to enter. A comfortable bed stood against one wall, its headboard fitted with restraints that were currently unfastened. A small writing desk, a bookshelf with select volumes, and a washstand completed the furnishings. The room was illuminated by a single oil lamp turned low, creating pools of shadow in the corners. Lucy Westenra sat in a chair by the darkened window, her posture unnaturally still, her gaze fixed on some distant point beyond the covered glass. She wore a simple white nightgown, her golden hair hanging loose around shoulders that seemed more angular than I recalled from our previous meeting. At our entrance, she turned with fluid grace that somehow suggested more than human capability. "You've returned," she observed, her voice carrying a melodic quality that had not been present before. He said you would. He sees you moving against him, like pieces on a chessboard, the detective, the doctor, and the professor. An unusual combination of opponents, he thinks. Worthy adversaries, perhaps, but still only men. Holmes approached her carefully, maintaining a respectful distance that acknowledged both her dignity and the potential danger she represented. Miss Westenra, we would like to speak with you about what you perceive of the Count's activities in London. A smile played across her lips, once rosy, now pale to the point of bloodlessness. So formal, Mr. Holmes. The Count. He has many names, accumulated over centuries of existence. The Boyar, the Voivode, the Dragon, the Undying One. Names hold power, you know. To name something precisely is to begin to understand it. Then help us understand, Van Helsing interjected gently. What does he plan for London? Lucy's gaze shifted to the professor, her eyes reflecting the lamplight with an unnatural luminescence. Expansion, transformation, a new kingdom where night holds dominion over day. He has waited centuries for the proper conditions. A metropolis vast enough to conceal his activities, modern enough to facilitate his plans, yet still vulnerable to his ancient methods. And what role do you play in these plans? Holmes asked. I am to be a bride. The words emerged with disturbing serenity. One of three. The golden-haired one, he calls me. Miss Thorne is the wise one, keeper of burial lore. And there is another being prepared in London, the map-maker's daughter, who knows the city's hidden pathways. Together, we will assist in his great work. Holmes exchanged glances with Van Helsing, both recognizing the significance of this revelation. Helena Chambers, the cartographer's assistant we had interviewed in London, was apparently intended for a role similar to Lucy's, not merely as a temporary thrall, but as something more permanent and significant in the Count's hierarchy. This great work, Holmes prompted, what form will it take? What is its ultimate purpose? Lucy turned her gaze back to the darkened window, as if perceiving scenes invisible to our ordinary senses. Colonization. He creates a network. Those who feed, those who serve, those who protect, each with specific functions, like cells in a living organism. The lesser ones maintain his lairs and gather intelligence. The newly turned ones feed primarily, expanding their numbers gradually. And the brides... She paused, a flicker of her former self momentarily visible in her expression. A brief struggle against the influence that now dominated her consciousness. The brides will be his emissaries, extending his influence into social circles that would be closed to him directly. Where is he now, Lucy? Van Helsing asked softly, using her given name to appeal to what humanity remained. At this moment, as night settles over London, where does the Count conduct his activities? Her eyes took on a distant quality, focusing on visions beyond normal perception. The house in Piccadilly. He rises from his daytime rest, examining correspondence delivered by his human agents. Reports from across London, shipping manifests, property transactions, police activities. He plans meticulously, always several moves ahead. And later tonight? Where will he go? What will he do? Holmes pressed gently. The opera at Covent Garden. Faust, how appropriate, he thinks. A story of a man who sells his soul for power and youth. A small, chilling laugh escaped her lips. He enjoys the irony. He will occupy a private box, observing London's elite while remaining just beyond their conscious notice. Afterward, he will feed a young soprano who caught his attention during a previous performance. She lives alone, has few connections. Her disappearance will not immediately raise alarms. The clinical detachment with which Lucy described this planned predation was perhaps more disturbing than any display of monstrous behaviour could have been. It suggested the near-complete subsumption of her original personality beneath the Count's influence, a transformation of values and perception that preceded the physical changes still underway. "Lucy," I said, addressing her directly for the first time, "part of you must recognize what's happening. You can still resist his influence. Help us stop him before others suffer." For a brief moment, something flickered in her eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or a struggle for autonomy. Then it faded, replaced by the serene detachment that now characterized her twilight state. "It's too late for me, Dr. Watson," she replied with unsettling calm. "The process is nearly complete. Each sunset brings me closer to my new existence. Each sunrise more painful to endure. But I can offer one warning, freely given." She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping to a whisper, though no one else was present to overhear. "He knows you're coming. He has prepared for your methods, studied your previous cases, Mr. Holmes. The logical mind, the scientific approach. He understands these well, having lived through their development across centuries. What he does not anticipate, perhaps, is compassion. He has forgotten its power, having existed without it for so long." Holmes absorbed this insight with thoughtful attention. "Thank you, Miss Westenra. Your clarity, even in your current state, is most illuminating." As if on cue, Lucy's expression changed subtly, the unnatural stillness giving way to a more human restlessness. She glanced around the room as if momentarily confused by her surroundings or our presence. "It's happening again, isn't it?" she asked, her voice now closer to the one I remembered from our first meeting. Younger, less certain, tinged with fear, rather than otherworldly detachment. "The episodes Dr. Harrison describes, where I speak of things I couldn't possibly know." "Yes," Van Helsing confirmed gently, "but the information you provide may help save others from your fate." Lucy nodded, pulling her knees up to her chest in a protective gesture that emphasized her youth and vulnerability, qualities almost entirely obscured during her trance-like state. "I feel him in my mind, especially at sunset and dawn. It's like being underwater, watching the surface world from below. Everything is distorted, yet somehow clearer at the same time." She shuddered visibly. "Will it end? This twilight existence, neither fully human nor whatever he is?" Van Helsing's expression softened with compassion. "There remains hope, Miss Westenra. If we succeed in destroying the Count before your transformation is complete, the connection will be severed. You can return to your true self, though the memories of this experience may never entirely fade." "Then go," she urged, a sudden intensity animating her features. "Go back to London. Stop him before others are taken, before I became like him entirely." Her gaze found mine, momentarily clear of the influence that had clouded it. "Tell my family I fought as long as I could, that whatever happens, whatever I become, the real Lucy tried to resist until the end." The poignancy of her request struck me forcibly. This young woman, suspended between humanity and something other, still concerned for how she would be remembered by those who loved her. It personalized our mission in a way that abstract discussions of vampiric predation had not, reminding us that behind the supernatural terminology and strategic analysis lay genuine human suffering. We took our leave shortly thereafter, Lucy's condition beginning to deteriorate as her brief period of lucidity faded. Dr. Harrison assured us he would maintain the protective measures Van Helsing had recommended, though all of us recognized their limitations against the Count's growing influence despite the physical distance separating Whitby from London. "We must return to London immediately," Holmes declared as we departed the doctor's residence. "Tonight's intelligence provides a specific opportunity: the Count's planned attendance at the opera and his intended victim afterward. We may not be prepared for a definitive confrontation, but we can certainly disrupt his hunting and perhaps capture one of his thralls for further interrogation." The night had deepened around Whitby, stars emerging in the clear sky above, while the abbey ruins stood in silhouette against the horizon, their broken arches like the ribs of some great beast long deceased, yet somehow still vigilant over the town below. The sea murmured against the harbour walls, a constant reminder of the path by which our ancient adversary had first arrived on English shores. "The night train leaves in 40 minutes, Reverend Matthews informed us as his carriage conveyed us back toward the station. "May God go with you, gentlemen. What you face in London is beyond my experience as a clergyman. Yet I sense its profound evil as surely as I recognize goodness when I encounter it." As our train pulled away from Whitby, carrying us back toward London and our rendezvous with the Count's nocturnal plans, I found myself reflecting on Lucy's words about compassion, the one element our adversary might not anticipate in those who pursued him. Throughout his centuries of existence, the Count had encountered opposition of various kinds: superstitious peasants, vengeful nobles, dedicated vampire hunters like Van Helsing. But perhaps never before had he faced the particular combination represented by our trio: Holmes's analytical brilliance, Van Helsing's specialized knowledge, and my own medical perspective. The dark countryside slipped past our windows, occasionally interrupted by the lights of stations where we did not stop, brief illuminations in the surrounding darkness. Somewhere ahead lay London, where Count Dracula now moved through lamplit streets and elegant social gatherings, a predator hidden in plain sight among unsuspecting prey. And we were rushing to meet him, armed with Lucy's warning and our own unique combination of skills, a confrontation centuries in the making, though none could predict its outcome. Our return to London occurred in the pre-dawn hours, the city still shrouded in that peculiar hush that precedes its daily awakening. Gaslights burned with diminished intensity, creating islands of amber illumination amid the general gloom. The occasional hansom cab clattered across cobblestones, carrying late revellers home or early workers to their posts. But otherwise the streets lay empty, a temporary calm before the metropolis resumed its perpetual bustle. Mycroft's efficient network had been alerted to our arrival, and a carriage awaited us at King's Cross Station, its driver displaying the discreet insignia that marked him as one of the elder Holmes's trusted agents. The man conveyed us swiftly to our headquarters, maintaining silence throughout the journey. Whether from natural reticence or specific instruction remained unclear. "You appear troubled, Watson," Holmes observed as we settled into the vehicle's comfortable interior. "More so than our general circumstances might explain." I hesitated, organizing thoughts that had percolated throughout our return journey. "It's Lucy Westenra," I finally admitted. "Her situation affects me more profoundly than I anticipated. The struggle visible within her, between her true self and the influence gradually consuming it, strikes me as uniquely horrific. In my medical career, I've witnessed many forms of suffering, but nothing that quite compares to this invasion of personhood. Your compassion does you credit, Van Helsing said gently. Indeed, it represents what the Nosferatu himself has long since abandoned, the capacity to recognize and respond to another's suffering. As Miss Westenra suggested, this quality may prove as valuable in our confrontation as any tactical advantage. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. Empathy provides insights that pure logic might overlook. The Count's perspective spans centuries, yet is fundamentally limited by his predatory nature. He understands hunger, dominance, strategic expansion, but not connection, sacrifice, or the complex interplay of human relationships. This creates blind spots in his perception that we might exploit. You suggest we use his own inhumanity against him, I said, intrigued by this approach. Precisely. His extended existence has granted him certain advantages. Knowledge accumulated across centuries. Physical capabilities beyond normal human parameters. The ability to create thralls who extend his influence. Yet, it has also calcified his understanding of human motivation. He views his victims as mere resources, rather than individuals with agency and connections to others. Our carriage arrived at the townhouse, where lamps had been lit in anticipation of our return. The warmth within provided a welcome contrast to the chill autumn air outside, and a light meal awaited us. Cold meats, bread, cheese, and a decanter of brandy that proved particularly welcome after our night journey. We had scarcely settled at the table when Mycroft Holmes himself arrived, his substantial figure filling the doorway with surprising suddenness for a man of his size. Despite the early hour, he was impeccably dressed, his expression alert and focused. Sherlock, gentlemen, I came immediately upon receiving word of your return. He settled into a chair that creaked slightly under his weight. There have been developments during your absence. Holmes raised an eyebrow, an invitation for his brother to continue. The Count attended the Royal Opera House last evening, precisely as Miss Westenra predicted. My agents observed from a discreet distance. He occupied Box 5, watching the performance of Faust with evident appreciation. Mycroft's precise diction conveyed the facts with clinical detachment. Afterward he did indeed approach a young soprano, one Christine Nilsson, as she departed the artist's entrance. However, your telegram arrived in time for intervention. My men interrupted the interaction under the guise of delivering an urgent message to Miss Nilsson from a fictional patron. The Count withdrew without incident. He sensed the surveillance, Van Helsing said with certainty. The Nosferatu possesses acute awareness of observation. He would have recognized the intervention as deliberate rather than coincidental. Undoubtedly, Mycroft agreed. Subsequently, he returned directly to the Piccadilly house, where he remains at present. No further hunting activities were observed last night. Holmes's fingers drummed lightly on the table, a rare external manifestation of his internal calculations. His pattern is disrupted. Having been thwarted in his planned predation, he will adapt, perhaps accelerating other aspects of his strategy, or selecting alternative prey from among his previously established contacts. There is one additional detail of note, Mycroft continued. Before attending the opera, the Count received visitors at the Piccadilly house, a solicitor named Hawkins and his clerk. The meeting lasted approximately 1 hour, after which the solicitor departed with signed documents. My agents were unable to determine the specific nature of this transaction, but property records indicate that Hawkins's firm specializes in real estate acquisitions and transfers. He expands his holdings, Van Helsing observed, establishing additional secure locations throughout London, creating a network of lairs that will render him increasingly difficult to corner as his position strengthens. Precisely my assessment, Mycroft concurred. The pattern suggests systematic colonization rather than merely predatory residence. The question becomes, do we strike now, when his network remains relatively limited, or continue gathering intelligence to ensure a more comprehensive intervention? Holmes rose from the table, moving to the window where early morning light had begun to illuminate the square outside. We strike today, he decided, his reflection in the glass showing the particular intensity that characterized his most focused states. The disruption of his hunting pattern provides a temporary advantage. He will be in his daytime dormancy now, at his most vulnerable. By sunset, he will have adapted his strategy to account for our surveillance. The opportunity is fleeting. Van Helsing nodded in agreement. The Nosferatu is most vulnerable during deep daylight hours, particularly midday, when the sun's influence is strongest. Even within a protected lair, his regenerative capabilities and defensive responses are significantly diminished during this period. Plans formed rapidly, with Mycroft providing detailed information about the Piccadilly house, its layout, entry points, and the surveillance observations regarding the Count's likely resting place within the property. The cellar contained a reinforced room, originally designed as a wine vault, but now apparently serving as the vampire's daytime sanctuary. Access to this chamber was restricted by a heavy oak door with substantial locks, security against both intruders, and potential interruption of the Count's vulnerable dormant state. I have assembled a specialized team, Mycroft informed us. 6 men of proven reliability and exceptional physical capability. They await your instructions at a secure location near the target property. They have been told only that they assist in apprehending a dangerous foreign agent. The supernatural elements have been omitted to avoid potential skepticism or superstitious overreaction. A wise precaution, Holmes agreed. Their role should be supportive, rather than primary. The actual confrontation with the Count must be undertaken by those who fully understand the nature of our adversary. Van Helsing had been checking his specialized equipment: crucifixes, garlic flowers, holy water, and the wooden stakes that represented our most definitive weapon against the vampire. He distributed these items among us with practiced efficiency, explaining the proper application of each, while emphasizing the importance of precision and timing. The stake must pierce the heart directly, he instructed, demonstrating the proper angle and force on a diagram he sketched, followed immediately by decapitation to prevent regeneration. Any hesitation or misplacement allows potential recovery and counterattack. The clinical detachment with which we discussed what amounted to an execution struck me forcibly. Yet, I reminded myself that we confronted not a human criminal deserving judicial process, but a predatory entity that had already claimed countless lives across centuries of existence. The normal ethical considerations of my medical training required adjustment in the face of this ancient and inhuman threat. By mid-morning, our preparations were complete. We dressed in dark, practical clothing that would allow freedom of movement while attracting minimal attention on London's streets. Weapons and specialized equipment were concealed within ordinary-appearing bags and cases. Van Helsing's medical bag, Holmes's walking stick with its concealed blade, my own doctor's satchel, now containing stakes and mallet, alongside traditional instruments. "Remember," Van Helsing cautioned as we prepared to depart, "the Count possesses physical strength far exceeding normal human capabilities, even in his dormant state. Do not underestimate him based on his aristocratic appearance or cultivated mannerisms. Beneath the veneer of civilization lies a predator of exceptional ferocity and survival instinct." Our carriage delivered us to a narrow street near the Piccadilly House, where we met Mycroft's assembled team, former military men primarily, with the disciplined bearing and watchful eyes characteristic of those who have faced genuine danger. Their leader, Major Hawkins, received our instructions with professional attention, asking practical questions about entry points and potential resistance, without inquiring into the broader context of our unusual mission. "My men will secure the perimeter and ensure no interruption of your work within," he confirmed. "On your signal, we will assist with entry and provide whatever support you require. However, I must note that if this operation involves extrajudicial execution, some of my team may have reservations." "Your concern is noted, Major," Mycroft replied smoothly. "I assure you that today's actions fall within the specific purview of national security protocols established by the highest authorities. The details remain classified, but the legitimacy of our intervention is beyond question." This diplomatic assurance appeared to satisfy the Major, who withdrew to brief his men on their specific assignments. Holmes, Van Helsing, and I conducted our final preparations, checking weapons and protective items with the methodical care appropriate to our dangerous undertaking. "We should approach from the rear garden," Holmes decided, consulting the property diagrams Mycroft had provided. "The servants' entrance provides most direct access to the cellar stairs, minimizing the distance we must traverse before reaching the Count's resting chamber." The Piccadilly House itself presented an unremarkable exterior, a handsome but not ostentatious townhouse, of the sort favoured by wealthy professionals or minor nobility. Its windows were covered by heavy drapes, visible even from outside, and the curtains on the ground floor appeared to be reinforced with additional material that would completely exclude daylight. Otherwise, nothing in its appearance suggested the supernatural occupant who now rested within. Major Hawkins deployed his men with quiet efficiency, establishing a perimeter that would prevent interruption while remaining inconspicuous to casual observation. 2 men accompanied us to the rear garden wall, which we scaled with the assistance of a small ladder they provided. The garden beyond was formally designed, but showed signs of recent neglect. Flower beds untended, paths partially overgrown, a small fountain now dry and gathering autumn leaves. The servants' entrance yielded to Holmes's expert manipulation of its lock, allowing us access to a narrow corridor that led toward the main part of the house. The interior was dimly lit by what little daylight penetrated around the edges of the covered windows, creating a perpetual twilight that seemed appropriate to the vampire's nature. The furnishings were elegant but sparse, suggesting temporary occupation rather than established residence. Most tellingly, there were no mirrors visible on any wall, consistent with folkloric assertions regarding the vampire's inability to cast a reflection. Holmes moved with silent precision, leading us toward the cellar stairs located beneath the main staircase. The house was unnaturally quiet. No ticking clocks, no creaking floorboards, as if the normal sounds of human habitation had been deliberately eliminated. The atmosphere grew noticeably cooler as we descended the cellar stairs, the air carrying that now familiar scent of earth mingled with something sweeter and more disturbing. The cellar itself was extensive, with several chambers branching off from a central area. Wine racks stood empty along one wall, their original purpose now superseded by more macabre storage. Several coffins rested on trestles in the main space, some appearing relatively new, others bearing the weathered appearance of significant age. Each had been lined with earth, presumably the soil from the Count's homeland that Van Helsing had identified as essential to the vampire's daytime rest and regenerative capabilities. "Decoys," Van Helsing whispered, examining these coffins with professional interest. "He maintains multiple potential resting places to confuse pursuers. Only one will contain him at any given time." Holmes was already examining the floor, his keen eyes detecting subtle indications of recent movement. "The dust pattern suggests regular access to that chamber," he noted, indicating a heavy door set into the far wall. "Observe how the disturbance creates a direct path from the stairs, with no deviation towards these other coffins." The door in question was substantial, oak reinforced with iron bands, secured by an elaborate lock that would have presented a significant challenge to less skilled intruders. Holmes examined it carefully, his magnifying glass revealing details invisible to normal observation. "Recently installed," he murmured. "The wood around the hinges shows minimal wear, and the lock mechanism lacks the oxidation one would expect in a cellar of this age and humidity. Our Count values his security." The lock yielded to Holmes's expertise, though it required more time and effort than most he encountered. The door opened with surprising smoothness, its hinges well oiled to eliminate potentially betraying sounds. Beyond lay a smaller chamber, windowless and completely isolated from external light. A single coffin rested on a raised platform in the center, this one more ornate than those outside, carved with elaborate designs that Van Helsing identified as ancient symbols of power and protection from Eastern European tradition. "We must proceed with utmost caution," the professor warned, his voice barely audible. "Even in daylight dormancy, he will sense intrusion into his most secure sanctuary. We have perhaps moments before his defensive instincts activate, regardless of the sun's debilitating effect." Holmes nodded, retrieving the wooden stake and mallet from his case, while Van Helsing prepared the elements necessary for the ritual he deemed essential for permanent destruction of the Nosferatu. I positioned myself near the door, both to prevent interruption and to provide assistance if the Count proved more formidable than anticipated, even in his vulnerable state. With ceremonial solemnity that seemed appropriate to the gravity of our undertaking, Van Helsing approached the coffin, crucifix held before him like a shield. Holmes stood ready, with stake and mallet, his customary analytical detachment now focused on the precise execution of our grim task. The moment stretched, heavy with anticipation and the weight of centuries, for we prepared to end not merely a life, but an existence that had extended beyond normal human spans, leaving countless victims across generations. Van Helsing reached for the coffin lid, his movements deliberate yet decisive. "In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti," he intoned softly, invoking protection before the moment of confrontation. With a swift motion, he threw back the lid to reveal the contents within. The coffin was empty, not merely unoccupied, but completely bare. No soil, no personal items, no indication that it had ever been used for its apparent purpose. The three of us stared in momentary confusion, our preparations suddenly rendered meaningless by this unexpected absence. A ruse, Holmes realized, his eyes narrowing as he rapidly reassessed our situation. The careful path in the dust, the elaborate security, all designed to direct attention here while he rests elsewhere. But where? I asked, the cellar's shadows suddenly seeming more ominous with this evidence of the Count's deceptive capabilities. Before either Holmes or Van Helsing could respond, a sound reached us from above, the front door opening, followed by measured footsteps across the entrance hall. Someone had entered the house despite Major Hawkins's perimeter security. "We must withdraw," Holmes whispered urgently. "Our advantage is lost if the Count's servants discover our presence and alert their master." We retreated from the inner chamber, securing its door to avoid immediate detection of our intrusion. The outer cellar provided no adequate concealment, forcing us toward a small coal storage area beneath the street-level delivery hatch. We had scarcely secreted ourselves within this grimy refuge when the cellar stairs creaked beneath approaching footsteps. A figure descended into view, not a thrall or servant as we had anticipated, but a woman of aristocratic bearing dressed in widow's weeds, her face partially concealed by a heavy veil. She moved with deliberate grace to the main cellar area, where she examined each coffin in turn before approaching the reinforced door to the inner chamber. From our hiding place, we could hear the soft scrape of a key in the lock, followed by the door's near-silent opening. "Empty still," the woman murmured, her voice carrying a faint accent I could not immediately place. "He maintains his alternative sanctuary then, wise, with these new hunters, seeking him." She closed and relocked the inner chamber, then proceeded to one of the secondary coffins, a weathered oak vessel that had appeared no different from the others to our observation. With practiced ease, she shifted its position slightly, revealing a trapdoor beneath that had been invisible when the coffin rested in its original placement. "The master sleeps securely," she said softly, seemingly to herself. "Let us ensure his peace remains undisturbed until sunset." The woman descended through the trapdoor, disappearing from our view. After several minutes of silence, Holmes gestured for us to emerge from our concealment. With extreme caution, we approached the displaced coffin and the revealed trapdoor, which led to what appeared to be a natural cavern beneath the house, perhaps a remnant of London's ancient subterranean landscape, incorporated into the Count's elaborate security measures. "The true lair lies below," Van Helsing whispered. "Connected, I would wager, to the underground passages we discovered at the Zoological Gardens Lodge. He has created a network beneath London itself." Holmes nodded grimly. "A significant complication. Pursuing him into unknown tunnels with a potential guardian already present would be reckless in the extreme. We must withdraw, reassess our strategy, and return better prepared for this unexpected development." Our retreat from the house proceeded without incident, though the knowledge of how thoroughly we had been outmaneuvered cast a shadow over what had seemed a promising opportunity. Major Hawkins reported that no one had penetrated his perimeter, suggesting the veiled woman had either been present in the house all along, or had accessed it through the same subterranean network that provided the Count his hidden sanctuary. Who was she, I wondered, as our carriage conveyed us back to headquarters? Another thrall? Like Miss Thorne or Hardy? Something more, I suspect, Van Helsing replied thoughtfully. Her manner suggested authority rather than servitude, perhaps one of the brides Lucy Westenra mentioned. If so, the Count's plans advance more rapidly than we anticipated. He has already established at least one transformed female companion here in London. Holmes remained silent, his expression indicating the intense internal processing that followed any setback in his investigations. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a quality I had seldom heard, a combination of respect and determination in the face of a worthy adversary. "We have underestimated the Count's strategic adaptability," he acknowledged. "His centuries of existence haven't been mere extended predation, but an ongoing refinement of survival tactics. He anticipated potential pursuit and prepared accordingly." Holmes's gaze met mine, then Van Helsing's. "But adaptability works both ways, gentlemen. Now we adjust our approach with the knowledge gained today. The game continues, but with revised parameters." As our carriage proceeded through London's midday bustle, merchants conducting business, children playing in parks, workers taking brief respite for lunch, the contrast between this normal human activity and the shadow world we had glimpsed beneath the Piccadilly house created a disorienting effect. Two realities existed simultaneously in the same city, one of ordinary commerce and connection, another of ancient predation and supernatural threat, and we three moved between them, perhaps the only individuals fully aware of both. The hunt would continue, but the roles of hunter and hunted had become increasingly blurred. The Count knew we pursued him now, and had demonstrated his capacity for anticipation and deception. Our next encounter would not be in terms of our choosing alone, but within the complex interplay of move and countermove that characterized the most challenging of Holmes's cases. As we reached our headquarters, the sun had achieved its midday zenith, the period when the Count's dormancy would be at its deepest, his power at its lowest ebb. Yet we had failed to capitalize on this vulnerability, outwitted by preparations made long before our arrival at his Piccadilly residence. Somewhere beneath London's streets, in a hidden chamber accessed through secret passages, Count Dracula rested securely, gathering strength for the night's activities, while his growing network of thralls and transformed companions extended his influence through the unsuspecting metropolis. The true confrontation still awaited us, though when and where it would occur remained uncertain. What was clear, however, was that conventional approaches wouldn't suffice against so ancient and cunning an adversary. As Holmes had observed, we would need to adapt our methods, combining his deductive reasoning, Van Helsing's specialized knowledge, and perhaps most importantly, the human compassion that our inhuman opponent had long since abandoned. The remainder of the day passed in concentrated preparation. Our failed attempt at the Piccadilly house had demonstrated the inadequacy of conventional approaches against an adversary as ancient and cunning as Count Dracula. Holmes, never one to dwell on setbacks, immediately redirected our efforts toward a more comprehensive strategy. "We must think differently," he declared, pacing the study with controlled energy, while Mycroft's agents brought reports and maps at regular intervals. "The Count anticipates direct pursuit. His centuries of survival have taught him to prepare elaborate defenses and escape routes. Instead of pursuing him to the ground, like conventional hunters, we must identify and neutralize his essential vulnerabilities." "His earth boxes," Van Helsing suggested promptly. "The Nosferatu requires his native soil for regeneration and safe dormancy. Deny him this resource, and his position becomes untenable regardless of how many lairs he has established." Holmes nodded approvingly. Precisely. Rather than attempting to locate and confront the Count himself, a strategy he clearly anticipates, we shall systematically eliminate his sanctuaries. Without access to his native soil, each sunrise becomes increasingly perilous for him. Mycroft, who had remained at our headquarters to coordinate intelligence gathering, studied the large map of London now spread across the table. Various locations had been marked with red pins, confirmed or suspected properties connected to the Count's activities. The most substantial property is Carfax, adjacent to the Purfleet Asylum, the elder Holmes observed, indicating a large estate on London's eastern outskirts. According to shipping records, the majority of the earth boxes from the Demeter were delivered there initially. If we seek to destroy his soil repositories, that appears the logical starting point. Van Helsing examined the location with professional interest. Strategically chosen, isolated enough for privacy, yet with convenient access to London proper. The asylum's proximity is likely deliberate as well, providing potential victims or servants with minimal risk of outside observation. The solicitor's firm that handled the purchase, Hawkins and Tompkins, maintains records indicating extensive renovations to the chapel on the grounds, Mycroft continued. Unusual modifications, including reinforced subterranean chambers and heavy shutters on all windows, ostensibly for specialized scientific equipment sensitive to light exposure, according to the work orders. Holmes's lips curved in a slight smile that held no humor. Our Count maintains his aristocratic pretensions even in his administrative deceptions. Scientific research provides a convenient modern explanation for traditional vampiric requirements. The afternoon progressed with detailed planning. Mycroft's resources proved invaluable, providing architectural plans for Carfax, surveillance reports documenting patterns of activity at the estate, and even samples of soil collected from the grounds, which Van Helsing confirmed matched the distinctive composition of the earth found in Whitby and at the Zoological Gardens Lodge. By early evening, our strategy was established. We would strike at Carfax that very night, when the Count would most likely be engaged in his hunting activities elsewhere in London. Our objective was not direct confrontation, but systematic destruction of his earth repositories, denying him the essential resource that maintained his unnatural existence. He will sense the destruction, Van Helsing cautioned as we reviewed the final details. The Nosferatu maintains a connection to his sanctified earth across considerable distances. Once we begin our work, he will likely abandon whatever activities occupy him and return to defend his most critical resources. Then we must be prepared for his arrival, Holmes replied. A secondary team will maintain surveillance on the Piccadilly House and other known locations. When he departs, most likely in response to our actions at Carfax, they will alert us via telegraph, providing an approximate time for his arrival. Mycroft had assembled additional specialized personnel for this expanded operation, not merely the military men who had assisted our earlier attempt, but individuals with particular expertise relevant to our unusual adversary. A Catholic priest with scholarly knowledge of exorcism rites, a Hungarian gentleman who had survived a vampire attack in his youth and carried the distinctive scars on his throat. Most unexpectedly, a soft-spoken Japanese diplomat who, upon learning the nature of our quarry, had quietly offered expertise in ancient countermeasures practiced in his homeland against similar entities. Legends of blood-drinking beings exist across cultures. This gentleman, Baron Toshiro Matsudaira, explained, as he demonstrated the use of blessed salt to create protective boundaries. The details vary, but the essential nature remains consistent. Predatory entities requiring blood sustenance and possessing unusual strengths balanced by specific vulnerabilities. In Japan, we name such creatures Kyuketsuki and have developed particular methods for their containment. As dusk approached, we made our final preparations. The confrontation we anticipated would involve not merely physical danger, but spiritual and psychological challenges beyond ordinary experience. Each of us prepared according to our nature. Holmes reviewing maps and architectural plans with meticulous attention. Van Helsing arranging his specialized equipment with ritualistic precision. The priest, Father Brennan, conducting quiet prayers over the wooden stakes and holy water. Baron Matsudaira creating protective amulets of folded paper inscribed with ancient characters. My own preparations were more conventional. Checking my medical supplies for treating potential injuries, ensuring my revolver was cleaned and loaded, and finally writing a brief letter to my wife, Mary, explaining nothing of our supernatural adversary, but ensuring my affairs would be in order should the night's activities prove fatal. This last precaution was one I had taken before previous dangerous cases with Holmes, though never with quite the same sense of confronting forces beyond normal human understanding. Darkness had fully descended when our expanded company departed London proper, travelling in 3 separate carriages toward Purfleet and the Carfax estate. The night was clear and cold, stars gleaming with pristine brilliance above, their ancient light seeming to observe our passage with the same detached interest they had shown countless human dramas across millennia. Carfax itself emerged from the darkness as we approached, a substantial manor house dating to Elizabethan times, with more recent additions creating an architectural amalgamation that somehow enhanced rather than diminished its imposing character. The estate stood partially ruined, with sections of the main house appearing neglected, while others, particularly the old chapel and certain outbuildings, showed evidence of recent restoration. The chapel is our primary target, Holmes instructed, as our party assembled at the estate's perimeter. According to the architectural plans and surveillance reports, it contains the largest concentration of earth repositories. The main house appears to be used primarily by human servants and thralls, while the chapel has been modified specifically for the Count's requirements. We were divided into 3 groups. Holmes, Van Helsing, and I would lead the primary assault on the chapel, accompanied by Father Brennan and Baron Matsudaira. Major Hawkins and 3 of his men would secure the main house, neutralizing any thralls or servants present. The remaining team would establish a perimeter, preventing escape or outside intervention while maintaining watch for the Count's potential return. Our approach to the chapel was conducted with practiced silence, utilizing the shadows cast by ancient yew trees that lined the overgrown path. The structure itself presented a curious blend of sacred and profane elements. The traditional cruciform layout and Gothic windows remained, but modifications were immediately apparent. Heavy shutters covered all windows, and the original oak door had been replaced with a metal version more appropriate to a bank vault than a place of worship. "The door will be secured from within," Holmes whispered, examining its substantial construction. but the architectural plans show a priest's entrance on the northern side, a smaller door traditionally used for private access before services. It may have escaped the Count's attention during renovations. This projection proved accurate. The small door, partially concealed by ivy and appearing long disused, yielded to Holmes's lock-picking expertise after several minutes of careful manipulation. It opened with a protesting creak that seemed unnaturally loud in the night stillness, but no immediate reaction followed from within the darkened chapel. We entered cautiously, Van Helsing's shuttered lantern providing minimal illumination as we navigated the narrow passage that led to the main sanctuary. The interior had been transformed in ways that would have horrified its original builders. Pews removed to create an open central space, religious symbols either removed or inverted, and most significantly, the altar area converted into what appeared to be a storage facility for numerous wooden crates of varying sizes. Earth boxes, Van Helsing confirmed in a hushed tone. Dozens of them, far more than we anticipated. He has consolidated his primary soil repository here. Father Brennan made the sign of the cross, his expression reflecting both revulsion at the desecration of sacred space and determination to confront the evil that had appropriated it. Baron Matsudaira moved silently around the perimeter, placing his protective salt lines and paper amulets at strategic intervals, doorways, windows, and the base of the former altar. "We must work quickly," Holmes directed. "Open the boxes and neutralize the soil using Van Helsing's prescribed method." This process had been carefully planned. Each box would be opened, its contents saturated with holy water and scattered with consecrated communion wafers, effectively rendering the soil unusable for the Count's purposes. Father Brennan would provide the necessary prayers and blessings, transforming what had been the vampire's sanctuary into ground actively hostile to his continued existence. We set to work with methodical efficiency, the chapel gradually filling with the scent of damp earth and incense as box after box was opened and treated. Some contained only soil, while others held more disturbing contents. Personal items taken from victims, small bones of uncertain origin, and in one particularly unsettling case, a child's doll with the eyes removed, buried within the dark earth like some macabre ritual offering. Our progress continued uninterrupted for perhaps 20 minutes before a sharp whistle from outside signaled communication from our perimeter team. Holmes immediately moved to investigate, returning moments later with increased urgency in his normally composed demeanour. "Telegraph from Mycroft's men at the Piccadilly house," he reported tersely. "The Count departed suddenly approximately 10 minutes ago, showing evident agitation. If he comes directly to Carfax—" "He has already arrived," Van Helsing interrupted, his voice calm but charged with alertness. "Listen." We fell silent, straining to detect whatever had triggered the professor's warning. At first I heard nothing beyond our own breathing and the occasional creak of ancient timbers. Then, gradually, other sounds became perceptible. Soft scratching along the chapel's exterior walls, a whispered communication too faint to discern specific words, and most alarmingly, what seemed to be multiple entities moving into position around the building. "He comes with his servants," Van Helsing said. "The thralls and partially transformed victims we have encountered previously. They will attempt to stop our work while their master secures his most important boxes." Holmes made rapid tactical adjustments, positioning our team to defend the chapel's entrance points, while continuing the systematic destruction of the Earth repositories. Father Brennan accelerated his prayers, the Latin phrases flowing with increasing urgency as he moved from box to box, transforming what had nourished the vampire into substance that would now repel him. The first direct assault came at the main door, heavy impacts suggesting multiple individuals throwing themselves against the metal barrier with unnatural strength and disregard for personal injury. The smaller door through which we had entered rattled ominously as well, testing the ancient hinges that secured it. Most disturbing, however, were the sounds from above, scratching and movement across the chapel roof, focusing particularly around the bell tower that provided the only access point not immediately visible from our positions below. The bell tower stairs, Holmes identified immediately. They provide direct access to the sanctuary. Baron, Father, continue with the earth boxes. Van Helsing, Watson, with me. We moved quickly to the narrow spiral staircase that led to the bell tower, arriving just as the trap door at its top splintered inward. A dark figure dropped through the opening with inhuman agility. Thomas Hardy, the Whitby fisherman whose empty grave we had discovered what now seemed ages ago. His transformation had progressed significantly since our glimpse of him at Highgate Cemetery. His once weathered face now alabaster pale, his fisherman's calloused hands elongated into talon-like appendages, his eyes reflecting our lantern light with the same eerie luminescence we had observed in Lucy Westenra. He was not alone. Behind him came Miss Thorne, similarly transformed, and two others I did not recognize. A man in what appeared to be a night watchman's uniform, and a young woman whose elegant evening dress suggested recent predation among London's higher social circles. All moved with the unnatural synchronicity we had observed previously, their actions coordinated by the Count's invisible influence, despite his apparent absence from the immediate confrontation. Non-lethal restraint if possible, Holmes directed, recognizing as I did that these were victims as much as antagonists. They act without true volition. This humanitarian intention proved challenging to implement. The transformed thralls possessed strength and speed well beyond normal human parameters, and showed no hesitation in using these capabilities against us. Hardy seized Van Helsing with alarming swiftness, lifting the professor bodily before Holmes struck the fisherman's arms with his walking stick, breaking the grip. Miss Thorne moved toward me with predatory grace, her once proper demeanor replaced by animalistic intensity that would have been comical in its incongruity, if not for the very real danger it presented. I defended myself with reluctant force, using the heavy medical bag as both shield and improvised weapon. The impact when it struck her shoulder would have felled a normal human, but merely caused her to stumble momentarily before renewing her advance. From below, we heard sounds of similar struggle as the remaining thralls apparently breached other defences, engaging Baron Matsudaira and Father Brennan in direct confrontation. The confined space of the bell tower stairs worked both for and against us, limiting how many opponents could approach simultaneously, but also restricting our own movement and tactical options. Holmes fought with the controlled precision that characterized his approach to physical confrontation, using anatomical knowledge to target vulnerable points that remained effective even against these partially transformed adversaries. Van Helsing employed both conventional defense and specialized countermeasures, the crucifix in his left hand proving particularly effective at creating momentary hesitation in our attackers. The struggle continued in near silence, none of our supernatural opponents uttering sounds beyond occasional hisses of effort or pain, creating an unnervingly detached quality to the violent tableau. This silence was broken by a voice that seemed to emerge from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, rich, accented, and carrying an authority that transcended mere volume. Enough. The single word froze the thralls in mid-motion, their attacks suspended as if an invisible hand had intervened. In the sudden stillness, we heard measured footsteps ascending from the sanctuary below, unhurried, deliberate, the cadence suggesting absolute confidence. Count Dracula appeared at the base of the bell tower stairs, his tall figure silhouetted against the lantern light from the sanctuary behind him. Even in this partial illumination, his aristocratic features were clearly discernible. The high forehead, aquiline nose, and most strikingly, eyes that seemed to gather what little light existed and reflect it back with hypnotic intensity. He was dressed formally, as if for an evening social engagement, his black evening clothes and opera cape creating an impression of timeless elegance that somehow enhanced rather than diminished the predatory aura he projected. Mr. Holmes, Professor Van Helsing, Dr. Watson? He acknowledged each of us with a slight inclination of his head, his English perfect, but carrying that distinctive accent that placed its origins in Eastern Europe. This confrontation was inevitable, though I had not anticipated it quite so soon. Your reputation for tenacity is well deserved. Holmes maintained his defensive posture, but engaged directly, his analytical mind seeking information even in this moment of physical danger. You have studied us, Count, just as we have studied you. A smile touched the Count's lips without reaching his eyes. Indeed, your methods are documented in Dr. Watson's published accounts. Most illuminating reading. The scientific approach to investigation, the reliance on observable evidence and logical deduction. Admirable, certainly, but perhaps inadequate when confronting phenomena outside conventional scientific parameters. Science evolves to encompass new observations, Holmes replied evenly. What appears supernatural often simply awaits proper classification within natural law. The Count made a dismissive gesture. A philosophy typical of your era. This brief moment in history that believes itself the pinnacle of understanding. I have watched many such moments come and pass, Mr. Holmes. Renaissance humanism, Enlightenment rationalism, Victorian scientism. Each believing itself the final arbiter of truth. Each, eventually, humbled by mysteries beyond its paradigm. During this exchange, I observed Van Helsing subtly shifting his position, establishing line of sight to both the Count and his immobilized thralls. The Professor's hand moved incrementally toward the wooden stake concealed within his coat, a movement so gradual as to be nearly imperceptible, yet purposeful in its trajectory. Your activities in London extend beyond mere predation, Holmes continued, apparently engaging in intellectual debate while actually holding the Count's attention. You establish a network, a system of influence extending through strategic victims and locations. To what end, I wonder? What does an immortal being seek beyond simple sustenance? Something flickered in the Count's expression. A momentary lifting of the aristocratic mask to reveal something ancient and alien beneath. You perceive the tactical elements, but miss the strategic vision, Mr. Holmes. I do not merely feed. I colonize. I transform. What you witness is the beginning of a fundamental reordering, the emergence of a new dominant species, with humanity assuming its proper role as resource rather than apex predator. The grandiosity of this statement might have seemed absurd in other circumstances, yet delivered in the Count's measured tones, with centuries of patient confidence behind it, the declaration carried chilling credibility. This was no madman's fantasy, but the methodical plan of an entity that operated on timescales beyond normal human conception. A vision doomed to failure, Van Helsing stated firmly, his hand now openly grasping the stake. As it has failed in previous centuries when others of your kind attempted similar ambitions. The Count's attention shifted to the Professor, his expression reflecting something approaching genuine respect. Ah, Professor Van Helsing, unlike your companions, you truly understand what you face. You have encountered my kind before, have you not? Yet, here you stand, confronting me directly despite that knowledge, courage, or perhaps hubris. Knowledge, Van Helsing corrected, of both your strengths and your vulnerabilities. The standoff balanced on a knife's edge, the Count flanked by his immobilized but still dangerous thralls, our small group maintaining defensive positions while seeking opportunity for more decisive action. Below in the sanctuary, sounds of continued struggle suggested Baron Matsudera and Father Brennan remained engaged with other adversaries, though the nature of that confrontation was unclear from our position. The Count seemed to reach some internal decision, his posture shifting subtly from conversational to predatory. This particular sanctuary may be compromised, but others remain. London offers abundant shadows and hidden places, as you discovered at my Piccadilly residence. We shall conclude our intellectual exchange another time, gentlemen. His intent to retreat became immediately apparent, a tactical withdrawal, rather than continued confrontation. With a gesture toward his thralls, he backed down several steps, clearly intending to disappear into the darkness of the chapel below. Holmes moved to pursue, but was immediately engaged by Hardy and Miss Thorne, who had reanimated with the Count's silent command. What happened next occurred with such rapidity that my recollection fragments into disconnected impressions rather than coherent sequence. Van Helsing, seizing the moment of transition, launched himself past the thralls, with surprising agility for a man of his years, stake raised toward the Count's heart. The vampire's reaction demonstrated supernatural reflexes, pivoting to avoid the direct thrust while simultaneously seizing the Professor's arm with devastating strength. Holmes broke free from Hardy's grasp with a precise strike to the throat that would have incapacitated a living man, then moved to assist Van Helsing, now locked in direct physical struggle with the Count on the narrow staircase. I found myself contending with Miss Thorne, whose attacks had gained a desperate quality, as if she sensed her master's potential peril. The confined space, uncertain footing, and multiple combatants created conditions for disaster. As Holmes reached Van Helsing and the Count, his intervention disrupted their precarious balance. For a moment, the three figures seemed suspended in a tableau of conflict. Holmes grasping the Count's shoulder, Van Helsing still straining to position his stake. The vampire's face contorted in a snarl that revealed elongated canines previously concealed behind his aristocratic facade. Then gravity asserted its inevitable authority. The struggling figures lost contact with the stairs and fell, tumbling down the spiral staircase in a confusion of limbs and movement too rapid to distinguish individual actions. I heard the impact as they reached the sanctuary floor below, followed by a strange guttural cry, unlike anything in my previous experience. neither fully human nor recognizably animal, but somehow incorporating elements of both. Momentarily distracted by concern for Holmes, I failed to maintain proper defense against Miss Thorne. Her unnaturally elongated fingers closed around my throat with crushing pressure, cutting off both air and blood flow with clinical efficiency. Darkness crept inward from the periphery of my vision as consciousness began to fade. In that curious detachment that sometimes accompanies extreme physical duress, I found myself noting the expression in her eyes. Not hatred or anger, but a profound emptiness, as if the essential Eleanor Thorne had already departed, leaving only a mechanical vessel executing its master's will. My final sensation, before unconsciousness claimed me, was of this pressure suddenly releasing. Miss Thorne's grip going slack as her attention shifted to something beyond my perception. As I collapsed to the stone floor, grateful oxygen returning to my lungs in painful gasps, I glimpsed her, turning toward the stairwell, her movements now urgently responsive to some unseen summons from below. Darkness enfolded me completely then, the sounds of continued struggle fading into a muffled remoteness as consciousness slipped away entirely. My last coherent thought was of Holmes, whether he had survived the fall, whether Van Helsing had succeeded in his desperate attack, whether our confrontation with the ancient predator had concluded in victory, defeat, or some ambiguous middle ground that merely postponed the final reckoning. I regained consciousness to the gentle pressure of a damp cloth against my forehead, and the murmured voices of what seemed like a medical consultation. Opening my eyes required considerable effort, as if my eyelids had been weighted with lead. When I finally managed this small victory, the blurred figures above me gradually resolved into Holmes and Baron Matsudaira, the latter applying some form of herbal compress to my bruised throat. "Welcome back, Watson," Holmes said, relief evident in his typically composed voice. "You had us concerned for a time. Miss Thorne's ministries were rather more enthusiastic than is generally recommended for maintaining proper circulation." I attempted to respond, but produced only a painful croak. Baron Matsudaira gently pressed my shoulder, indicating I should remain still. "Do not attempt speech yet, Dr. Watson," he advised. "The bruising to your larynx requires time to subside. This compress contains traditional elements that will reduce swelling and accelerate healing, but patience remains necessary." As my faculties continued to return, I became aware of our surroundings. Not the chapel at Carfax, where I had lost consciousness, but what appeared to be one of the private rooms at our London headquarters. Daylight streamed through partially drawn curtains, suggesting many hours had passed since the nocturnal confrontation. Holmes, noting my questioning gaze, anticipated the inquiries I could not yet vocalize. "You have been unconscious for approximately 9 hours, Watson. It is now just past 10 in the morning. We brought you back to London immediately after the conclusion of our Carfax operation." His slight hesitation on the word conclusion suggested complexities I was not yet aware of. As if reading my thoughts, a skill he had refined through years of our association, Holmes continued with a more detailed account. The confrontation did not resolve as definitively as we might have hoped. The Count escaped during the confusion following our struggle on the stairs, though not without injury. Van Helsing believes his stake made contact, albeit not with the precision necessary for fatal effect. The thralls withdrew immediately upon their master's retreat, moving with that same coordinated purpose we observed previously. I raised a questioning eyebrow, prompting Holmes to elaborate on what I truly wished to know: the outcomes for our companions. Van Helsing sustained fractured radius and several impressive contusions, but remains functional, if somewhat limited in mobility. Father Brennan suffered a concussion when one of the thralls threw him against the altar railing. Major Hawkins lost 2 men, not to death, thankfully, but to what appears to be a partial enthrallment following direct eye contact with the Count. They are currently under sedation at a secure medical facility Mycroft has arranged. Holmes paused, his expression growing more sombre. We achieved our primary objective, however. Approximately 2/3 of the Earth repositories at Carfax were neutralized before the Count's intervention. According to Van Helsing, this represents a significant strategic victory. Despite our failure to terminate the vampire himself, his available sanctuaries are now substantially reduced, limiting his mobility and regenerative capacity. Baron Matsudaira finished applying his herbal treatment and rose with a slight bow. "I shall prepare a tea infusion that will further assist your recovery, Dr. Watson. The ability to speak should return by evening, though I recommend minimal exertion for at least another day." As the Baron departed, Holmes moved his chair closer to my bedside, his manner shifting subtly from clinical reporting to more personal communication. "I must admit, Watson, that when I saw Miss Thorne's hands at your throat, I experienced what I believe emotional individuals would term genuine fear. The thought that our long association might end in such circumstances." He trailed off, uncomfortable as always, with direct expression of sentiment. "Well, it would have been most inconvenient. Who would chronicle my methods for posterity with such literary flair, however exaggerated the accounts may occasionally become?" This gentle teasing, a hallmark of our friendship, brought a smile to my lips despite the pain it caused. Holmes responded with a brief smile of his own, before returning to more practical matters. "We have not been idle during your recovery. Mycroft's agents have been monitoring all known properties connected to the Count, searching for indications of his current location and condition. The Piccadilly house appears abandoned. The thralls removed what items remained there shortly before dawn. The Zoological Gardens lodge was similarly evacuated. It appears our adversary is consolidating his diminished resources." Holmes rose and moved to the window, drawing back the curtain to reveal a London autumn day of surprising clarity. The sun illuminated the city's rooftops and spires with gentle golden light, smoke from countless chimneys rising in lazy columns that dispersed into the blue sky above. The ordinary beauty of the scene provided stark contrast to the supernatural darkness we had confronted at Carfax. Van Helsing believes the Count will attempt to leave England, Holmes continued, his gaze still directed outward. Having lost a significant portion of his Earth repositories, and, with his network of lairs now compromised, strategic withdrawal becomes his most logical course. The professor suggests he will seek to return to his native soil, not merely the boxes he transported here, but the actual homeland, where his power is most deeply rooted. I managed to sit upright, wincing at the various protests my body raised against the movement. Taking the small slate and chalk that had been thoughtfully placed on my bedside table, I wrote, "How would he travel? Surely conventional transportation presents significant vulnerabilities." Holmes turned back from the window. "Precisely the question that currently occupies us. Conventional passenger services would indeed expose him to untenable risks during daylight hours. However, Mycroft's agents have identified a potentially significant development. A Romanian merchant vessel, the Tsarina Catherine, is currently taking on cargo at Doolittle and Bream's Wharf for imminent departure to Varna. The timing and destination suggest more than coincidence. I wrote again. When do we leave for the wharf? Holmes's expression combined approval and concern. Your dedication is admirable, Watson, but your condition requires at least another day's recovery. The Tsarina Catherine is not scheduled to depart until tomorrow evening. We have time to prepare properly rather than rushing in with diminished capability. The door opened to admit Van Helsing, his right arm now properly splintered and supported by a sling, his face bearing impressive bruising that somehow failed to diminish his authoritative presence. He carried several ancient-looking volumes under his uninjured arm, which he placed carefully on a small table near my bed. Dr. Watson improves, I see. Excellent. We shall need every able hand for what lies ahead. He settled somewhat stiffly into a chair, the previous night's exertions having clearly taken their toll on his aging frame. I have been consulting historical accounts of similar confrontations with Nosferatu returning to their homeland after failed colonization attempts. The pattern suggests increased vulnerability during such retreats, the vampire equivalent of an army most exposed during withdrawal. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. The psychological element is significant as well. The Count has experienced an unexpected setback, perhaps his first in centuries. Habitual success breeds a particular form of confidence that, when suddenly undermined, can lead to misjudgments even in otherwise meticulous individuals. Indeed, Van Helsing agreed, the Nosferatu's greatest weakness has always been pride, the absolute certainty of superiority over mere mortals that develops across centuries of successful predation. When that certainty is challenged, the resulting disorientation can create exploitable openings. Their discussion continued along these strategic lines while I rested, conserving strength for whatever confrontation lay ahead. Baron Matsudaira returned with the promised tea, fragrant brew whose ingredients I could not identify, but whose effect was remarkably soothing to my damaged throat. By late afternoon, I could produce whispered speech, though full vocalization remained painful. The ship, I managed to ask, during a lull in the ongoing planning. How do we know the Count will be aboard? Might it not be merely his thralls, transporting remaining earth boxes back to Transylvania? Van Helsing considered this possibility. A legitimate question. However, the Nosferatu's connection to his native soil is such that separation across significant distances creates a profound discomfort, a constant gnawing awareness of vulnerability. Having lost so many of his earth repositories here, the compulsion to remain with those that survive would be nearly irresistible. Additionally, Holmes added, Mycroft's agents report unusual cargo being loaded onto the Tsarina Catherine, a large wooden crate, approximately the dimensions of a coffin, delivered after sunset yesterday and handled with extreme care. The manifest lists it merely as special diplomatic items, but the timing and treatment suggest our Count arranging his travel accommodations. Evening approached, London's skyline gradually illuminated by the methodical progression of lamplighters through the streets below. My recovery continued at a pace that impressed even Baron Matsudaira, whose herbal treatments had apparently accelerated the natural healing process considerably. Though speaking remained uncomfortable, I could now communicate essential information without resorting to the slate. Our planning advanced with the meticulous thoroughness characteristic of Holmes's approach to complex cases. Mycroft provided detailed information about the Tsarina Catherine, deck plans, crew manifest, scheduled departure procedures, and the precise location of the Count's suspicious cargo in the aft hold. Major Hawkins, somewhat subdued after the partial loss of his team at Carfax, nonetheless contributed valuable tactical suggestions for boarding and securing the vessel. "The critical period will be sunset tomorrow," Van Helsing explained, as we finalized our strategy. "The Count will be at his weakest just before dusk, having endured a full day's dormancy without access to the majority of his native soil. Yet, once the sun sets, his strength returns rapidly. We must time our assault precisely to this vulnerability window." Holmes, who had been examining nautical charts of the Thames estuary, looked up with sudden interest. "The timing presents both challenge and opportunity. High tide occurs at 7:42 tomorrow evening, with sunset at 6:13. Assuming standard departure procedures, the Tsarina Catherine will begin moving downriver approximately 1 hour before high tide, precisely when the Count's recovery from daylight dormancy is still incomplete. The vessel must navigate several narrow passages before reaching open water," Mycroft observed, indicating specific locations in the charts. "Particularly here, near Gravesend, where the channel requires precise maneuvering. A ship temporarily delayed at such points would be effectively stationary, and accessible from smaller craft without the complications of dockside security." Our plan took shape around these natural constraints. We would allow the Tsarina Catherine to depart her London berth, tracking her progress downriver while remaining undetected. At the strategic narrowing near Gravesend, as the vessel slowed for careful navigation in the fading light, we would board from small boats launched from the shore, timing our assault to catch the Count in his most vulnerable transition period between dormancy and full awakening. The remainder of the evening was devoted to specific preparations, securing the specialized equipment Van Helsing deemed essential, arranging the small, swift boats we would require for river pursuit, and coordinating with trusted river pilots who would ensure our precise positioning at the critical interception point. Throughout these preparations, I noticed a curious calm settling over our company, not the tension one might expect before confronting such an adversary, but rather a focused readiness born of thorough preparation and clear purpose. I retired early, recognizing the need for complete recovery before tomorrow's exertions. Sleep came with surprising ease, despite the gravity of what awaited us, perhaps because our course was now clearly defined after days of uncertainty and reaction to the Count's initiatives. For once, we had moved from defensive response to strategic offense, dictating the terms of confrontation rather than merely countering our adversary's actions. Morning arrived with a gentle persistence of light through my window curtains, accompanied by the distant sounds of London awakening to its daily rhythms. My throat had improved considerably overnight, speech now possible, with only minimal discomfort. When Holmes entered my room bearing a breakfast tray, I greeted him with almost normal vocalization. "Your recovery proceeds admirably," he observed, setting the tray beside my bed. "Most fortunate, as today promises significant demands on all participants." "Any developments overnight?" I inquired, gratefully accepting the cup of hot tea he offered. "Several, in fact. Mycroft's agents maintained surveillance on the Tsarina Catherine, reporting unusual nocturnal activity. specifically several individuals matching the descriptions of the Count's thralls delivering additional cargo shortly after midnight. More significantly, our Hungarian colleague, with previous vampire encounter experience, detected distinctive signs of the Count's influence among certain crew members when he conducted a discreet reconnaissance of the wharf. Was the crew compromised? Partially, Holmes confirmed. The captain appears unaffected, as do most senior officers. However, several ordinary seamen display the characteristic behavioral patterns of early enthrallment, flattened affect, unusual strength, heightened sensitivity to light. The Count secures his passage not merely through physical concealment, but by creating controlled agents within the ship's complement. I dressed and joined the others downstairs, where final preparations were underway. The day passed in methodical activity, checking and rechecking equipment, reviewing intercept timing, and addressing final contingencies. Van Helsing, whose knowledge of vampire vulnerabilities remained our critical advantage, conducted a last briefing regarding effective tactics once aboard the vessel. "Remember," he emphasized, "the Count will sense our approach once we are within a certain proximity. The element of surprise lies not in our presence, but in our readiness for his defensive measures. He will likely employ his thralls as a protective barrier while attempting to reach the relative safety of open water. Our primary objective must be to penetrate this defense and confront him directly before the ship passes beyond Gravesend." As afternoon waned toward evening, we departed our headquarters in separate groups to avoid drawing attention, converging at a small boatyard downstream from Doolittle and Bream's Wharf. From this vantage point, we observed the Tsarina Catherine making final preparations for departure, lines being checked, cargo secured, crew moving with the practiced efficiency of experienced mariners preparing a vessel for open water. "There," Holmes murmured, indicating a particular section of the aft deck where activity seemed concentrated around a hatch leading to the hold below. They secure his sanctuary for the journey. The sun descended toward the western horizon, its light taking on the golden quality particular to autumn evenings. On the Tsarina Catherine, lamps were lit as daylight diminished, creating pools of warm illumination across the deck. At precisely 6:40 p.m., as predicted, the gangways were withdrawn, mooring lines cast off, and with the assistance of a small tug, the vessel began its stately progress downriver on the outgoing tide. "Now we follow," Holmes directed, leading our party to the 3 small, nimble craft that awaited us. Specialized riverboats with muffled engines capable of considerable speed while maintaining relative quietness. We divided according to plan. Holmes, Van Helsing, and I in the lead boat. Major Hawkins and his remaining men in the second. Baron Matsudaira, Father Brennan, and our Hungarian colleague in the third. The pursuit commenced with careful distance maintained, not so close as to alert the Count's sensitized awareness, but near enough to track the vessel's progress through the gathering darkness. The Thames stretched before us, a ribbon of black water reflecting the lights of riverside settlements and occasional navigation markers. Above, stars emerged in the clear sky, witnessing our passage as they had observed countless human dramas across millennia. As predicted, the Tsarina Catherine slowed considerably at the narrowing near Gravesend, her captain taking no chances with the valuable cargo and challenging navigation. Our small boats closed the distance with measured precision, approaching from the shadow side of the river, where shore lights wouldn't silhouette our advance. The moment of boarding arrived with a suddenness that belied our careful planning. Grappling hooks secured our craft to the larger vessel's hull with minimal sound. The boarding itself proceeded with efficiency, Holmes leading the ascent via rope ladders deployed from our boats, the rest of us following in predetermined sequence. We gained the deck undetected, quickly neutralizing the 2 night watchmen, ordinary sailors unaffected by the Count's influence, whom we rendered unconscious rather than harmed. Moving with practiced silence, our party advanced toward the aft hold, where intelligence placed the Count's daytime sanctuary. The ship continued its slow progress downriver, the navigational challenges of the narrow passage requiring the crew's full attention on the bridge and forward decks. Then, with the inevitability of carefully laid plans encountering reality's complications, our presence was detected. A thrall emerging from a hatchway spotted our advance and issued a strange, guttural cry, unlike any normal human vocalization. Within moments, the previously quiet deck erupted into activity, sailors moving with unnatural coordination to intercept us, their movements displaying the mechanistic quality we had observed in the Count's other servants. "Protect Van Helsing's approach to the hold," Holmes directed as we formed defensive positions. "He must reach the Count while dormancy lingers." What followed was a confrontation unlike any in my previous experience. Not the chaotic violence of conventional combat, but a strange, almost ritualistic opposition. The thralls sought not to kill, but to delay, to form a living barrier between us and their master's sanctuary below. Our own efforts were similarly constrained. These were victims, rather than willing adversaries. Ordinary sailors corrupted by the Count's influence, rather than conscious accomplices. Major Hawkins and his men employed specialized restraints Mycroft had provided, reinforced manacles designed to secure even individuals with abnormally enhanced strength. Baron Matsudaira utilized his protective salt boundaries to temporarily immobilize thralls who crossed these invisible barriers. Father Brennan's religious implements proved surprisingly effective, the thralls recoiling from consecrated objects with evident distress. Through this controlled chaos, Van Helsing made steady progress toward the aft hold, Holmes and I providing direct protection as he advanced. The professor moved with the focused determination of one who had confronted such situations before, his injured arm seemingly forgotten in the intensity of purpose that drove him forward. Reached the hold access hatch, securing it behind us as we descended into the ship's lower levels. The air grew noticeably cooler, carrying that now familiar scent of earth mingled with something less definable, an ancient musty quality that seemed to emanate from great distance and depth, like opening a tomb sealed for centuries. The hold itself was dimly illuminated by a single lantern swinging gently with the ship's motion. Cargo was secured in neat rows, crates, barrels, canvas-wrapped machinery, all properly stowed for ocean passage. Among these ordinary items, a single object stood apart, a large wooden crate constructed of age-darkened oak bound with iron bands, positioned in a specially built cradle that would prevent movement during rough seas. "His travelling coffin," Van Helsing confirmed softly. "The passage at Gravesend has delayed his normal awakening time. He remains dormant within." Holmes surveyed the hold with tactical precision, noting potential approaches and vulnerabilities. "We must act quickly. Once fully awake, confined space works to his advantage rather than ours." Van Helsing removed wooden stakes and mallet from his medical bag, the specialized implements incongruous against his scholarly appearance. The dormant state represents his greatest vulnerability, unable to employ his supernatural defenses or strength. The stake must pierce directly through the heart, followed by decapitation to prevent regeneration. The gravity of what we prepared to do, effectively executing a helpless, unconscious entity, struck me with sudden force. Despite all we knew of the Count's predatory nature, his centuries of victims, the imminent threat he posed to countless future innocents, the act itself remained morally complex, in a way that conventional confrontation with an active adversary would not have been. Holmes, ever attentive to nuance, noted my hesitation. The moral calculus is not simple, Watson. Yet, consider the alternative. Allowing the continued existence of a predatory intelligence that views humanity merely as sustenance and servants. There are circumstances where mercy to one represents cruelty to many. This ethical framework, while not eliminating the moral complexity, provided sufficient clarity for the necessary action. Van Helsing approached the crate, Holmes and I positioned to assist with opening the heavy lid. The professor uttered a brief Latin prayer, not merely religious observance, but a practical precaution against the psychic defenses that might remain active even in the Count's dormant state. The lid proved surprisingly easy to remove, rising under our combined effort to reveal the interior illuminated by our lantern light. What we found, however, was not the dormant Count in his earth-filled sanctuary, but emptiness. The crate contained only soil, disturbed as if something had recently departed from it. "He is gone," Van Helsing stated, his expression reflecting professional assessment rather than disappointment. "Awakened earlier than anticipated, perhaps warned by some connection to his thralls above. Or never present at all," Holmes added, examining the interior with his customary thoroughness. The soil disturbance could be theatrical rather than functional. A deliberate misdirection while he travels by other means. A sound from behind us, the soft closing of a door we hadn't noticed in the shadowed recesses of the hold, confirmed that we were not alone. Turning, we beheld a figure standing between us and the hatch through which we had entered. Tall, aristocratic, and entirely familiar, despite the changed circumstances of our meeting. Count Dracula observed us with the mild interest one might accord to an unexpected but not unwelcome development. He appeared fully recovered from whatever injuries had been inflicted at Carfax, his evening attire immaculate, his bearing reflecting none of the weakness theoretically imposed by daylight dormancy. "Gentlemen," he greeted us, his accented voice carrying the same measured authority we had encountered previously. Our conversation at Carfax was regrettably interrupted. How fortunate that we have this opportunity to continue it under more civilized circumstances. Holmes, recovering instantly from the surprise, positioned himself between the Count and Van Helsing. "You anticipated our strategy." "Of course." The Count's expression suggested this should have been obvious. "Your methodology is consistent, Mr. Holmes. Identify vulnerability, develop tactical approach, execute with precision. Admirable, certainly, though perhaps excessively predictable to one who has observed human strategic thinking evolve across centuries." Van Helsing, still holding stake and mallet, assessed our changed circumstances with professional detachment. "You were never dormant. The daylight weakness is considerably overstated in folklore," the Count completed for him. "A limitation, certainly, but manageable through proper preparation and gradual adaptation. My kind learns and evolves, Professor, despite what your more static texts might suggest. The situation had transformed from planned execution of a dormant adversary to direct confrontation with a fully conscious and evidently prepared opponent. The confined space of the hold, the distance to the single exit, and the Count's positioning created immediate tactical disadvantage. Yet something in his manner suggested not imminent attack, but continued conversation, the predator's confidence allowing civilized discourse before inevitable action. "Your efforts at Carfax were impressive," he acknowledged, with aristocratic graciousness. "Few have succeeded in destroying so many of my earth repositories, or penetrating my defensive measures so effectively. In 8 centuries, only a handful of adversaries have demonstrated comparable determination and resourcefulness." "Yet you retreat," Holmes observed. "Despite your evident capabilities, you abandon London rather than continuing your colonization efforts." A slight smile touched the Count's lips without reaching his eyes. "Strategic withdrawal differs from retreat, Mr. Holmes. London will remain available in future decades, a brief postponement measured against immortal existence. Meanwhile, I return to domains where my influence extends beyond the merely physical, where the land itself acknowledges my dominion through centuries of established presence. To recover from injuries sustained at Carfax, Van Helsing suggested, the stake made contact, however imperfectly. For the first time, something like genuine emotion flickered across the Count's features, a momentary acknowledgement of physical vulnerability despite his cultivated appearance of inviolability. "Injuries heal, Professor, particularly in one's native soil. The cycle continues. Expansion, occasional setback, reconsolidation, renewed advance. The mathematics of immortality favor eventual success, regardless of temporary obstacles." The ship's movement had changed subtly during our conversation, the increased engine vibration and steadier motion suggesting we had cleared the Gravesend Narrows and entered broader waters, where greater speed became possible. Our carefully selected interception point had passed, the vessel now progressing toward the open sea with increasing momentum. "Your companions on deck have been secured," the Count informed us with casual certainty. "My thralls may lack sophistication, but they possess overwhelming advantages in strength and pain tolerance. The remaining question becomes what to do with you 3, the brain, heart, and conscience of this fascinating resistance." The implication was clear. Our allies above had been neutralized, leaving us isolated in the hold with an adversary whose supernatural capabilities remained largely intact, despite our efforts at Carfax. The Count's apparent willingness to converse, rather than attack, immediately suggested confidence in his position, the predator toying with prey already effectively secured. Yet something in Holmes's posture conveyed not defeat, but continued calculation, the analytical mind still processing possibilities, identifying potential advantages even in this compromised situation. Van Helsing too maintained his professional composure, his experienced gaze assessing our supernatural adversary with the clinical detachment of one who understood both the threat and potential vulnerabilities. "You misunderstand our purpose," Holmes said after a measured silence. "We do not merely seek to prevent your establishment in London or England, but to end your predatory existence entirely. Your withdrawal to ancestral lands merely alters the battlefield, not the fundamental conflict." The Count regarded him with what appeared to be genuine curiosity. You propose to pursue me to Transylvania, to mountains and forests where every peasant, soldier, and nobleman acknowledges my dominion, whether through fear, financial obligation, or generations of enforced loyalty. Where does the very land respond to my will through centuries of blood-soaked influence? Your confidence borders on hubris, Mr. Holmes. Perhaps, Holmes acknowledged, or perhaps you underestimate what can be accomplished by individuals who value human life and freedom above personal survival. Your centuries of existence have granted certain advantages, certainly, but also created blind spots, particularly regarding what motivates those who oppose you. For a brief moment, something like uncertainty crossed the Count's aristocratic features, a flicker of genuine puzzlement at motivations he could no longer fully comprehend after centuries of predatory existence. This momentary vulnerability disappeared almost instantly, replaced by his customary cold confidence, but its brief appearance confirmed Holmes's assessment. The vampire's immortal perspective created limitations as well as advantages. An interesting philosophical position, the Count replied, though ultimately irrelevant to your current circumstances. He moved then, with the supernatural speed we had witnessed at Carfax, closing the distance between us with fluid grace that seemed to compress time itself. Yet this expected attack transformed mid-motion into a sudden defensive reaction, the Count recoiling from something that emerged from Holmes's coat in a glittering arc. Water. Ordinary water, one might have thought, from the flask Holmes had withdrawn with practised sleight of hand. But the Count's reaction, and the steam that rose where droplets contacted his exposed skin, revealed its true nature: holy water, prepared by Father Brennan and carried by each of us as part of our specialized equipment. The momentary advantage created by the Count's instinctive withdrawal provided opportunity for a coordinated response. Van Helsing moved with surprising agility despite his injured arm, positioning himself to block the most direct route to the exit. I retrieved my revolver, loaded, on Van Helsing's recommendation, with bullets that had been blessed and carved with tiny crosses, and assumed a covering position. Holmes, never one to waste tactical advantage, pressed forward with the remaining holy water, forcing the Count into continued retreat. The confined space of the hold, which had initially seemed to favour the vampire's superior speed and strength, now created constraints that prevented effective evasion of our coordinated approach. "You cannot leave this vessel," Holmes stated with calm certainty. "We have companions waiting both above and in boats alongside. The holy water you observe represents merely our first defensive layer. The conflict ends here, Count, either with your surrender for permanent containment, or with more definitive measures." The standoff balanced on uncertainty, the Count's supernatural capabilities against our specialized preparations, his centuries of predatory experience against our coordinated strategy. The ship continued its progress downriver, each moment carrying us closer to open water where escape might become possible, despite our countermeasures. What happened next occurred with such swiftness that my perception captured only fragments. The Count's movement toward a section of the hull that under his touch seemed to dissolve rather than break. The rush of river water beginning to pour through this unexpected breach. Holmes lunging forward with stake in hand. Van Helsing's shouted warning as the ship's integrity was compromised. The Count paused at the impromptu exit he had created, river water already swirling around our ankles as the hold began to flood. Our game continues, gentlemen, perhaps in Transylvania, as Mr. Holmes suggests. I shall anticipate your arrival with appropriate preparations." With these parting words, he slipped through the opening into the dark Thames waters beyond. The immediate crisis of the breached hull demanded our attention. Water poured in with alarming rapidity, the ship's movement creating additional pressure that accelerated the flooding. Holmes located the emergency alarm system, activating it to alert the crew above. Within moments, pounding footsteps and shouted orders indicated awareness of the situation, though the exact nature of the breach remained unknown to those responding. Our exit from the hold proved considerably more difficult than our entrance had been. The hatch now guarded by confused and suspicious crew members, uncertain whether we represented assistance or threat. Only the intervention of Major Hawkins, who had indeed secured rather than been secured by the thralls on deck, facilitated our emergence into the night air above. The Tsarina Catherine had already begun emergency procedures, damage control teams attempting to address the flooding, while the captain assessed whether to continue toward open water or seek immediate docking for repairs. The confusion provided cover for our discreet withdrawal to the small boats that had brought us aboard, still secured to the hull awaiting our return. As we descended to our waiting craft, Holmes paused on the rope ladder, gazing out across the dark river waters where the Count had disappeared. "He swims to shore," he observed, "or perhaps transforms to mist or bat, as folklore suggests, and Van Helsing's experience confirms. Either way, he escapes immediate confrontation to continue his journey eastward by alternative means." "We failed, then," I suggested, as we settled into our boat, the Tsarina Catherine's crew too occupied with potential sinking to notice our departure. "Not entirely," Van Helsing countered, securing his equipment as Major Hawkins guided our craft away from the damaged vessel. We denied him his preferred transportation and most of his remaining Earth repositories. He travels now with minimal protection, vulnerable in ways that would not have been possible without our intervention tonight. Holmes nodded in agreement. The game continues, but with altered parameters, increasingly favourable to our eventual success. He returns to his homeland not in triumph, but in strategic withdrawal, his careful plans disrupted, his resources diminished. Most significantly, he now knows himself vulnerable in ways he had perhaps forgotten across centuries of unchallenged existence. Our small flotilla regrouped at a predetermined location downriver, confirming that all participants had withdrawn safely from the Tsarina Catherine, which continued emergency procedures some distance away, clearly damaged, but in no immediate danger of sinking. The Thames stretched around us, its dark waters carrying the normal traffic of a working river, largely unaware of the supernatural drama that had played out in their midst. "What now?" Major Hawkins inquired, as our boats maintained position in the river's gentle current. "Do we pursue directly to the continent? Mycroft could arrange immediate transportation." Holmes exchanged glances with Van Helsing, a wordless communication between minds that had developed mutual respect through shared adversity. "Not immediately," he decided. "Effective pursuit requires proper preparation, not merely physical equipment, but cultural and geographical knowledge specific to the Count's homeland. We have wounds to tend, strategies to refine, and specialized resources to gather. And there remains unfinished business in Whitby," Van Helsing added, "Miss Westenra and others still affected by the Count's influence. With his departure from England, the connection weakens, but does not break entirely. We may be able to fully reverse their condition now that distance diminishes his hold." The eastern horizon had begun to lighten imperceptibly. Not yet dawn, but the first suggestion that night would eventually yield to day. Our boats turned toward shore, where transportation back to London awaited. The night's confrontation had not delivered the definitive resolution we had hoped for, yet neither had it ended in defeat. The Count continued eastward, returning to his ancestral lands, but he did so not in triumph, but in strategic retreat. His carefully established London network disrupted, his resources diminished, his aura of invincibility permanently compromised. As we reached shore, Holmes stood momentarily gazing eastward, his profile outlined against the gradually lightening sky. "The advantage of immortal existence," he observed quietly, "is the luxury of postponement, of viewing temporary setbacks across a timescale that renders them ultimately insignificant. Our advantage, conversely, is immediacy, the focused commitment possible only to those who measure life in decades rather than centuries." Van Helsing nodded in solemn agreement. The Nosferatu plays a long game, extending across generations. But within each generation, those who oppose him play with an intensity and moral clarity that immortal detachment cannot match. It creates a curious balance, eternal existence against immediate purpose. The philosophical exchange concluded, as practical matters reasserted themselves, wounded to be tended, reports to be compiled, next steps to be planned. Yet, as we departed the riverside, I carried with me an impression that would remain long after physical injuries had healed. The image of Count Dracula paused at his improvised exit from the ship, momentarily outlined against the dark waters beyond. Not merely a supernatural predator or Gothic villain, but a being of profound loneliness, a creature separated from humanity, not just by dietary requirements and sensitivity to sunlight, but by the fundamental isolation of immortal existence in a world defined by mortality. This insight offered no excuse for his predatory behavior, nor reason to abandon our opposition to his plans. Yet it provided context that transformed our confrontation from mere monster hunting to something more complex, a clash between fundamentally different modes of existence, each with their own strengths and limitations. If we were to pursue the Count to his homeland, as Holmes suggested we eventually would, this deeper understanding might prove as valuable as any physical weapon or tactical advantage. Dawn broke fully as we reached London, the sun rising above the city's eastern horizon in triumph of light over darkness that seemed particularly appropriate given the night's events. The Count had escaped our immediate grasp, returning to his ancestral lands to recover and perhaps plan future expansions. But he did so, knowing that humanity had produced individuals capable of meaningful opposition. A detective whose analytical mind matched immortal experience with mortal intensity. A professor whose scholarly knowledge transformed folklore into practical countermeasures, and others who valued human dignity above supernatural power. The confrontation would continue, if not in London, then in the mist-shrouded mountains and ancient forests of Transylvania. But that would be another chapter, another journey. For now, the immediate threat to England had receded with the Count's departure, and we could turn our attention to those still suffering the effects of his brief but consequential presence on these shores. The game, as Holmes would say, continued, but with rules and players the Count perhaps had not anticipated in his centuries of predatory existence. And in that unexpected challenge to immortal confidence lay our greatest hope for eventual victory. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the glowing skyline of Toronto, the moonlit charm of Kyoto, the ocean whispers of Maui, or the gentle stillness of Prague. If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the night surround you. Let your dreams wander softly through the quiet. Sleep gently. Now, wherever you are in this wide,